The story begins with a young man gently stroking the cat Nike, who purrs contentedly. He is overwhelmed by memories of his life and thinks that it was a boring and meaningless existence. He admits that everything has changed, and his future now looks much brighter. He attributes this change to newly emerged magic and a special craft skill that, in his opinion, can give him everything he desires. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a hostile new world. He clenches Nike, confronts a monster tiger roaring so loudly it echoes and declares that he will go to the very top. Elsewhere, wings of energy cut through the sky with a sharp burst, causing a fair-haired woman in a cloak to look back while the caravan moves through the forest below. Her companion, a girl resembling an elf, calls her by name, Karina, but she is distracted and, interrupting herself, speaks about a strange feeling that just passed. Next, the narrative jumps to a memory. A photo of an older man appears in a frame, and the young man's voice explains that his grandfather, who raised him after his parents' death, has now also passed away. He returns to the present. He lies in his bed. There is a mess around, and a heavy realization covers him. Now he is completely alone in the whole world. He stares blankly at his phone and with a sense of detachment notes. Although the funeral seems to have been only a few hours ago, strangely, 10 whole days have passed, and all in one day. He lay in bed, and the dim light of the phone screen carved out his face. On the screen was a notification about the selection results from the HR department of Kawakato Corporation, addressed to Mr. Daichi Asukara. After careful selection, the letter regretfully informed him that he was rejected. The rejection hit and triggered a whole avalanche of familiar, cutting voices in his head. They insisted that he was setting the bar too high, that he should be grateful for student loans, and that he could not afford to be picky. They mocked the fact that he had no girlfriend, devalued his dreams as empty words, and suggested that even his late grandfather would be satisfied if he took any decent job. He covered his face with despair, but through the complete darkness a quiet meow broke through. His cat, Nike, climbed onto his chest and gently nudged his hand. He sat up straighter and ran his fingers over the cat's chin. He admitted to himself that there was no point in being sad, at least that's what he thought. Nike was still nearby, he decided. He would find something to eat, and then continue his work up high. Just as he was about to move on, his hand caught a small wooden box on the bed, and he noted a memory. You picked up the box and opened it with a quiet click. Inside, in soft indentations, lay several old rings. You remembered they were here and took one. He subtly slid the chosen ring onto his finger and raised his hand to examine it. To his surprise, the ring fit perfectly. Suddenly, an unnatural gust of wind swept through the room. Both of them were stunned by the surprise. Nike, probably startled by the ring's humming, darted forward and tried to snatch it off his finger. Daichi shouted for him to drop the ring. The next moment, the world flashed and disappeared in a burst of light. He was sitting on the ground, not in his room, but in an endless open field under a bright sky. Before him stretched a stunning mountain ridge. He froze, unable to believe his own eyes, and wondered if it was some kind of dream. He looked around. His confusion only grew. Nike was in his arms, and he looked just as bewildered. He held his companion tightly, and not understanding where they had ended up or how they could have got to such a place, began to look at him inquisitively. He desperately tried to figure out where he was and recalled. Just a moment ago, he was lying on his bed. It was reassuring that he felt neither tired nor hungry, so not much time had passed. But suddenly the realization hit him with such force it felt physical. It was the ring. The thought threw him into a panic. He frantically felt his clothes, searching for the ring, but it was gone. In despair, he turned to his cat, Nike. He opened the little mouth and demanded to know if he had swallowed it. He quickly dismissed the thought, knowing the ring wouldn't just slip off his finger so easily, although he had no idea what was really happening. He was overwhelmed by an increasingly strong certainty. The disappearance of the ring was directly connected to where he was now. As the full weight of this connection dawned on him, scenes from manga and anime surfaced in his mind, and from this a terrible suspicion awoke. Could he really be serious? But this can't be another world. Shock pinned him to the spot. He looked down and saw his bare feet pressed against unfamiliar grass and mud. His strange reality was falling into place. When the first fears receded, a new, crazy hope overwhelmed him. If this really was another world like in those stories, then it definitely had some special, cheater ability. Clinging to the last hope, he shouted fiercely into the empty wilderness, "Status open." His call went unanswered. The endless expanses did not move. He remained silent and unchanged. Giving up, he fell to the ground and muttered to himself that it was the end for him. In despair, he sat while Nike gently approached him. He looked at the cat, and for a moment a dark amusement flashed across his face as he said that at least one of them was having fun. In response, Nike tenderly licked his cheek. The warm gesture was interrupted by a sharp realization. His eyes widened as he replayed what he had seen in his mind. He froze, looking at Nike, and asked in disbelief when the cat had learned to fly, then aloud wondered. Maybe it was Nike, not him, who had gained the cheater abilities. This final, utterly absurd twist was beyond his strength. He flopped onto the grass, completely surrendered, and Nike sat beside him. And he declared that he was giving up, convinced that there was no way to survive from there under any circumstances. Suddenly, he reevaluated his own despair. If Nike had abilities, maybe there was still hope. He just needed to understand what exactly. Lying on the ground, he saw a semi-transparent screen suddenly appear before him. He thought it was Nike's status screen, but as soon as he read it, he saw his own name, Daichi Sakura. It said his magic was without attributes, but among unique skills were listed Traitor and Appraisal. His eyes sharply widened from a sudden, convulsive epiphany. This was the Nike screen high's own. A wave of relief washed over him. He still did not understand what Traitor meant, but he recognized Appraisal, a classic, powerful ability. He immediately decided to test it. He poked Nike, who curiously scratched the floating screen with her paw, and called the skill appraisal. The surrounding world for a moment transformed into a bizarre whirlwind of silhouettes of flying cats. The appraisal result appeared on a new screen. It confirmed Nike's name and showed that although the cat had no special attribute magic, it had spirit magic for all four basic elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. Daichi looked at his companion and aloud asked how he had suddenly become so powerful. Nike only gave a confused meow. He pressed Nike to his chest and looked out at the endless, unfamiliar space. He thought of their lucky chance. At least both of them had gained special abilities. There was no way back Hamiso. Their only chance to survive was to work together. He decided to first focus on mastering his appraisal ability. With this new intention, he entered the dense forest, stunned by the towering ancient trees looming over him. He approaches one of the giant logs, places his palm on the rough bark, and activates the appraisal skill. A detailed analysis emerges. The tree is identified as a medicinal deciduous species, 40 meters tall. The report indicates its growth range, potential for material extraction, and use in construction. He considers the information from the evaluation quite ordinary. Then attention shifts to another skill. He looks at his hand, reads the word Traitor on his status interface, and decides to check it next. Only he activates the skilled world and his perception crumbles, dissolving into a cascade of digital blocks and symbols. He's stunned, grabs his head and gasps back, trying to understand what is happening, aloud wondering if this is the ability of a traitor. Suddenly a tiny, glowing, plant-like object appears in his hands. He flinches and immediately tries to help, but then drops it. The object falls to the ground, and Nike hisses and recoils in surprise. Daichi quickly apologizes to the frightened comrade. He apologized to the frightened cat, asking her to just stay there and look for a moment. Then he activated his skill, and with an incredible crack, all the huge trees disappeared from sight, dematerializing. The young man froze in disbelief. The last patches of fog melted from the tree, and in the place where it stood, there remained emptiness. He turned to Nikesh, looked just as confused, and he admitted how surprising it all was. He told his companion to watch what would happen next. Almost with another gesture, the tree instantly rematerialized with a flash of light, causing Nike to twitch and hiss in fright. He quickly apologized to the excited cat, then looked back at the tree, deciding it was time to truly test his new skill. He stared at the interface of his item box and remembered how he had just put the tree there. He initiated the deal. He watched as the tree icon was replaced with an image of a pair of shoes, and his glasses sharply rose to 30,200. He exchanged the tree for something completely different. At that moment, the same sneakers appeared in his hand again. A soft buzzing sounded. He froze, looking at them, and surprise froze on his face. It worked. The revelation struck him right in the chest, clenched his fist in triumph. He realized this treacherous skill was incredible. He had truly hit the jackpot. He was clutching the new sneakers convulsively. A bright future was unfolding in his mind. This was the chance, a way to survive, and if played right, the path to complete wealth. During the excitement, one small detail surfaced. He also needed socks. This inspiration shot through him like a wave of motivation. Having gained new strength, he set about testing the limits of his abilities, chopping the forest around. The interface of his item box instantly filled with new icons as soon as he successfully placed not only a huge tree there, but also a large, shiny boulder. He continued his tests. He even exchanged a few points for an electric chainsaw. And yet he noticed, although he was already compiling mountains of materials, the inventory still did not look completely full. Working, he felt a sudden hunger. It was time to eat. A sharp hiss from Nike interrupted his thought. He flinched, asking in surprise what had happened. The cat's warning came just in time. When Nike let out a scream and panicked, rushing away, a giant figure crawled out of the darkness between the trees. Daichai froze in shocked stupor, not believing his own eyes. Before him was a monster, a black tiger. The monster was colossal, even the fiercest storm bear seemed amusingly gentle in its presence. It roared so loudly that ears rang, and Daichi staggered and took a step back, his body trembling with fear. In panic, he jerked his hand forward and tried to use his store ability on the creature. Nothing happened. Then he remembered, when he saved trees, insects on them stayed behind. His power could not affect living beings except plants. The main skill against this enemy is useless. Daichai, like lightning, ran through options in his head. What could he do? He needed a weapon to fight or at least something to scare and drive away this beast. Stop, he forced himself to calm down, seeing that the tiger was still at a distance. He would manage. A plan began to form in his mind. He had to strike first and not give the beast a chance to recover and respond. He recalled how during his previous test he confirmed. The maximum range for both storage and summoning of objects is exactly 100 meters, regardless of the target's size. Meeting the gaze of the monster tiger, Daichi forms a plan, first deciding to preserve the ground beneath him. Nike reassures him on the shoulder everything will be fine. When the beast lunges forward, Daichi crouches, ready to act. He executes his strategy in an instant. Where there was land just a moment ago, a giant cargo container suddenly appears and the tiger falls inside like a stone. Without hesitation, he fills the container with liquid nitrogen, confident that the fight is over, while the creature's roar echoes muffled from within. The announcement of victory is cut off by a deafening clink from the container. The blow pushes it so hard that it, gasping wildly for air, retreats backward. He covers his eyes from the dust. He thinks he succeeded. He turns to Nike with a proud smile and asks for praise for a well-executed plan. His confidence disappears as soon as the tiger monster breaks free from the ruins. Not wounded, moreover, seemingly strengthened by a dim glow. Daichai is paralyzed by distrust, and in panic he realizes he needs a weapon to fight back. He can act. Nike releases a crazy spike, and from the mouth straight at the approaching beast flies a whole downpour of liquid bullets. But the creature is just too agile. It easily and gracefully leaps through the air, effortlessly dodging shells that detonate and scatter harmlessly on the ground behind it. While the monster intensifies its attack, Daichai presses Nike to himself and puzzles over whether this is some form of wind magic. The water spheres looked as piercing as armor-piercing, but all in Vano effect. Stubborn determination. He understands that he must act. He engages his ability and decides to save something to have later as a wall, pulls a small object from his pocket and uses it to make it all work. He understands there is no escape. Now he must fight or everything will end here. When the tiger lunges for the final strike, something strange happens. The world seems to slow down. It occurs to him that this may not be treachery, but simply the result of his own unexpected calm before death. He releases the forbidden Reservia huge cargo container and pushes it forward with all his might. A column of metal doors crashes with a roar into the tiger monster rushing ahead, and the impact echoes through the forest like thunder. The decisive blow. The monstrous beast dissolves into particles of light. Its physical form vanishes, and it, weakened, lies on the ground. Daichai presses Nike to his chest and exhales with relief, realizing he has finally succeeded. To be sure, he checks the ability, confirming that the monster is captured and transformed into a card in his storage. When the immediate threat is removed and the adrenaline subsides, another sensation comes, an unbearable, dull hunger that rumbles loudly. For a moment it pushes the thought aside, and the determined expression on his face cuts through the moment he chooses the next step. First priority to prepare. He quickly runs through the list of tasks in his head. Weapons ready, food bought, and most importantly, all evidence of the fight carefully destroyed to the last trace. When his preparations are complete, he tells Nike that it is time for the first contact. Activating the trader skill, he gets a tactical, top-down view of the distant caravan and admires how powerful this ability is. A bridge of light begins to form in the sky. Below stretches a road. Two cloaked figures on horseback make their way through a dry, hilly pass. Their path is smooth and quiet. As they move, Daichi suddenly appears in their path, stepping onto the road and waving hello, albeit with a slightly nervous smile. Naki peeks out from under the collar of his jacket. The riders freeze in surprise. The younger girl with pointed ears lights up, exclaiming that he has a cat. Daichi extends Nike forward and explains that it is just him and his pet, but the hooded woman narrows her eyes. Her gaze becomes sharp and suspicious as she asks if he is traveling alone. Without answering her question, Daichi waved his hand at the small companion and asked if cats are rarely seen here. Then he solemnly introduced himself, Daichi Asakura, and named his partner Nike. The hooded girl replied that she often sees cats, but she had never encountered a cat with such long fur. She threw back her hood, revealing a friendly face as she introduced herself, Alicia Heartland. Daiichi was momentarily confused, thinking that a girl like her would have made him popular back in high school. Enchanted by Nike, Alicia eagerly asked if she could pet her, and Daiichi quickly agreed. The friendly exchange of remarks was interrupted by Karana. She scolded Alicia for being careless. Then she turned again to Daiichi, asking if he was really alone and only with an animal. He confirmed and stated that he was a traveling merchant. He showed his minimal set, a backpack, a bow, an axe, and a knife, all supposedly for cover, which he himself had invented. After further proof, he pulled out a cylindrical object. It clicked lightly, and it emitted a bright beam of light, frightening both women. Karana immediately asked if it was a magic bag or a tool, but Alicia, looking closely, said that no magic was sensed from the device. Hearing their words, he confirmed his suspicion to himself. Magical bags and magical tools really existed in this world, as his status screen had suggested. He put the tool back in place and invited them to inspect it. Karina confirmed that he was not magical, and Alicia looked at the light with an admiring gaze, deciding that it was incredible. He felt a chance, confirmed that they were caravan guards and that they were traveling together. With a nervous face, he then asked if he could accompany them to the next town and be introduced to their leader. His request met silent opposition. Alicia thought he did not seem like a bad person and urged Karina to allow it, but Karina's face remained full of deep suspicion. She finally broke the silence and offered to return his weapon. When he looked surprised, she simply said, there was no point in keeping it by his hands. She saw that he was not used to either the bow or the knife. She points at him with her glove, and her face is so calm and without any emotion. His lie is exposed, and Daichi is left only with a broad, nervous laugh, admitting that she sees right through him. Despite his deception, she relents a little. She introduces herself as Karina and says she will take him to the caravan leader, asking if he minds. Alicia watches everything with clear-eyed curiosity. Daichi, holding Nike, expresses gratitude and officially meets them both. This is a cat, but it quickly draws attention to itself. Alicia exclaims how cute it is that Nike pulls the little animal into warm hugs while it purrs contentedly. Daichi thanks them again for their kindness. Karina interrupts his thanks with a stern condition. She will take him to the leader, but he must stay no more than 1 meter away from her at all times. She says she cannot take the risk. What if some potential mage gets close to the person she was entrusted to guard? Daichi asks, confused, what does she mean by mage? Meanwhile, Karina does not hide her skepticism. How is he traveling alone without any noticeable combat skills? She notes that his tone of voice has changed, and her gaze falls on the long sword on his back. Catching the essence of her conditions, Daichi agrees to the 1 meter limit, and she confirms they will go together. Then he playfully winks and explains that this is his usual way of speaking. Then he says, since they seem to be about the same age, such an informal manner between them should be acceptable. Karina does not move an inch. She tells him to speak as he likes but warns, do not make her wary with sudden movements. When Daichi asks if he really looks that suspicious, she confirms without hesitation, very much so. After agreed arrangements, they approach the caravan, a line of carts drawn by horses, and merchants making their way through the steps. A stern-looking older man with well-groomed sideburns steps forward from one of the wagons, and his sharp gaze targets Daichi. He directly asks if he is the one who wants to travel with them to the city of Karan. The man introduces himself, Klaus Bertram, leader of this caravan and president of Bertram Trading Company. To this, the young man dryly and formally states his name, Daichi Asukura. He stopped before the caravan leader, Klaus Bertram, and acknowledged how significant his request was. Not knowing how far the influence of Bertram's trading company extended, he declared that he intended to make a serious offer. As his offer, he extended a small tied pouch, promising to sell what was inside at cost price. Klaus accepted the bag. His eyes sharply widened in shock as he examined what was inside. His associate and Karina stood at a distance, watching the cold, sharp reaction of the merchant. The old man looked up and pondered. Was Daichi truly overly generous, or did he simply not know the real price of that good? Daichi admitted the latter, confessing that he had no idea how much it cost in this country. Focused, calculating interest flashed in Klaus's eyes as he stroked his beard and considered the consequences of this gap. Daichi revealed his business philosophy, the wisdom passed down to him by his grandfather. Honesty above all. Lies lead to ruin. He explained that in his homeland the product is grown, so it is a common commodity there, but he understands how its value changes depending on the market. Klaus expressed agreement, impressed by this attitude. In the spirit of that honesty, Klaus opened the package and showed what was inside. Pepper, he confirmed and explained. In the places Daichai comes from, it might have some price, but in this country it costs many times more, to Daichai's complete disbelief. He explained that no country on the entire continent has been able to grow pepper. All of it is imported from other continents, so it is a luxury, so expensive that only the nobility and the very rich can afford it. The realization hit Daichai like a heavy blow. Klaus had already calculated. He was not from that continent. But the merchant pressed the advantage, showing that as a foreigner from another continent, Daichai did not have the necessary permit to sell pepper in this city. The Mary admitted. Although Daichai's clothing and beliefs seemed foreign, he never thought he could be from a completely different continent, and this could become a problem for both of them. Noticeably relieved but still tense, Daichai begged him to keep everything secret while Karina and Alicia looked on in amazement. He thanks the merchant for his attention, and a drop of sweat on his face reveals his relief. Nearby, Alicia and Karina silently watch the conversation. Klaus thoughtfully strokes his chin and lets out a goose-like sound in response, asking if Daichai agrees to pay not with money. After that, he states he will prepare payment for the pepper and asks for a moment while Nikki, the cat, watches. Seizing the chance, Daichai makes a counteroffer. He says he wants to become a merchant in this country and admits that as a foreigner, he lacks the necessary knowledge. He proposes that Klaus give him support and guidance, without which he will neither survive nor thrive in this new land. The proposal hangs in the air. Klaus notes that Daichai has a trusting nature, and Daichai replies. He thinks he sees people well. Nearby, Karina lets out a cry of disbelief at such a brazen demand. The shopkeeper considers the offer and notes, to truly help Daichai become a shopkeeper, he still lacks something. Daichai asks with a worried look how much more pepper the class needs. He clarifies his thought with a smile and calls it a good choice. He does not mean Pepper is talking about Daichai himself, whom he considers capable and potentially reliable ally. Daichai, having deciphered the trader's intention, understands and trembles. A little hope has flared up again. He explains his business philosophy by recounting his grandfather's advice. When dealing with an important business partner, you should always do more than they expect. Then, almost as an aside, he adds that maybe he just read it somewhere in a book. Having made the decision, Klaus returns to his assistant, an older man named Lloyd, and orders to gather the pepper. After that, he addresses Karina directly. He asks her to accompany both Daichai and Alicia to the city of Kamaru and also to be their guard. Turning to Alicia, Karina asks if this is acceptable, and the girl quietly agrees. After the new location was decided, Daichai beams and declares that he eagerly looks forward to the journey with both of them. In the background, Klaus and Lloyd step back. Their role in this brief procedure is complete. He began the journey, walking alongside Karina and Alicia. Karina officially said she was looking forward to their travels, and Alicia bowed her head and added that she was pleased to meet him. While they were walking, he asked where they were heading. Alicia explained. First, they needed to report his situation to the captain of the guard, and he was even senior to Karina. He found this imposed formality unpleasant. He asked both of them to simply call him Daichai. He admitted that he was not very familiar with such customs, and would be happier if they treated him like a friend. A slight blush flared on his cheeks. His mundane request seemed to confuse Alicia, but her gaze was immediately caught by the creature on his shoulder. When he introduced his partner, Nike, her eyes lit up with delight. She exclaimed upon seeing the cute, fluffy kitten. Before he could recover, she snatched Nike from his shoulder, and he sharply cried out in surprise. Alicia immediately pressed the little creature to herself and began to gently pet it with desperate affection, murmuring how incredibly cute Nike was. He quietly clarified the situation, confirmed that the one she was hugging was indeed Nike, and he was simply Daichai. Alicia lifted her gaze from her embrace, and her expression froze as she processed his words. After a moment, she turned away from him with a barely noticeable pout. He watched, somewhat confused by her sudden change in mood. Eager to move things along, he suggested they go to meet the security captain, telling her that she could continue holding Nike. Embarrassed, she muttered that she agreed. He leaned closer and jokingly said he couldn't hear her, and this made her stumble loudly. "Let's go, Mr. Daichai." She quickly corrected herself, saying only Daichai. The exchange made Alicia noticeably flinch with embarrassment. She tightly squeezed Nike with her head lowered. Nearby, Daichai scratched the back of his head, his expression somewhat tired but with a light, restrained smile. Throughout the interaction, Nike remained trapped in a vice, struggling from shock. Eyes wide open, and in the silence panic, powerless to break free. The scene shifts to a sprawling trading camp under a cloudy sky. Tents are set up across the landscape, and torches ward off the approaching dusk, while people bustle about and attend to their affairs. Inside a well-equipped tent, the leader of the traders, Klaus Bergram, sits before a table lit by a lantern. He rests his chin in his hand and thinks for a long time, then turns to his subordinate. "Lloyd," he begins. What do you think about this young man? Lloyd presents his analysis, noting that Daichai's hands are well cared for, so he apparently never does heavy labor and comes from a wealthy, well-educated family. He adds, for a person from another continent, Daichai seems clever, well-mannered, and very knowledgeable about their customs. Klaus agrees and pushes further, asks what Lloyd thinks about his recent actions. He continues, explaining, simply giving away such a valuable item without asking for anything tangible in return means only two things. Daich is either the son of a wealthy merchant or a foolish son of a nobleman who does not understand how the world works. Faust's expression sharpens as he looks at the box with items. He thinks, for it to be in such excellent condition, provide security, and even enhance food, its owner will most likely become someone of great importance later. The skill item box is an extremely rare ability, considered a blessing from the gods. It allows the creation of a separate subspatial dimension for storing things. The volume of this space depends on the user's own magical power, and most importantly, time does not flow there. This differs from a magic bag, simply a bag or sack enchanted with magic. Although it uses magic to expand storage space beyond normal limits, its capacity remains unchanged regardless of the owner's magical power, and time inside continues to flow as usual. Returning to the tent, Klaus thinks, Daichai probably intended to get pepper from what he thought was an ordinary magic bag and did not realize the consequences of opening an item box. He concludes, the boy's brazen confidence, which allowed him to survive the ocean crossing, must come from possessing such a powerful skill. Lloyd agrees, emphasizing Daichai's young age, and Klaus adds, most likely, even more valuable items lie inside the box itself. Then Lloyd asks whether they should inform the necessary people and encourage them to treat Daichai with the utmost politeness. Klaus immediately rejects this idea as unnecessary. He explains, the most important thing is that Daichai has knowledge from a land completely unfamiliar to them. He clarifies the order. They must ensure that Daichai is treated with respect not only within the company, but also that the guards do not allow themselves any disrespect. From his place, Lloyd responds dryly, understood. Elsewhere, unaware of this high-level conversation, Daichai continues walking forward with a determined expression. With the arrival of a new day, Daichai's companion Nikki raises a powerful on with his strength skill, like a weapon. The boy and his cat's great journey finally begins. Before meeting the escort squad Captain Daich, the exhausted Karina and Alicia were making their way through the noisy caravan in Kamet, and Nike was settled in Alicia's arms. Daichai's attention was drawn to a group of merchants. One, a man with a noticeable scar, proudly displayed a high-quality glass goblet and boasted about his connections. Daichai looked closely at it and thought, glass is indeed valued here, but the quality of this product seems like it is from a much older era. While the trio continued walking through the camp under the evening sky, someone called out directly and clearly from his Karina. It always belonged to a young woman named Colette, who was putting firewood into a small stove. She apologized for interrupting while Karina was guiding a guest, but asked, could she be given a little help with the fire? Daichai pondered the strange request, immediately understood that Karina was being asked to light a fire with magic. Karina told Kojti that it was fine if Mr. Asakura did not mind. Daichai impatiently hurried to agree to see it sooner and added that he wanted to watch. She looked amazed and recognized it as fiery wind magic. She was struck that it was enough just to hold her hand over the tree. He asked if she always helped like that, and Karina confirmed, yes, when her hands are free. He thought that although Nike's combat magic was incredible, it was no less fascinating to see magic used for everyday tasks. Tisha explained the situation to him. Those who cannot use fire magic are forced to resort to flint. She, however, added that even those who possess other types of magic can still use items with fire magic. Daichai absorbed the information and nodded, showing that he understood. He tried to clarify, does this mean that anyone with some magical power can use magical items regardless of their elemental affinity? Alicia confirmed that yes, but explained, there is something more. She continued with a serious expression, explaining that whether one can use magic directly is what most often determines their job prospects. So mages are hired more often than those who do not use magic. Words about the abyss between people made Daichai think. In this world, those who did not use them could not even properly take advantage of modern conveniences, let alone earn a decent living. He remembered his own past again. Lying on the bed, he stared at the phone, a message about rejection from the Kawakato Corporation HR department. They informed him that they would not proceed further with his application. On the bedside table stood a framed photo of his grandfather. Memory was just one of many struggles, reports about young adults burdened by student loansa faceless competition for jobs. Suddenly, a voice pulled him from his reverie. It was Colette, who noted that now whether he could use magic depended on almost his entire fate. She flinched, realizing that he had voiced his own thoughts aloud, and hurriedly apologized. Colette, on the other hand, simply reassured him, saying everything was fine, and added that she was already used to it. She continued, explaining, although she cannot use magic, she is still capable of working for a decent company. Everyone around, she said, is kind and helps her with various things. With a barely noticeable, almost aching gleam in her eyes, she concluded that she was truly blessed. Her words hit him. He replayed his original plan in his mind, Againto become a successful merchant using his ability, and realized how selfish and superficial it was. A new goal appeared in his thoughts. Using his ability, he could improve the lives of those who have no magic. He bared his teeth, and excitement flashed in his eyes. The idea of shaking the value system of this world sounded incredibly interesting. His plan was to spread the knowledge and technologies of Earth. Adding things like modern sneakers, flashlights, and drones, he wanted people without magic to live just like those who have it. They will become his most valuable clients. With renewed determination, he got to work. He turned to Colette with a confident smile and declared that he also had a tool for kindling ready to show it for the first time. She extends a small metal object to the group. Karina, Alicia, and others gather closer. They are curious. Karina says it is not a magical item for pyromancy, and Alicia notes it is transparent like a precious stone. Deity explains that it is called a lighter and encourages Colette to try. But she shudders and exclaims that she will never manage such an expensive-looking item. In her confusion, the lighter slipped from her fingers. The breath of the witness who broke free when it clattered to the ground into the dust, right at her feet. He calmly lifts her and assures her that she can use it without any worries, explaining that the device is sturdier than it seems, and he won't get angry even if she breaks one or two. Her tension releases, she takes a lighter and with one thumb movement sparks it. A small flame catches on a piece of tinder, and she carefully places it between the firewood. The wood instantly ignites and the fire crackles, comes alive. Colette freezes, staring at the lighter in her hand, and her face is full of admiration. She whispers quietly, "What a wonderful thing this is," and then concludes that his country simply must be great. And she asks if he is a foreign merchant. He confirms her guess and reveals his own goal to distribute tools across the country that even those without magic can use. A sincere and happy smile flashes across her face. She says to him with emphasized sincerity that with such wonderful goods, he will definitely achieve success. Her words touched him. He thanks her. As an apology for the interruption, he asks her to leave the lighter. She can only respond with a stunned hoarse moan. He returns to his companions. Nike sits on his shoulder and says it's time to go. But before they manage to set off, Karina calls him, raising her hand, and orders him to wait. Colette, confused, tries to return the lighter and insists that she cannot accept such a valuable thing. Daichai reassures her, saying it is not worth that much. The exchange is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a large, majestic man. Karina recognizes him, steps forward, and asks about his presence. He ignores her question, not taking his eyes off Daichai, and states that he came specifically to meet him. Daichai lifts his head stunned. The man is so gigantic. Alicia intervenes, introduces him, and says this is Captain Jeffrey, the leader of the escort squad. After that, she explains, Daichai is a trader who did business with Mr. Beltran. Captain Jeffrey smiles and confirms that he is indeed in charge of the trade company's escort. Then he informs Daichai that he will accompany their group to the next city. Daichai seems to accept the offer without hesitation. Then he clarifies his task. He is to escort both Miss Alicia and Daichai. Jeffrey says that the company president himself asked him to take care of the client. Daichai quietly grumbles to himself, slightly irritated by the hint that he needs care. Ignoring this, Jeffrey waves his hand. Let Daichai follow him. As they pass through the camp under the evening sky, Jeffrey offers him some drink, but Daichai politely declines. Somewhere in the camp, Colette holds the lighter she was given, and her face has a thoughtful expression, while suddenly it begins to dawn on her. Later, the remains of a simple meal are left behind. The plates are empty. The food is finished, and this puts a full stop to the day's affairs. Night has fully fallen, and in a modern style, the tent, a clear creation of Daichai's world, stands under the stars. Inside, Daichai is not sleeping on his comfortable bedding. His hands are behind his head, and Nike is sleeping deeply on his chest. He looks at the tent ceiling and sinks into thoughts. He lay sleepless in the tent until Colette's voice called him. She asked if he was still awake. She held the warmth from the lighter she had received and admired its plastic body as if it were a precious stone. He thought about it. It turns out she had overdone the warmth, and it was surprising that they were more impressed by the material itself than by the flame it produced. It was then that Karina appeared in the tent's passage and apologized for the late hour. She said the president wanted to talk to him. Glancing at his watch, it was 8:41 p.m. He immediately agreed to prepare, noting to himself that it was just an ordinary watch. Quickly throwing on his jacket, he wondered. Maybe the summons was due to problems with the quality of the pepper. Just in case, he decided to take it off and only then go out. He followed Karina through the camp, which was suddenly bustling with life. Men crowded around the fires, drinking and chatting loudly. Karina noticed how lively he was, and he could only agree. She led him to a large, well-equipped tent. When he looked inside, he saw President Klaus Bertram, who apologized for the intrusion and waved for him to sit. A young woman with a ribbon in her hair was already sitting at the table. Sitting down, he apologized for the late hour. Klaus waved it off. Still concerned, Daichai asked if there was a problem with the quality of the pepper and offered to replace it immediately. Klaus assured him that the pepper was of excellent quality. Then he slid the lighter across the table and showed that this was the real reason for their meeting. Daichai looked confused. He quickly clarified the situation and explained. The lighter was a gift he once gave to Mrs. Colette, and she had not taken it away from her. A brief mention, Colette passes the lighter to House. She explained that she was asked how to handle it, but she had no idea about such an item. Returning to the present, Klaus's face became serious. He told Daichai that he seemed not to understand the true value of this item at all. The words struck Daichai to the heart. He thought Klaus just wanted to buy it. Now he realized such things cannot be sold like ordinary household items. He listened as Klaus explained. Although the lighter is a common item in his country, here it is considered a commodity used by the nobility and the wealthy. Its price is incredible, exceptional. The merchant detailed everything to the smallest detail. Its true value lies in the fact that even those without magic could use this item, which made it more expensive than an ordinary magical object. Behind the same door, Daichai peeked out and wondered if this was the very reason for its value. He weighed the consequences. Klaus explained. Even if the lighter itself is not as valuable as precious gems, its case is equivalent to high-quality glass, and this made the shopkeeper let out a short, delighted chuckle. The merchant's face became sterner as soon as he considered the market. He noticed that if a decent number of such items appeared for sale, powerful and wealthy people would undoubtedly try to drive their price up. This warning hit him with full force. He covered his mouth and realized, if these items are sold without careful consideration, nothing good will come of it, only problems. He admitted to Klaus and the young woman with the ribbon that he had been careless. Promising to help with their affairs, he now asked what they should do next. Klaus rubbed his chin mustache, pondering how to act next. Daichai understood. Pretending nothing happened was no longer possible. Selling lighters would overturn the local sense of value. While they were consulting, the young woman spoke. She pointed to the glass on the table and noted that it too was a product sold to the wealthy. Inspired by her, Klaus presented another item, an impressively skillfully made metal rose that shone brightly in the light. The girl with ribbons and Klaus himself looked visibly impressed by its beauty, and Daichai wondered if he had overdone it again. The moment of admiration shattered when Klaus suddenly shouted sharply to someone. "Wait!" Before Daichai could react, Karina appeared with her sword drawn and pointed it directly at him. His gaze remains unchanged, and there is no sign of anxiety in it. In response to his calm appearance, Karina slowly sheathed the blade. Klaus, wiping sweat from his forehead, said it was not a problem and admitted he had simply lost his composure. Karina quietly asked for permission to leave. Then he turned to Daichai and apologized for raising his voice so sharply. Daichai, with a calm smile, assured him, "Everything is fine, no problem." But inside he froze in shock. She crossed the distance and entered the tent in a moment, ordering him not to move more than a meter away from her. This apparent composure did not go unnoticed. The young woman with the ribbon said he seemed not to have been shocked when the sword was in his face. Daichai, stroking Naki on his lap, kept his true thoughts to himself. In reality, he had not yet managed to understand what was happening, but he knew she would stop. Realizing that the tension had eased, Klaus suggested they continue the conversation. Then he turned to Daichai and asked if he would mind Karina joining, to which Daichai agreed, though inwardly he admitted the meeting had frightened him. When the matter was settled, Klaus turned his gaze to Karina and solemnly declared that they needed to address what had happened. She acknowledged his words briefly. "I am aware." After that, he resumed business with Klaus and showed the new product, explaining that it was a glass sculpture, a highly valuable item, exchanged for much more than ordinary inferior gemstones. The clouds lifted the rose and his eyes widened in disbelief. He whispered that he had no idea. This could be the very type of glass he knew. Nearby, a young woman agreed, calling it majestic and truly beautiful. Looking at their reaction, he reached into his bag and pulled out even more items of the same kind. A delicate glass dragonfly, a perfectly transparent sphere, and several extra lighters. Cloud stared at the collection for a long time, and a droplet of saliva sweat slid down his temple. He noticed. Their shine was completely different, unlike anything he had seen before. Dady listened carefully as he explained that he wanted to obtain capital by selling glass products. Klaus noticed that the lantern case was made from a different type of glass, and suggested that even so, people would try to sell just the case separately for a high price. In response, Daichai revealed the essence of his strategy with a confident, self-satisfied grin. He would offer a lighter as a free bonus. He outlined the plan, explaining to Klaus. First, he will offer lighters as a free everyday tool to customers who buy his expensive glassware. Once their usefulness becomes well known among the rich and nobility, then he will start selling them on the market. Mark, having fully listened to the proposal, Klaus admitted. The plan was not brilliant, but there were no better options. He decided he would go with it. This decision forced Daichai to seek confirmation. He asked if Klaus agreed to work with him. Klaus nodded exactly and extended his hand, acknowledging that he was looking forward to their cooperation. He grasped the outstretched hand and sealed the agreement with a firm handshake. For Daichai, it was an important moment, the first step. That evening, under the night sky, Karina approached Daichai to apologize for her former hostility. He reassured her it was not her fault as she was just doing her job, and he decided that he should be the one to apologize since the sudden appearance frightened both Karina and Klaus, causing them both to exclaim in surprise. She never believed it and fell silent, trying to finish her apologetic speech. Nearby, the girl with the ribbon swayed her face, the concern in her eyes faded. Her suffering flared up suddenly. She grabbed Nike, buried her face in his soft fur, and let out a muffled scream. The cat meowed and she, surprised, called him by name, Alicia. He was overwhelmed with pleasure at how easy it was to cheer her up, just by thinking about it. Turning back to the cat Nike, he asked if it also liked seeing Alicia's happy-faced, simple meow was the response. In response, Alicia managed to give a bright, though slightly embarrassed smile. She quietly asked if that was better and agreed to fulfill his request to show how happy she was. Her shy expression only provoked him. He cheekily smirked and said that her quiet, shy Mina was also funny-cute. Stunned, Alicia begged him to stop, while Karina watched the whole quarrel with a look of outright irritation. Later that night, while the group rested by the campfire under the starry sky, he brought up what had long troubled him. He told Karina that he noticed. People in the caravan were looking at him strangely. She confirmed his suspicions and explained. They were interested not only in the lighter he gave to Colette. Others in the caravan were already guessing about his true identity. Irina unfolded the story about the wild rumors spreading around. Some claimed he was the heir of a wealthy foreign merchant who came to learn the craft. Others whispered that he was a foreign nobleman who renounced his title for lost love. But the loudest version painted him as an illegitimate child of the royal family. He was persecuted, and now he lives as a vagabond. Listening to the list of fantastic stories, Daichai could only note their vivid imagination. Karina agreed. It was truly pure conjecture, and Alicia looked impressed by the variety of the tales themselves. The quiet conversation was broken by desperate cries for help. A man burst through the Trishi's face covered in horror and shouted that they could not get rid of the monsters. He growled a warning. Groups of king apes are coming. Wasting not a second, Karina drew her blade, her face turning stone cold. She ordered Daichai and Alicia not to leave her side as a pack of monstrous ape-like creatures with glowing eyes and bared fangs poured out of the dark forest, their appearance foretelling a fierce battle. A sudden ambush throws the caravan into chaos. Fiercely rabid monsters break through from the wild outskirts king apes, and the guards raise alarmed cries. Daichai, Karina, and Alicia watch with grim faces as the attack unfolds. In response to the attack, the captain of the guard, Jeffrey, roars for his troops to form a massive formation for interception, like a giant creature. Soldiers bustle in place, raising shields and loading weapons, preparing to meet the charge. She insists that she shouldn't worry about him and says that he will be more comfortable if she focuses only on Alicia. Karina decisively rejects this. She cannot abandon her target and orders him to let her do her job. While Alicia reminds him that she can use non-elemental magic, specifically body enhancement, and enchanted items, Daichai's attention shifts. He processes everything and immediately realizes what non-elemental magic can do. Alicia warns, the creatures are approaching. Karina prepares for the clash, and Daichai, meanwhile, contemplates the term enchanted gear. He thinks, if it works by the same system as physical enhancement, it must affect equipment, and wonders if he can use it himself. Terrible screams like screeching and the horde of king apes rushes forward. Their eyes burn with fierce, predatory hunger. Seeing the approaching wave, Captain Jeffrey gives the command, fire. At his order, archers release a volley of arrows. They fly across the battlefield and hit several attacking beasts. Daichai watches, fully confident. The fight is already over, since even intelligent apes cannot dodge a strike in midair. Trust shatters as arrows bounce uselessly off the tough hides of the apes. He freezes, unable to believe his eyes. Seeing that the attack failed, Captain Jeffrey immediately bellows a new command madly: magical attacks. At the captain's command, Alicia unleashes an avalanche of magical power. Her spell rushes forward and covers the king apes charging the attack. They scream wildly in pain as the mighty magic strikes them. The caravan guards hold formation, their shields crack under the fierce assault of the king apes. Captain Jeffrey confronts one beast face to face, his face a mask of cold, resolute focus. From afar, Daicha glances at Karina. There is so much anxiety in her voice that he asks if the man will be okay. Alicia replies with quiet confidence. She assures him that the guards will be able to hold off attacks at this level. Just now the guard shouts a warning. The king of prey enforcements, about a dozen, appear from the southern forest. No matter what the new threat is, Captain Jeffrey remains steadfast. He orders his men to push them back. They are certain they still hold the advantage. Daicha notices their apparent reliability, yet he still cannot resist and rushes to help. It all seems strange to him. He briefly ponders which modern weaponry might be suitable. In the end, he refuses to show his skills and quietly orders Nike to hide and not use magic. Karina takes command, noting that king beasts are usually not this agitated. She orders Alicia to scout the southern forest for any animals that might still be lurking. But before Alicia can respond, Daicha's eyes suddenly widen. He sees a new wave of monsters approaching from the east, and in frantic alarm, he shouts a warning to Karina about their exposed flank. The invading monkeys close the distance with frightening speed. Daichai realizes they are too close. His thoughts race in search of a weapon. A moment and the beasts are already on them, lunging at him and Karina. The arena freezes, caught off guard. Another male kaiju lunges forward and flies straight at Alicia. Seeing that she is already in mortal danger, Daichai lets out a desperate scream of her name from his chest. In an instant, he bursts forward, a continuous blurred motion rushing past Karina. He crashes directly into the trajectory of the raging monster, intercepting it at the last moment before it can reach Alicia. Unarmed, he spins in the air and strikes a powerful kick directly to the monkey's head. It doesn't even have time to recover. He immediately finishes it off with a brutal punch to the jaw of another that had targeted him. With incredible strength, he grabs the beast he just struck, tosses it into the air, and wildly slams it into the ground. Both Alicia and Karina freeze, stunned into silence by such a burst of combat mastery. He thuds to the ground and collapses from the force of the impact. Alicia cries out his name. Worry is written on her face as she asks if he is okay. Overcoming the pain, he rises, blood streams down his cheek. He grits his teeth and assures her that he is fine. They stand shoulder to shoulder again. He tells both women that they need to retreat. Their path is blocked by the bulky forms of the royal monkeys, their flashing eyes ominously fixed in the darkness. A beastly lunge and he jumps into action, dodging a massive clawed hand. As he engages the monsters, another monkey looms over Alicia. A sad torchlight moment casts a grim light on the scene. The huge mossy monkey's paw cracks with laughter and snaps shut just inches from Alicia's frightened face. Meanwhile, another grabs Daichai from behind. Her strong arms wrap around his torso. Karina and Alicia scream in terror when the creature begins to squeeze. He grits his teeth, deciding not to give up so easily, but suddenly notices something strange. There is no pain. His body is whole and unharmed, and even the ape looks embarrassed by his endurance. His eyes flash with sudden understanding. Alicia's voice echoes in his memory. He can use non-elemental magic, specifically physical enhancement and enchanted equipment. He finally realizes this is where his incredible endurance comes from. He remembers, earlier even the ape's movements seemed strangely slow. Now he understands all this time he was unconsciously using magic. With this new knowledge, he confidently declares that he is taking control of the situation. He grabs a knife and quickly drives the blade into the hand of the ape holding him. The blade enters the creature's flesh with stunning ease. He freezes with delight. The power of his physical enhancement and enchanted equipment proved too strong. A thought flashes in his mind, as if stabbing a cake with a fork. His gaze shifts to Karina. She is still engaged in the fight. He calls her name, then consciously directs his power. He promises to support her and rushes forward to join her struggle. He channels magic into his clone knife in the form of a bowie, an enchanted armor, and plunges the blade into the chest of the king ape. The beast roars in pain, wildly breaking free in jerks. He anxiously realizes the blade was too shallow to reach the heart, and while the creature struggles, he loses his footing. Slip pushes him, and he flies down from the monster's spine. Falling, the ape twists its huge clawed paw, reaching for him with a malicious smile on its face. Before the beast can strike, a strand of blonde hair flashes and steel intercepts the attack. Karina stands between Dathai and the ape. Her own weapon deflects the creature's deadly claws just inches from his face. She moves with dazzling speed. One clean arc of her blade and the royal ape's head separates from its shoulders. The beast growls in a final spasm. Blood spurts like a fountain, splashing her face, and the body collapses to the ground. When the immediate threat disappears, she lowers her gaze. Dathai, still on the ground, looks up at her, his face a mixture of surprise and admiration as he sees her the savior drenched in his blood. His condition falls apart. Karina and Alicia spring into action and rush to him, calling his name with concern. He never fully turns onto his back due to the force of the previous fight. He jerks up, a tiny smile on his bruised face, and Nike sits on his shoulder, giving a thumbs up. He dismisses their worries, asking if both of them are uninjured. Both girls react with irritated relief. Corina, with tears in her eyes, insists that they are the ones who should ask him about it. Alicia begs him to take better care of himself. He makes his way through the tangle of legs and encrypts the position, aiming again in battle, and requests a report on the defensive line. Karina says the enemies are thinning, and they will likely be able to push him back. After that, she firmly states that her job is to keep him and Alicia safe. Her statement hung in the air. Daichai's face hardened with determination, and Karina looked at him with a serious, protective gaze. He watched as the small campfire crackled, and the aftermath of the battle settled around. Nearby, in a glove, a hand lay on a piece of equipment, a silent presence that did not move. When he turned his head, Karina explained that the apes' plan to bypass their defensive line had failed. She was confident their fighting spirit would not last long. Dadi was surprised and stubbornly asked if these creatures were really that intelligent. The assessment was confirmed. The rest of the king apes were in despair. Some tried to flee into the forest, while others were knocked down as they vainly scratched the caravan defenses. With a confident gesture and a look full of understanding, Karina nudged him to look at everything himself. He looked at her and realization washed over him. Now he knew. Without the blood spilled on her face, she was much prettier. The sudden change in his behavior made Karina look at him with a confused expression. His moment of reflection was interrupted by Alicia's step forward, asked to see the blood on his face. He touched his cheek and realized he was wounded, then reached for the water bag. Before he could do anything, she took a rag and precisely wet it with water from his bag. She began gently wiping his cheek, but the sudden coldness of the damp cloth made him shudder. He objected, insisting that he could do it himself. Her face repeatedly flashed with both determination and embarrassment as she insisted. Let her at least this time do such a small thing for him. He cut off the conversation, closed his eyes, and let her continue. A faint blush appeared on his own cheeks. He shifts his gaze to Alicia, and an illumination dawns on him. He says aloud that she is probably using spirit magic, which causes her surprised reaction. Really? Her embarrassed reaction and Karina's quiet observation make him wonder. Did he say something wrong? Alicia stammers, hesitates, not knowing how to respond to his seemingly witty remark. He continues to explain his understanding of the world's magical systems. There are two types, elemental and spirit. Both rely on the four elements, earth, water, fire, and wind. But elemental masters depend on their own potential, whereas spirit masters use their skills as a key to draw power directly from nature itself. In his opinion, because of this, spirit magic is more powerful and more often comes in handy. Summarizing his thoughts, he confirms, spirit magic is fundamentally much stronger. After that, he turns to Alicia and asks how she knew he was using spirit magic. Alicia explains, where she comes from, spirit magic ranks above elemental magic. Because of this, it is considered rude on a first meeting to assume someone uses lower rank magic. Daichai freezes. He suddenly realizes he just made a social mistake because he thought he was behaving politely. So it turns out one must be more polite, treat everyone as if they use spirit magic by default. Both Karina and Alicia look at him intently with expressions lacking impression. Their silence speaks louder than words. Serena interrupts the conversation and breaks his faulty logic. She says directly, in their entire country, only 20 people know spirit magic, and across the whole continent, there are never more than 100. Holding Nike, Daichai shows surprise. Here there are far fewer than where he came from. Slightly smiling, Alicia hints. Maybe it would be wise for him to first learn the local basic knowledge before deciding to become a merchant. Taking her words to heart, Daichai sincerely asks if she would agree to teach him while they travel. Alicia beams and gladly accepts his request. Daichai and the lively Nike thank her energetically and sincerely. Nearby, Karina sighs with resignation and mutters that probably there is no other way. Smiling with joy, Daichai declares that this is his gratitude. As soon as he becomes a successful merchant, he will place a huge statue of the two of them in his shop. In perfect unison, Karina and Alicia, freezing in heroic poses, categorically refuse his offer. In the distance, the echoing sound of victory resounded the soldiers engaged in battle with the king apes, and they raised their weapons to a triumphant shout. Surveying the scene, Daichai guessed that they could help 10 with those who were wounded. Alicia pondered aloud whether she should approach the soldiers, and Karina noted that the fight seemed to have already ended. Then she switched to the cause of the clash and voiced a suspicion about why the king apes were chasing the soldiers. She invented her own version, but understood that to confirm it, she would have to directly question the people. While Karina considered the next move, Daichai was occupied with the consequences of his own abilities. He realized how rare spirit magic was and made a plan. Every time Nike used her power, he would simply pass it off as his own elemental magic. He also recognized the danger of his other skills, especially the appraisal ability, and understood that this one needed to be hidden most carefully. He looked ahead at the path before them, and a heavy realization settled on his heart. Having so many powerful skills turned out to be a burden greater than he had ever imagined. Survival in this world was not easy at all. Approaching closer with a confident smile and a raised thumb, Daichai asks if she is injured. Under the blanket, Alicia's eyes are wide open from shock and confusion. He pulls the blanket closer, everything is spinning in his head. He was some kind of weirdo, and that expression on his face was simply confusing. Brief flashes returned to the battle. Even then, he was smiling. She had never seen anyone knock out a king ape like that and without a weapon. He couldn't understand it. Why was Daichai there at all? The face, shadowed in her memories, looked painful, yet he still broke through it. The question hung on the tongue, and the smile lingered. It reminded her of the fairy tales her grandmother once told when she was little. Stories about magical equipment that could withstand a blow from the royal gorilla without a scratch. These stories told of a knight in shining armor. She thought if he were some kind of knight, he wouldn't be afraid of her. His attitude did not change at all, even when he found out that she could use spirit magic. This thought weighs so heavily on her that she trembles. She shakes it off with her head, trying to brush it away. Then thoughts blur into contrast. Daichai's sincere and warm smiling, that frightened reaction she usually provokes in others. Memory fades while it stands in the morning light, already wrapped in its hooded cloak. On the face a soft, pensive expression as it looks out from the camp. Her jaw drops in disbelief. She screams, demanding an explanation of what he means when he says he can't ride a horse. Daichai clarifies. He didn't say he can't, only that he has never ridden before, and asks if he will manage. The matter is settled simply. They ride in a carriage. The girl with the ribbon says it is one of the best carriages there is, but Daichai still finds the ride incredibly uncomfortable. He glances out the window at the people walking nearby. On his face is clear annoyance due to the bumpy road. His thoughts slide back to the previous night, how everyone was looking at him. Alicia explains. Yes, they announced that he had to be silent about his lighter, but that was not the only reason for the attention. Over a simple breakfast, bread and coarse porridge, asks if he did anything else to attract the stares. Daichai remains embarrassed. Why would they stare like that if he is the guest of honor? She points with her finger at the source of the rumors with a stone expression on her face, his tent. Daichai looks back and slow realization creeps over him. Ribbon girl eavesdrops and, blushing awkwardly, adds, strange light was also leaking from his tent. Daichai tries to justify himself, says that at his home this is quite normal, but the explanation only confuses the girls even more. Because of his misunderstanding, Alicia moves closer and strictly orders. First consult with her before showing your unusual things to everyone. He readily agrees, admits his mistake and promises to consult both her and the guild leader in the future. But since last night, he has been troubled by a question about the instrument, so he asks if he can show it to her, seeing a chance. Does he invite her to enter his tent if she wants to look? Her reaction is instantaneous and humiliatingly shy. She stammers and exclaims that visiting the men's tent at night is unthinkable. Daichai freezes at her response, suddenly grasping the romantic undertones of his proposal. Inside, he begins to panic. He must know how to handle this like an adult. He tries to apologize, insisting that he should not have said such a thing to a young girl. The term makes the girl with the ribbon freeze her face, reveals nothing. Before he can say anything else, Alicia interrupts. She says his remark is rude towards a woman. The processing of the previous exchange is still ongoing. Daichai provides clarifications and says that Ms. Alicia is 20 years old. He is immediately exposed he is wrong. Alicia announces that she is actually 22 and Karina is 19, so both are older than him. Daichai sobs from shock, muttering that they are supposedly older sisters. Damn it. Karina laughs at his reaction and says that nowadays young guys are so eager to grow up faster. Alicia looks embarrassed but agrees. Nearby, Daichai insists that he is not joking. Above him looms the humiliating realization. They think he is just a teenager. He convulsively mutters an apology, trying to explain what he meant. She is young, and that is good. Trying to smooth over the situation, he suggests that since he also incorrectly named Alicia's age, they should just settle the score. Both women agree and the awkward topic disappears. When the conversation quiets, he shifts his gaze beyond the wagon and sees a rider who, using earth magic, levels the ground ahead of the caravan. Then his gaze shifts to another card. There sit two men with tied hands. Noticing his gaze, Korina coldly warns, do not sympathize with them. Such harshness surprises Daikai. Alicia talks about her circumstances. They were part of a large operation with 35 Menthi entered the forest to catch baby king apes, but only 5 survived. When Daichai asks what the babies are for, she says they are tamed for labor mostly in the military. She continues and adds that captured monkeys are strapped to slave collars. The sight of this disturbing metal device makes Daichai's face contort. Clinging to their price, he asks how much they are sold for. Alicia explains the ruthless pricing. Babies up to 2 months old are 20 gold coins, and up to 6 months go for 10 on the market, so Daichi is left to wonder why such a trade arrangement exists. He looked at the prisoners and asked if they had committed a crime. Carino explained that they had indeed returned with a package of king apes, but they were being held responsible for the damages from the battle. Alicia added that it was more like a breach of order. Rand demanded 1 million yen. He frowned, thinking about what would happen if they couldn't pay. Karina's response was harsh: servitude under bondage. 2 men stood before them in chains. Their fate had already been decided. He leaned back in the carriage seat and sighed, muttering to himself that being an adventurer apparently doesn't pay very well. Karina recovered and admitted she had said the wrong thing, and also that traveling could be a good job if one is careful. She noted that the men were just unlucky to run into 2 gangs at once. Daichai didn't understand why they weren't looking for the living, but Karina waved it off. They weren't investigating. As their journey continued, he pondered how cruel this world was. From this quarrel, Kapina suddenly, albeit slightly misunderstanding, grasped the essence. She decided that in his culture, approaching a woman using physical enhancement meant being impolite. He gently stroked Alicia's head, telling her not to spoil his surprise and that she was doing wonderfully. Inside, he acknowledged how much the culture and civilization of this country differed from his own. He decided to lift the gloomy mood. He reached into his bag and offered to take a break, extending a gift as if in the way his grandfather might have. Waving a bright smile, he presented a whole set of packaged foods from his world sandwiches and bottled drinks. He cheerfully announced he had treats for them, which certainly did not go unnoticed. Alicia and Karina were utterly surprised. He handed everything to them hand to hand and nudged, "Take it as you like." He explained that it was food from his homeland, Japan, warning that it was tasty but might seem a bit exotic for their tastes. When the 2 girls began to eat, he watched intently, eagerly waiting to see what they would think. Alicia beamed with joy, while Karina took a cautious, measured bite, analyzing. Alicia correctly guessed that the freshness of the food was thanks to a magical bag that Daichai had received from the guild leader to hide his item box. Raising a sandwich, Daichai confirmed her guess and impatiently suggested they start eating. The 3 of them sat side by side, their eyes a mixture of surprise and joy from unfamiliar flavors. Their journey continued until a settlement appeared in the distant Takura village. Daichai watched, and Karina noted that it was still too far to see clearly, immediately dashing hopes for an early start. Then it occurred to him, modern packaging a transparent wrapper for a sandwich and a plastic water bottle is out of place here, and no one should see it. His concern was dispelled by Karina's words. She said she felt relieved, and when he asked why, she simply thanked him as if for his restraint. Daichai suggested they take an hour to break away and walk around the village outskirts. Alicia was delighted with the idea, but Karina proposed another option. They should tour the village from inside the bus after eating. She reasoned that it would be more interesting for Daichai, pointing to a shop selling clothes and shoes, and he involuntarily looked down at his modern boots. He agreed with her argument, admitting that his clothing made him stand out. Alicia nodded happily. The plan was approved. Karina smiled and said how much she liked the straightforwardness of the people she protects, then playfully pinched the frightened Daichai's cheek. Clicking, he asked how long she would disappear. Alicia estimated, about 15-20 minutes. Then Daichai announced that he and Alicia would wait calmly inside the carriage while Karina went to the village alone. Inside the cabin, Daichai and Alicia settled in to wait, and Nike jumped onto the soft seat nearby. The cat immediately began playing with Alicia. She raised her fingers and Nike meowed in response and jokingly tapped her on the hand. Alicia laughed because she was caught in the game, and Daichai watched how this light moment unfolded. She playfully approaches Nike in the coach, and the cat darts around with amazing speed. Noticing that the cat was using its ability, she decided to speed up the pace of her game. Her hands became a continuous smeared motion, and Nike's form appeared and disappeared for a moment, as if teleporting between her palms with impossible agility. Sitting in place, Daichai froze in shock. He realized Nike is capable of physical enhancement, but so is Alicia. He found it hard to believe what he was seeing. She effortlessly caught the cat struggling in a fall. He continued to watch intently, unbelieving, until Alicia turned to him. She asked if they could keep secret the fact that both she and Nike can use this ability only between the two of them. Nike, now calm, confirmed her agreement. She looked at him with a determined gaze, her cheeks barely blushing as if she would submit to whatever he decided. Silence breaks when the door to the coach's room slides open. Karina turned around. She is calling them. He notices how quickly she returned, and Alicia meets her halfway. Karina, however, stands silently aside with a gloomy expression on her face. Her face is stern, her eyes narrow in disgust. Clearly, something went wrong in the village. She finally speaks, informing them that they will have to spend a full 2 days in the village. Daichai immediately catches the hint. A serious problem has occurred. Karina informs Daichai and Alicia about the unexpected delay. It seems they will have to spend all 2 days in this village. She turns to him, stunned by the news, and asks if something happened. The guide merchant explains. The caravan suffered more losses than initially thought after the clash with the king apes. Because of this, they decided to rest as much as possible in the village. Karina adds that this gives them free time until their lodging is arranged. Seizing the moment, she turns to Daichai and suggests going for lunch. He looks at his bag. A thought suddenly strikes his head, and he asks if she reached for the sandwich he took. She beams a complete contrast to the focused battle that lasted through the night and confirms it with a joyful zoop. She impatiently demands that he hand it over, so Daichai freezes for a moment at her change in behavior. She brings food from his world-packed sandwiches and bottled drinks. Karina and Alicia are surprised by the strange things, and Alicia does not understand how one can eat this at all. Daichai explains that it is just like bread, and he hands the sandwich to Karina. She takes it, trembling with anticipation. She takes a bite and her eyes suddenly widen in amazement. The bread is incredibly soft, it smells pleasant, and the meat inside is incredibly tasty. Alicia watches her reaction with interest. Alicia eats her own piece, and immediately she is overwhelmed by a symphony of flavors. A warm, meaty mood, a perfect balance of sweet and salty, a harmonious blend of juice and sauce all together, creating an impression that cannot be found anywhere else. She flashes with joy and exclaims that it is incredibly tasty. And Daichai and Karina continue eating. Alicia asks if there are also vegetables inside. Marina, her face glowing with pure joy, sincerely thanks Daichai. He smiles warmly and tells her to eat as much as she wants while the group gathers around the remaining dishes. He brought among them a small cup with pudding that attracted attention just by its sweet smell. He made sure his companion was not left out. He calmed the meowing, telling it there was food for him too before placing the bowl. As soon as Nike greedily started eating, Alicia noticed that the cat was clearly hungry. Daichai chuckled, agreeing, Nike can be quite a handful. Meanwhile, Karina examined the small bowl given to her, a drop of sweat rolling down her cheek as she lifted the lid. The first sip spread a wave of pure delight over her. Her face froze in blissful amazement. Seeing her reaction, Daichai impatiently asked her to speak. He himself was still delighted by the texture. He asked what this incredibly sweet and soft substance was. He explained that it is called whipped cream, a treat especially loved by girls. An expression of understanding appeared on Karina's face when she declared that it was simply incredibly tasty, and now she fully grasped its appeal. Enchanted by her enthusiasm, he offered her more. Karina, a little embarrassed, asked if he was sure it was okay, and he simply and confidently nodded in response. He insisted that it was the least he could do, considering how much she had helped him. With a confident smile, he promised that there would be many other dishes with whipped cream she could try in the future, while mentally noting how easily he had managed to win her over. His promise filled her with joy, and she accepted it with a radiant, blushing, gentle smile. He watched as both Karina and Alicia enjoyed the food. He felt satisfaction. He admitted to himself that he was just as easy to please. But his calm was broken by Karina's sudden mood. She asked worriedly about the cost, and only then did he realize. Her bowl was already empty. But Daichai waved it off indifferently, asking if he looked like someone who would worry about such things. She looks at Karina's reaction with a playful smile, teasing her by calling her superficial. Confused, Karina looks away, a blush creeping up her cheeks, and in the silence, she thinks he is a fool. His frivolous mood immediately changes to concentration and determination. He turns away from his companions and sits at the table, staring intently at the small, luminous device. Very soon he returns proudly, showing a perfectly baked piece of fruit cake. He places treats in front of Karina and Alicia. Their eyes flash with delighted surprise. Even the cat Nick sniffs the delicacy with curiosity. Meanwhile, somewhere at the other end of the camp, in the command tent, Klaus Bertram is processing an astonishing report, and aloud repeats the most incredible detail. Someone jumped forward and kicked with their feet dropkick King A. Marina stands before him and confirms the story. She says it is hard to believe but insists it is true. House remained skeptical. He said that during the clash her attention might have been distracted from Daicha, and because of this she could have missing what she saw. He recounts that Daicha from the ambush had to deal immediately with 5 king apes. Karina firmly denies it. She would never allow her attention to be distracted from her client during a fight. He immediately surrenders, recalling that she can use wind magic to sense movements even beyond her line of sight. Admitting his mistake, he apologizes aloud and asks her to continue the report. When Karina gets to the details of the clash, Klaus rubs his forehead in confusion. She says, Daicha was only hindered by his weapon, a knife, and if he had a long sword, he could have easily dealt with 4 monkeys at once. The assistant adds that Daicha demonstrated a level of physical enhancement Klaus had never seen before, as well as the power of the enchanted projectile, enough to survive a bite from a royal monkey. Then he concludes, if this is true, he knows no one on the continent who could match Daicha in non-elemental magic. Karina agrees, admitting that she does not know any of them. Her face becomes serious and thoughtful as she trails off mid-sentence and says, really, as if. She confessed to the head of the merchants that she was unsure about Daicha. While he possessed non-magical magic without elements, he was a complete novice in fencing and martial arts without any real combat experience. The head confirmed that he understood. Daicha only knows non-magical magic without elements. The head of the merchants continued the inspection and noted that Daichi is just as complete an amateur in trade. But he concluded that Daichi probably stayed close to skilled merchants since he possessed knowledge so closely related to practical experience. Aloud she wondered if he could be a nobleman from another continent. The leader merchant considered this and agreed, quite possible. But he concluded that if they did not assume that Daicha was the protected son of some nobleman, such deep carelessness on his part made no sense. Then she asked how they should act regarding Mr. Asakura. The leader merchant, after examining several small crystal items, said that Daicha's strength made him an important person for their company. He ordered to keep strictly secret the fact that he came from another continent, and reminded her that she herself wanted exactly that. He gave her clear instructions. Before they reached the city of Koran, she must remain Lord Asakura's guardian. Her job is to give him enough knowledge about the area to protect him from suspicion and prevent others from taking advantage of him. Karina agreed. The team played in her head as she imagined Daicha and thought he resembled a hero from fairy tale. Their serious conversation was suddenly interrupted. A cheerful Daicha appeared with 2 plates, each with a piece of cake. He apologized to Karina for the weight his sudden appearance scared her so much that it completely confused her. Later on a small town street, a clothing store sign hung on a wooden pole. Inside a new set of clothes, neatly laid out and folded. He straightened up sharply in the new outfit, a simple tunic, pants, and a new belt, and enthusiastically asked what they thought of his new look. He stood before them in the new outfit, and Karina and Alicia watched. Karina noticed he looked like a traveler, while Alicia carefully weighed his appearance. However, he was less confident. He admitted that the style did not seem his own. Alicia noted that since both she and Karina were so used to his foreign clothes, their opinions might not be very useful. He pondered what exactly he was looking for, something restrained yet stylish. But for a moment the idea conjured up an overly bold and elaborate image, which he immediately rejected. Karina immediately disrupted his thought, warning. Any overly stylish thing would make him stand out and ruin the very idea to blend in with the crowd as a traveler. Depressed, Daichai silently sighed and remembered the previously cheerful Karina. Then his gaze fell on a completely different outfit, and it seemed much more appropriate to him. Approaching the elderly shopkeeper, he announced that he would take it, addressing her as young lady, and a pleased, embarrassed smile flashed across her face. The seller, amused by his charm, called him eloquent and said he had a daughter about his age. He stated that since she was only 4 or 5 years older than him, she was indeed a young lady. He continued showering compliments and hinted that she and her daughter could pass for sisters. Then he smiled so charmingly it was a pleasurine asked for a small discount because he was so nice. This trick made Karina respond with a dead, impassive look. Having completed the purchase, he returned to pay and asked the seller if he could pay with something other than coins. Instead of money, he placed a whole bar of pure silver on the counter. Its value was clearly colossal. The saleswoman Karina, as well as Alicia, froze and silently stared at this spectacle. A sudden surge of wealth struck Karina with panic. She rushed forward, shouting for him to wait, offering to pay with her own coins, while the shocked merchant only asked him to please come again, and Daicha remained bewildered by the commotion. Karina sharply pulls him away from the shop, tightly squeezing his hand. They move along the street, and Alicia, a few steps behind, drags Nike along. She sharply turns to him, steps up almost face to face, and wildly accuses him of deliberately creating all this chaos. He looks back genuinely confused and explains that he thought paying with silver was standard practice, completely misreading her anger. He cheerfully suggests just going to another store, immediately adding that he never intended for things to get so out of control. He rejects his proposal with a sharp note. Her face is firm as she announces that the next stop is to the guild leader. He can only emit a weak, uncertain sound of objection. His protest lasts only briefly, but already in a moment, he strolls through the city with a carefree smile, as if he were not at all concerned about the recently erupted chaos. And his brisk walk is not from joy. Karina pulls him by the jacket. Her face is frozen in a mask of tired submission. He twitches and waves his hands, while Alicia calmly states the situation as Karina decides. He needs a tough talk. In the merchant Klaus Bertram's tent, he interrupts Daithia Sakura and demands to know what exactly he was trying to do. Stunned, Daithia explains he was simply trying to pay for the clothes he had chosen. Meanwhile, outside, Alicia is sitting on the ground looking extremely irritated, and the little cat Nike playfully tugs at her clothes. Back in the hall, trading stops due to a new problem. Klaus picks up a large silver ingot and sharply asks if this was the payment method Daikai intended. He clarifies, paying with silver ingots is not unheard of, but he has never seen silver coins of the type Daichi has since he set foot on this continent. Daichi confirms that such coins are common at his home. He explains his mistake, admitting that he really did not need to spend money until this moment, since he could simply take any needed food or water from the item box. Klaus concedes. He understands that he should have waited. Lord Asakura does not have local currency. Meanwhile, Daichi seizes the chance and offers to sell the merchant some of his belongings to get cash. The unusual invitation leaves Klaus with his hands on his head. He is stunned by the strange turn of events. He reflects to himself. He needs to maintain good relations with Lord Asakura, especially until they arrive at the city of Koram. For this, he decides to yield to his whims, hoping that Daichi will not lose his temper and display his strange items worthless in his homeland, but simply absurd here in this country. Having solved the payment problem, Daichi returns to Karina and asks if she is still angry with him. She sharply shakes her head, grits her teeth, and declares that from the very beginning she was never offended by him. He apologizes for not consulting her first and begs her to stop being angry. She sharply pulls away, saying she is not angry, and asks what kind of tone that is, like a guard's. Daichi thinks to himself. He is still broken, even though he tried to understand this world from the inside live. He promises to be more careful next time. He says this as it is Karina's turn. In response, she sharply turns around, her face still angry. She shouts that although it is normal because he did not know, he still broke his promise, did not ask her first, and needs to think about his actions. Her anger subsides as she gently strokes Nike, who is comfortably settled on Alicia's head. She assures the cat that she is not angry with him, placing all the blame on Daichi. He quietly says he has thought over his actions, and Alicia adds, "It seems Nike is apologizing too." Karina mutters to herself, realizing that Daichi probably already knew this. She is angry. Then he sharply thrusts forward a handful of brightly wrapped candies, extending them like solemn apologies. This gesture momentarily unsettles both Karina and Alisathi freeze without words. Serena, embarrassed, asks if he is trying to solve the problem with food. He denies it and explains, in his homeland, when you are in trouble, it is customary to apologize to a loved one or close friend by giving chocolate. He secretly admits this is not entirely true. If chocolate solved all problems, life would be much simpler. Hearing his explanation, blushing Karina seems to agree and says that if this is the custom, then she will probably have to accept it. Meanwhile, Alicia lowers her gaze to her own hands and thoughtfully repeats his words about a mistress or a close girl. They both try these sweets and their faces immediately light up with wide eyes of delight. "What is this?" asks Karina, while Alicia declares that it is delicious. Smiling, Karina again offers Alicia more candies, and she gratefully accepts. Since Nike vouches for him, reconciled Karina tells Daichi to just be more careful in the future. He immediately agrees, but inside he still can't help but worry. Everything was resolved too easily. He steps onto the bustling village street and sees a crowd. A group of noisy, rough-looking men who seem to be looking for trouble. Watching the noisy crowd, Klaus notices that for a village of this size, there are too many travelers here. Alicia adds that they are clearly neither the strongest nor the most suitable. Alicia further shows and explains that Daichi is currently unarmed, and that rumors about him as a guest of Bertrand Company have most likely already spread. Daichai admits he also felt hostile glances. It turns out he fits the image of a wealthy, unarmed foreigner who defeated King Apessa, easy target for anyone with ill intentions. He suggests they inquire about the situation at the armory. Karina agrees but asks him to be careful. They do not want to cause trouble in the village. She tries to calm her and asks her to believe him. Despite what is visible, he stubbornly insists. In his heart, he is a pacifist. His words are met with a shared look of distrust from Karina and Alicia. After a heavy sigh, Daichai changes the subject tasks for a landmark. Who will be stronger, one of the travelers or King A? Alicia assumes that in a one-on-one fight the King A is probably stronger, but Karina adds the key point. Adventurers are people, so they can act together, set traps, and devise strategy. He understands the danger and decides that he must not get stuck in it. He needs equipment immediately starting with what is visible from his appearance. His excitement flares up instantly as soon as they enter the arsenal. But if he even momentarily gets distracted by the sight of weapons, he immediately declares, armor must be their top priority. Inside you lay out a set of light armor made of thin leather. Karina worries that they are too fragile. Meanwhile, Alicia dryly thanks him for his concern, and her attention is immediately caught by the fact that Nikki offers a snack, and she takes it as a sign of his twisted priorities. Daichai, embarrassed, insists that he is completely serious and believes that everything has already been decided with his armor. He stands, already equipped in new armor, holding a large shield. Karina notices that the shield doesn't quite match the armor, but Alicia looks impressed by the very fact of its presence. Daichim carries it comfortably, so this openly showcases his physical enhancements, although he could simply hide the shield in the item box. Once the defense is arranged, he decides, the next purchase must be a weapon. His mind, soaked with fantasy RPGs, immediately rushes to the classic option. He eagerly declares that he will get a longsword. His choice meets Karina's practical skepticism. She asks if he can even use it. Daichai confidently replies that he can manage, he will just wave it to seem threatening. After that, Karina sharply cuts in, that doesn't work. Alicia, however, still remains an optimist. She insists that Daichai will somehow manage, and explains her confidence by his incredibly powerful physical upgrades and enchanted equipment. Her words make him ponder. Is enchanted equipment really stronger than pure swordsmanship? He weighs everything to the end and comes to a clear conclusion. In this world, mages seem to have the advantage. She shows how much effort and development were invested in tools for powerful mages. Magic allows Karina demonstrate to effortlessly cultivate a field or ignite a fire, while non-mages are left with neglected, primitive tools like the flamethrower. This rupture, he summarizes, is a perfect downward spiral that will not stop and will only spread wider and wider. Alicia's voice cuts through his thoughts. She declares that she wants to offer cheap and useful goods for those without magic, funded by selling glassware to the nobility and the wealthy. Hearing her plan, Daichai wonders if it can be improved even just a little. When they walk through the village, she notices his pensive mood and asks what happened. He smiles as if to say, everything is fine, nothing. He was just remembering something from his homeland. Then he recounts the information gathered during the purchases. Near Takura village, goblins were spotted, so the local adventurers guild sent 3 squads, a total of 13 people, to deal with the threat. While they walked, Karina explained the situation with the goblins. The exact number of goblins had not yet been confirmed, but almost 40 adventure squads had responded. However, 7 of these squads had not officially accepted the request and, in her opinion, behaved extremely rudely. She continued and said that the goblin gathering now is probably just hunting for crumbs. But as soon as there are more of them, elite units may appear. Daichai asked if the elites are strong. Karina confirmed. If goblin mages, non-elemental goblin generals, or those with enchanted equipment join, everything will quickly go awry. Alicia directly stated that she does not believe so many people would attract such a threat, and Daichai noted her frankness. Folding her arms across her chest, she delivered her final conclusion. Judging by the movements and equipment she managed to examine, the gathered travelers were E-ranker, at most 1 rank higher. This decision was based on an established ranking system for adventures. The hierarchy starts from the apprentice level H and then rises through the letters, up to the legendary S rank, which stands at the very top. In this system, the highest echelons have colossal prestige. An adventurer who attains A rank is equated to the status of a knight recognized for high nobility. But S rank is a title given only by the king to those who have accomplished truly legendary feats. Rina clarified, S and AA are essentially prestigious ranks. But the 7 basic ranks for adventurers range from G to A. She also added that combat power alone does not directly determine your rank. Rank is determined primarily by achievements. However, it is believed that travelers who have reached D rank and above have definitely survived many difficult battles. Serious, she asked Karina about the rank. She replied that she was C rank, and that made him believe she was quite reliable. Then he assessed his own strength. He was confident in his combat abilities, but remembered that he still had not used the special weapon he had managed to order. He again turned the conversation to the situation with the goblins and pondered that, since the scale of the pack was unknown, it was hard to say if there were too many adventurers. Karina seemed to agree, but not with all his reasoning. He was increasingly overwhelmed by anxiety and voiced his concern. It seemed he did not know something important. Alicia quickly added that she also wanted to understand this and expressed her belief that Daicha would not act rashly if he learned the whole story. He shudders when the young elf girl lets him get too close to her face and excitedly claims that even Nike supports her. She supposedly flushes from her closeness, or is he mistaken? He carefully places the Nike on her head, holds a pause to create distance, then turns to Karina with a serious expression and begins to explain where this uneasy feeling comes from. He recounts a disturbing incident that happened 2 months ago. A village, 4 days' journey away, was completely wiped off the face of the earth by bandits. The burning, smoldering ruins vividly highlight the terrible reality of such an attack. He continues, the village turned to the Adventurers Guild for help against the goblins. But when the adventurers arrived, the bandits had already destroyed the village. Although they sent a whole crowd of squads, they returned without engaging in battle with the goblins. Deity exposes a contract loophole. If the village head disappears, the quest is considered failed, and the regional lord is obliged to pay only half the reward. Such a failure forces adventurers not only to pay a fine, but also severely undermines their reputation both with the local lord and among ordinary people. Karina contemplates this information. Her gaze becomes distant. She says that if it were her, she would simply expand the search area and destroy enough goblins to fulfill the quest conditions. The response only confirms Deity's suspicion. He voices a theory. Adventurers and bandits might have conspired, then adventurers fail quests without consequences and possibly even take loot from the remains. His conclusion is simple. The nearest village is the next target, so they will have to deal not only with goblins but also with bandits. After this, he shifts his attention and pulls a modern pistol from the stash. With a focused look, he tells Karina and the elf that he wants to check one thing and asks them to follow him. He clarifies the request. He wants to test the weapon from his native land somewhere in a private place and get Karina's opinion on his strength. Then he asks a sharp question, reminding that they killed 5 king apes. Is the goblin general with physical enhancement stronger? Karina listens with a slight caution on her face as she considers whether to go with him to a secluded place. Her face hard and stern and serious. She delivers the bad news without hesitation. But unfortunately, the goblin general is stronger. Daicha raised his hands in a gesture of casual agreementas, if he was not at all worried about the terrible work ahead. Then he turned his gaze to Alicia and asked about the grassy steppes. She explained that there were almost no obstacles there, so if something happened, they could use physical enhancement and easily escape. But she admitted, she was only able to use this power a little. Hearing this, Karina gave conditional consent. They could stay at the edge of the forest, but only as long as they stayed visible from their guards in the convoy. Deity enthusiastically agreed, and they set off. He rushed forward with impatience, but crashed right into a large figure coming towards him. The man he bumped into, a burly guy with a sullen expression, immediately barked at him. Watch the road. The traffic cops, thinking such a brazen person would scare him even in Japan, felt no fear after a fresh battle. He calmly replied, he himself ran into him. Daichai's response only angered the man, who accused him of interfering in his affairs. The quarrel immediately drew the attention of his comrades. When the argument had just begun, Daichi noticed 2 men sitting nearby intently watching his group. The city noise in the square seemed to quiet down until the air became thick with tension. The situation escalated. More and more bandits were approaching. They closed in around us. One mocked Daichi and asked if he was too scared to say a word, while another blurted out about the beauties nearby and demanded money. Karina rushed forward, shielding Alicia, and sternly warned that, as security, she would not allow them to behave that way. Alicia whispered to her fearfully, could she really handle 5 men who might be stronger than the king? One of the thugs snorted contemptuously in response to her bold statement. The eldest in their group suggested taking the conversation somewhere no one could hear. Deity felt irritated by their remarks about girls and seized the right moment. He decided to test the weapon from his region on them. The logic was simple. Since they started the fight, turning everything around was not a problem. The main thing was not to kill them. But despite everything, Karina calmly laid out the consequences for them step by step. She explained, even if they manage to kill them, they will have to pay a hefty fine to the local lord. The gangster who started the fight exploded with anger and shouted that Daichi is just a merchant and is looking for trouble himself. Meanwhile, Daichi quietly pondered how terrifying this world looks where murder can be brushed off with money. He decides to handle the situation without deadly force, realizing that his opponents are adventurers. He refuses to kill them and instead chooses to severely maim them just enough to serve as a warning to any other potential peace violators. As soon as he makes a decision, the fight breaks out. Karina shouts the last warning, but it's already too late. The bulky leader draws his sword and the senior thug growls at the kids. Their patience has clearly run out. The fight is now inevitable. Daichi turns to his bodyguard to clarify one last thing. Will there be any problems if he seriously injures their attackers? Karina confirms without hesitation, no problems. A confident smile spreads across Daichi's face, and he makes the final decision. He orders Karina to show how big the difference is between their skill levels. Surrounded by bandits, Daichi Asakura and his comrades stand ready. The gang leader declares they have decided to ignore all warnings and draw their swords, but Daichi looks calmly without any fear and says, "There are no plans to kill them, so let the bandits prepare for a brutal beating." The leader almost jumps up from the response, growls for him to follow the words, and threatens to teach him a lesson on the spot. Nothing throws Daichi off track. He calls Karina, says he can handle two, and orders Alicia to stand behind him for safety. Ideas ripen in his head. He weighs his unique skills, a pocket dimension that can store anything except living beings, the ability to trade order things from the modern world, and non-wealth magic that enhances his physical abilities. And he understands these powers can be combined. Instantly, thugs fall to the ground, clutching their hands and screaming in pain and confusion. Daichi stands before them. A thin wave of energy fades from his outstretched fingers, and he calmly watches the result of his actions. The leader lets out a piercing scream. His face contorts in agony. He clenches his leading Hondon. Now it is useless. Next to him, the old thug froze in surprise and stared in shock at his own nose. It was magically and grotesquely stretched to incredible proportions. He gasped from pain and wild amazement. Daichi carefully watched that strange spectacle. Simultaneously, Karina moves with deadly precision. She disables the bald thug and presses the flat edge of the blade to his neck, completely neutralizing him. When the threat was neutralized, Daichi returns to her and quietly asks if she cut the tendons on all their dominant hands. She confirms with a simple, direct, yes. Then she casts a cold look at the defeated, warning them never to approach her clients anywhere Aganan to spread this to their accomplices. The frightened bandits immediately agree, swearing to leave and begging for mercy. From a safe distance, a small crowd of spectators froze in place. Whispers, surprise, people were talking the young man who was riding with the girls had actually won the fight. After the clash, Daichi examines the twisted, incapacitated thugs and thinks they were fools. Then his gaze shifts to Alicia, who calmly holds Nike. He involuntarily wonders if she somehow slept through the entire fight. It's a pity she was woken up during her rest. His thoughts are abruptly cut off. Alicia, her face a mask of fury, throws Nike forward in a sweeping attack on the fallen man and demands that they apologize to the kitty. Her sharp outbursts scare Karinash, only barely utters a barely audible name in surprise. But in a moment, Karina herself switches on. She sharply orders the hooligans to apologize immediately. The frightened men quickly obey, beg for forgiveness, and swear they will never do it again. When apologies are already won, Alicia's anger disappears. She shines, hugs the meowing Nike, and orders the men to be grateful for the cat's kindness. Daichi and Karina watch, and Daichi secretly marvels at how terrifyingly effective the cat's charm is. When the group leaves the scene, Karina's face becomes stern. She approaches Daichi and asks why he tore off the bandits' legs, although she had already cut their tendons, implying that his actions were unnecessary. Calmly lays out his logic. Cut tendons can be healed with simple water magic, but to reattach a completely severed foot requires high-level magic, a much more complex and costly atonement. Karina understands the hint. Treatment in the capital will cost them a pretty penny. Daichi agrees. He thinks to himself that Nikki's abilities with elements could handle some of the injuries, but this was a deliberate, strategic escalation. He confirms that all this was part of his plan to keep their attackers out of the game for a long time. Karina adds that this approach can also scare future enemies away from direct confrontation, forcing them to resort to ambushes instead. And she voices a new concern. Their untidy appearance may prevent them from finding a safe end, so they risk becoming easy prey for such ambushes. The realization that they might have to sleep in tension and fear terrifies Deity. He immediately bows deeply with an apology and explains that this is customary in his country. Later, as they continue walking, Karina again brings up the same question. She interrogates him about the technique he used. Was it an offensive skill? Deity looks away and admits it is a unique technique available only to him. He asked if there are people with unique skills in this field. Alicia, hastily embarrassed, confirms there are, but only a few. Daichai notes that the situation at his home is the same. An effortless comparison is immediately interrupted by Karina. She confidently states that there is only one person on the entire continent with a unique skill. Deity is not impressed by the difference. Her sharp warning hangs in the air, and the group is forced to continue silently for a while longer, each following their own path. Daichai scratches the back of his head and freezes for a moment, hesitating. Finally, he breaks the silence and, turning to them, gives a barely noticeable smile. He agrees with the argument and admits he was expelled from his native land precisely because of his unique talent. He talks about painful memories and reveals, once he was the only one in his country with such an ability, his own family tried to take his life. After that, he asks to leave this topic. Noticing their concern, he reassures, everything is fine. Considering that their curiosity has not yet subsided, he agrees to tell what he can, but on the condition that it remains a secret only among the three of them. Alicia asks him not to exhaust himself. To explain further, he shows his power. A small dark object appears in his palm. Then he lifts a metal ball and says that his unique ability is to create clusters of lead and iron, and then accelerate them to crazy speeds with the power of fire. The small projectile makes Karina remember that earlier clash. She is shocked and asks if he once used it to break a man's leg. He confirms and explains. This bullet is accelerated by an explosion, releasing colossal destructive power. The bigger the bullet, the stronger the consequences. This terrifies Alicia. Then he reminds them of his previous offer to try it out. After showing them his unique skill, he was going to ask their opinion on how useful it could be in battle. At his question, Karina responds hesitantly. She asks if they really need to do anything else already. But he insists, saying this is an experiment, so there are still many things he wants to try. After his experiments, he suggests having a snack, pulling out both sweet and salty. He turns to Karina and asks what she would choose. She hesitates for a moment, a barely noticeable blush on her cheeks, before admitting to herself that she prefers sweets. Her reaction confirms his suspicion. Daichai confidently understands. Candies are Karina's weak spot. He supports this enthusiastically and promises to discuss their thoughts during the snack break after the experiment is over. Trying the snack for the promise's sake, the group goes deeper into the forest. Karina warns they cannot go further safely because they do not know what monsters lurk ahead. Daichai, wanting more open space, turns to Alicia and asks, "Let her hold Neki while he starts." While Daichai prepares, Alicia happily cuddles Neki. She feels that she has finally reached an understanding with the cat Evan when she realizes that Neki is deliberately taking advantage of her affection, clawing and kneading her chest. She orders the cat to stop, but her face, red with excitement, reveals that she likes it. Watching them, Daichai thinks to himself what a wonderful sight it is, and it seems Nikki thinks so too. Their playful moment is cut short by impatient Karanash urges them to finish already. Daichai agrees without hesitation and announces that he will start with the same technique he used to punish the bandits. He is talking about a specific weapon he can craft, a large pistol called the Desert Eagle, capable of firing the most powerful bullet of all those currently at his disposal. He does not hold the weapon with his hands. He says he unfolds a pocket dimension right in his palm and pulls the weapon's trigger only with the power of thought. A deafening roar bursts from the outstretched arm. A shell's tear gas projectile flies through the air and hits the nearest tree, blasting a hole through it as if a spear struck its core. Wood chips fly to the sides. Both Karina and Alicia freeze, eyes wide open, speechless, stunned by the sudden, colossal display of destructive power. He returns to his companions and asks what they think of the spectacle. Karina falls silent, only quietly whispering that it is incredible, and Alicia notes, such powerful magic does not happen often. He apologizes and confirms that the destruction was indeed caused by that lump of lead. Karina is still processing this and asks if he can use it again and again. Quickly casting forbidden magic is not that easy. She explains that even low-rank mages can cast spells many times without losing strength, while C and D rank mages are capable of attacking multiple targets at once. She admits that she could barely track the bullet's trajectory with her eyes. Deity notes, although there is a powerful earth magic spell with a similar effect, it is nowhere near as fast. Then he is drawn to the thought that even a lowly mage with a pistol can become a serious threat to ordinary people. Karina, Understanding nothing, asks what he is talking about and reminds him. Anyone who can use offensive magic is already a threat to those who cannot. He poses a hypothetical question to clarify his thought. Who would be stronger, a normal person with offensive magic or a traveler who cannot use it? And he quickly answers himself, of course, the mage with offensive magic. But he specifish considers only immaterial magic. His badge seems to annoy Karanash, asks if he is talking about a different ranking system than in adventures. Then Daichai asks, so technically only those mentors registered in the mage guild at rank F or higher are considered mages. Alicia confirms, then Daichai apologizes embarrassedly for his mistake. When the misunderstanding finally cleared up, Alicia cheerfully suggested discussing the differences between adventure games and mage ratings over snacks. Thinking the experiments were over, Karina, on the contrary, cut into the conversation and announced, "The main course is next." She raised her hand and ordered them to watch carefully. By her order, Daichai draws a long rifle and fires a whole volley into the tree. The holes hit, but are scattered across the bark. He clenches his fist in powerless irritation. He needs to practice aiming, and he notes to himself that Nike's water magic is now stronger and more accurate. Seeing the result, Alicia explains. For reference, only a high-class mage, trained and focused, could cast a spell with enough power to burn through such a large tree. But this is what impresses Daichai. He asks if it means that Nike's water magic is stronger than the offensive spell of a high-ranking mage. Karina clarifies the difference. She explains, destroying a tree with explosive fire magic or throwing boulders at it using earth magic is possible, but piercing it straight through the forehead is a completely different story, and it will be very difficult. Based on this, Alicia, holding Nike close to her chest, says that she knows about 3 earth magic users from the earth world and 1 earth magic spirit user who might be capable of such a trick, although she notes that one of them might be inaccurate. After that, she throws the question back to Daichai, asking what he thinks about it. Daichai continued the assessment, pondering the power he had just seen. He used a comparison with magic often found in Isekai manga. Allegedly, the indistinct water bullet of Nike could actually destroy as well as the offensive magic of a high-rank mage in this world. Hearing this, Karina sighed with relief. She admitted that for a moment she thought he would really shoot straight through the nearest tree, and because of this, Daichai froze a bit surprised. He smiled confidently and explained that Nike's combat magic was too valuable to waste so carelessly. It would be his trump card. While he spoke, his imagination was bursting. Much scarier types of weapons flickered before his eyes. Minigun and heavy artillery shells. After the demonstration ended, Karina suggested having a snack. Daichai enthusiastically supported her. They laid slices of strawberry cake on plates, which looked simply incredibly delicious, from a box labeled Jetarays. The trio settled around a portable table and enjoyed the treats, and Daichai tried again to return the conversation to the topic of mage rankings. But Karina immediately interrupted him and firmly said she was busy eating. In a moment, he tried again to attract their full attention and this time declared that something important had happened. He wanted to address 2 of them. Looking intently, he announced his new dream. He wanted to open a shop right here in this village. A new plan begins to take shape in the quiet village. Daichai Asakura decided to start another experiment. He would try to organize a shop. This new ambition together with Karina and Alicia, while they were resting among the trees. 2 women listened, and Karina began voicing her immediate thoughts on the matter. Their reactions were strikingly different. Alicia blazed with excitement. The idea seemed interesting to her, so she eagerly wondered what wonderful new tools he would show now. But Karina looked suspiciously, called the plan terrible, and asked what exactly brazen products he was going to sell this time. Daichai explained that since Alicia understands magical tools so well, he wants to hear her opinion first before consulting with the guild leader, Klaus. After that, he suggested showing them the items first. He showed those items, several small white cubes and a box full of thin sticks with a strange substance on the ends, and asked if such tools exist in their world. Karina and Alicia leaned closer to examine. Karina admitted she had never seen anything like it and could not even imagine what it was used for. In response, Daichai demonstrated. He sharply struck one of the sticks against the box, and it flared up with flame. He explained that these were fire starters waterproof matches that are not afraid of water. Karina immediately doubted, "Is this magic?" And Alicia, running her hand over her chin, noted that she definitely did not feel any magic. She confirmed her observations, holding a small flame high above her head. He declared, this was not magic nor a magical tool. It was an item that even those without magic could use. He explains, fire starters are simply tools that make lighting fires easier, and emphasizes that even one waterproof match ignites well enough to start a normal fire. Karina notices that matches alone can easily replace a magical tool for lighting fire. He agrees and holds a container of matches in his hands. After that, he turns to both women and announces his plan to advertise and sell these items specifically to those who cannot use magic. Alicia's face lights up at the very idea she wants these people to live easier. But Karina throws in a bit of reality. Goods made for those without magic have never sold well. He smiles, despite her argument, and reveals the essence of his business model. He will sell these goods at such a low price that even the poor will be able to buy them. He asked if they were surprised. Karina replied no, but still noted. When someone as wealthy as he is wants to do business with a poor person, it often seems insincere or hypocritical. She quickly clarifies that she personally does not see him in that light. He explains his train of thought. He is just thinking about how to keep his dealings with the rich separate from his dealings with the less wealthy. Alicia raises a logistical problem. She says that cheap things will fly off the shelves. She asks if he can keep up with supply to meet demand and warns, if you can't keep up, your trust will be broken. He confidently assures her that he has plenty of stock in the box of items, so there is no problem. She presses further and asks if he can produce more if needed. He smiles and confirms that for him it is not too difficult. He falls silent for a moment before clarifying. In any case, this plan will have to be postponed until after his scheduled speech before guild leader Klaus. He declares with determination that he is personally ready to go all in to convince the guild leaders. His determination seems to play out a scene. Karina takes a piece of cheesecake. She agrees not to interfere anymore. After finishing the previous topic, Daichai's curiosity turns to their magical abilities. He recalls that Karina can control 3 types of elemental magic: water, fire, and wind, as well as magic without elements. After that, he turns to Alicia and asks about her own abilities. She responds with a gentle smile, and it is clear that she commands all the elements. Her revelation momentarily throws him off balance. He says her ability is incredibly, almost like a cheat skill, and she quietly agrees. Before he can ask another question, Karina cuts the conversation short with a serious expression. She praises him for understanding so quickly, but advises not to dig further and asks to keep Alicia's ability a secret. Alicia apologizes and Daich immediately agrees to the request. His curiosity spiked, and he asked if they were from the Mage Guild and what ranks they had, implying they were probably high level. Karina clarified. Both she and Alicia were B-rank mages. And although that might not be much for him, Karina added that she was considered promising. She finds it strange and explains that she does not dress like an ordinary mage and relied on a sword during the fight with the king gorillas. Then she says that her B-rank mostly comes from skills in non-elemental magic and wind magic. He recalls the fury of their previous battle and asks if this means that she is capable of using even stronger enchanted equipment than the one she fought with against King Apes. She confirms the suspicion, explaining that she did everything she could under the circumstances. Both for magical equipment and for applying physical enhancements, time is needed for everything to properly strengthen, a luxury she did not have. Moreover, she adds, using these abilities for enemy reconnaissance with wind magic would be wasteful. Seicha guiltily slides the cup with what looks like whipped cream and immediately warns they are a bit different, and apologizing serves it. Arena takes a spoon and thoughtfully whispers to herself why he apologized while she tastes it. Daichai continues their earlier conversation and asks if Alicia was given the title because she can use magic of all elements. Alicia, enjoying the tree alone, confirms that her ability is truly a rare trait, but at the same time admits she lacks combat experience. Sesh recalls how she froze before the Monkey Kings. Then she asks if her goal is to become a blacksmith of magical tools. Alicia smiles and confirms, explaining that she is lucky to have a talent for spell magic. She describes the process. Supposedly, it is a type of magic that infuses elemental magic into materials with a high affinity for it. For example, to make a tool for igniting fire, you need to take materials with a high fire affinity and enchant them with fire elemental magic. Using these enchanted materials, she forged the tool. She explains, it becomes usable even for those who cannot use fire magic, as long as they have some magical ability of their own. He excitedly asks if enchanting the instrument with all 4 elements will allow him to control them all. Karina quickly interrupts. It's not that simple, and there are limits in the process. Common tool for ignition, for example, usually produces only as much fire as needed. But top masters of magical tools can make much more advanced versions. For instance, a magical burner temperer with adjustable flame intensity. Such things are extremely expensive. Alicia adds that these tools often have protective functions that prevent accidents, so they are also more expensive. This makes Daichi nervously think. What if a cheaper tool accidentally splashes a fireball while trying to light the stove? He asks if this gift is given to a person from birth. Alicia notices her dessert melting, and Karina confirms the guess. It's not just about enchantments, any magic is an innate trait. Daichai assessed their situation and understood. Wind magic for reconnaissance surpasses even modern technologies. But since he did not know how to create or control such magic, he decided that for some time he would have to give up making magical tools. And he thought about Niker powers were becoming increasingly useful. He concluded that she could primarily engage in reconnaissance, and her water magic would remain a formidable trump card. This suddenly made him look at Karina. He said that showing Nikki how she scans would be very appropriate, and asked if she could demonstrate her wind magic. Karina, sipping her drink, replied that it is not something you can really see. He impatiently pressed forward, asking her to show how she used it, even though he himself could not see this magic. After a slight hesitation, Karina agreed. Accepting his request, she stood up and unleashed her power. A huge circular burst of magical energy spread outward into the sky above them like an echolocation pulse. A magical wave swept over them, and Deity's attention was immediately caught by Nikki. Her fur stood on end from the energy. Her face suddenly turned stone cold. "Wait!" She called out, sensing something nearby. Daichai asked if it was a monster, but she said that due to the size and gait, it could also be a person, probably bandits somewhere deep in the forest. When he asked how many there were, she admitted it was not clear. She barely finished thinking when Alicia calmly stated, 8 people. Then she apologized for interrupting and thanked Karina. Deji froze, realizing Alicia's wind magic was better than Karina's. He understood that Karina did not want this to be known, and that Alicia was much more than the delicate young lady she seemed to be. His mind jerked back with a blow, but he knew now was not the time to think about it. Suddenly, he put the pieces together. Not only was Karina, but also the guild leader Klaus and Captain Jeffrey seemed to be hiding information about Alicia. He voiced this uncertainty to the group and asked if 8 people were too few for a gang of bandits. He suggested that it might rather be some kind of adventurous company. Karina silently considered this possibility. While they made their way through the forest, he watched as Alicia Hartland sharpened her senses. She decided to keep 8 people within her scouting distance to monitor their movements, and the group cautiously moved through the underbrush. He pondered his own abilities and admitted his combat skills were objectively high for this world. Yet he honestly told himself he had not yet tasted true cruelty, and he needed to build inner resolve for the inevitable clashes. Karina broke his train of thought, assessing the situation. She believed that even the 2 of them could repel 8 bandits while simultaneously covering Alicia. She asked aloud if they should approach, but he immediately warned. They must not act blindly if they know nothing about their enemy's abilities or magic. A cat purred on his head, but suddenly it started sounding right from inside the hood. It was for the skin and bristles. He took such a sharp reaction as a sign, wondering if it confirmed his suspicion, that the group they were watching were indeed bandits. In his mind flashed images of all-consuming fiery power. His face froze in stern determination. If these people came to attack the village, he would show them no mercy. It was then that Alicia Hartland's voice cut through the tension with anxiety in every word. She reported that the situation had sharply worsened, and the number of people had suddenly increased. He turned to her and asked what had happened and how many there were now. Her gaze did not shift from some distant place when she named the one, and only sharp number 20. He processed the new information and realized that 20 was already a serious force. If they were bandits, he reasoned, their hideout must be very close. Pinpointing its location exactly would be strategically ideal. Seeing Karina's concern, the other Alicia offered her help. But Karina brushed off the offer and stated that there was no need for it. She herself decided their next course of action. Upon returning, they would report the situation to the guild leader and Captain Jeffrey. After her decision, they returned to the camp and immediately reported what they had found to Klaus. Next to the 2 rescued men, Klaus listened attentively, then thanked Karina for drawing his attention to the urgent matter. He returns to his assistant and quietly orders to pass the information to Jeffrey. After the matter was handed over, Klaus shifts his attention to Daicha and his company and asks what they need. Daicha politely requests to discuss another matter while they wait for Captain Jeffrey. Meanwhile, the assistant offers to pour some tea. Then he loudly declares that he intends to open a shop in the village and suddenly scares Klaus with this. Placing 2 boxes on the table, one labeled Fire Center and a smaller one with matches, Daikai explains his plan. He will sell these goods. When Klaus asks what it is, Daikai prepares to show. He strikes the small stick and it instantly bursts into flame and Klaus blinks in surprise. Daikai explains, this thing doesn't need any magic at all. Taking the lit matchstick wick, Klaus examines the small, steady flame. Daichai confirms these matches are made for single use and then they are discarded. Having hooked the intrigue, Klaus asks about that cheapness he mentioned. The boy explains he wants to sell these things for penna specifically for those who cannot use magic. He raises 2 fingers and names the price 2 silver coins. Inside, he calculates it and realizes the markup will be significant, but he reminds himself that this is not charity but business. Before asking the price of fire starters, Daicha nods falsely several times as if he did not understand anything. He replies, for a box of 61 silver coin. The merchant exclaims in shock that this is even cheaper than waterproof matches. Then he explains to Karina that the burners are made only from flammable material essentially, a bonus item added to the purchase of matches. Then he slides Karina another type of fire starter, a small, stone-like object with a wick and orders her to light it. She strikes with a flint. A spark flies onto the object, and it immediately bursts into a considerable flame on the plate right in front of her. Daichai thoughtfully strokes his chin and an epiphany comes to him. Fire lighters are so effective they could make matches obsolete. He considers basing his entire sales strategy solely on the new, more convenient product. When he runs it through his head, Klaus turns to Karina and hints that they should raise the price on fire starters. With a calm, almost blissful expression, she replies simply with one word: no. Despite her firm support, Daichai reinforces this decision himself. With a focused gaze, he declares, even so, he will keep the price at 1 silver coin. His statement hangs in the air, stretching the tense silence between him and the veteran merchant. He holds his position, mentally assessing the situation. From Klaus's behavior, it is clear. He has incredible value to the guild leader. Although he is pierced by a pang of conscience for taking advantage of the situation, he decides to do his part, understanding that he must act cautiously so as not to accidentally reveal how much of a goldmine he really is. Unwavering determination yields results. Klaus runs his fingers over his beard and finally yields. Well, all right, he says, agreeing not to return to this issue anymore. When the prize has already been determined, Daichai makes it clear. He still has more to show. He lays out a new selection of items for the nobility and the wealthy, a metal rose, a pouch of pepper, and a modern lighter. These were goods he had not yet shown to the merchant. Klaus's eyes narrow. He slyly and thoughtfully states that he would gladly accept them. He postpones further talks until everything settles down. Just as Daichai begins to inquire about other products, a male voice is heard from outside. It's me, Jeffrey. The voice falls silent and its owner appears. Captain Jeffrey pulls back the flap at the tent entrance, peeks inside, and announces his intention to come in. He fully enters inside. A large figure blocks the entrance as he joins the gathered group in the tent. The captain's inspired gaze fixes on Daichai and Alisa. He, along with Klaus and Karina, surrounds them. Their faces demand answers. Klaus calmly begins to ask them to tell the story from the very beginning. Jeffrey immediately probes further what exactly happened in the forest. Karina weaves in another urgent question. What is happening now in the village? Her eyes narrow. Questions pour out one after another, all boiling down to one painful question. Who are the people lurking in the forest? Captain Jeffrey reports the grim situation. Ruffians are stationed throughout the village, and suspicious people have been spotted in the nearby forests. He confirms that the attack on the neighboring village Torino is actually the work of bandits. Hearing this, Daichai Asakura addresses the guild leader, Klaus. He acknowledges the new information and boldly states that the figures prowling in the forest thicket need to be checked. Klaus turns to him and asks what he thinks about this matter. Jeffrey unfolds his thoughts, scratching his fingers on the table. He says that although they could be simple hunters or travelers, the recent attack on Torino and the surge in highway robberies make it likely that the people Karina encountered are bandits. Daichai listens attentively and nods in agreement. With a confident look, he turns to Jeffrey as if to verify. Does the captain really plan to defeat these bandits with only a small number of merchants and guards? Jeffrey agrees and asks how they should proceed. Perhaps they should divide their forces and comb through the forest. Mouse pinches the bridge of his nose with his fingers and weighs the options. He agrees that a search is necessary, but admits that he does not want to split up their guy. After his hesitation, Karina herself suggests joining the search team. Daichai and Alicia immediately and enthusiastically also declare that they will join. Daichai adds that with their help the convoy will not lose a single one of its guards. Klaus firmly rejects the proposal. He reminds Karina that she and Dai Kai are his guests and cannot allow them to be in danger. He asks them to refrain from any involvement. Karina, however, calmly insists. It's not such a bad idea. She reminds Klaus of Daichai's impressive performance against King Apes, emphasizing that he has intangible magic at the level of a high mage. She also vouches for Alicia's ability to avoid danger. Interested, Klaus asks what they are capable of in battle. Alicia compliments the testimony with a confident smile. She states that Lord Asakura has the strongest fire magic among all merchants and can even enhance his physical abilities to quickly escape if necessary. She continues, assuring them, if the situation becomes critical, she will be able to use her own range magic. When Klaus suggests that they might be needed for distraction, Alicia rejects this idea and says, the guards should fight, and such measures are unnecessary. Watching Alicia, Daiichi recalled his previous suspicions. He thought she might belong to the nobility, and judging by how people reacted to her, it turned out he was not mistaken. Klaus, having made a decision, clarified the main goal of the mission. He understood their capabilities but emphasized, avoid fights as much as possible and guarantee a safe return the most important. Later, the newly formed party began to prepare to leave the camp. When they were ready, Karina took the helm. She declared that she would lead the search team and also organize 2 escort zones for Daiichi and another for Alicia. However, she immediately warned. This plan would most likely reveal Daiichi's skill in necromantic magic. He saw no reason to hide it and agreed, shifting the choice of companions to her. Karina thanked him but sternly warned he must not reveal the full extent of his magic and skills. She cast him a sly glance and remarked that he was too trusting. Slightly embarrassed, Daiichi could only promise to keep her warning in mind. Then Karina suggested it would be best if he could disguise his unique skill. Since heavy firearms were inappropriate, Daiichi considered options and decided to try ordering a Japanese-style sword. He reasoned that his skill was already partially disguised and Karina dismissed this idea as a typical boyish fantasy. Putting the matter aside for later, Karina noticed 2 people nearby. She called them by name Dennis and Frida and said she had worked for both. The couple turned to her. Dennis got up from his seat and asked what was happening, and Frida, more reserved, inquired about the reason for it. She and her companion, Dennis, are considering the proposal. Their faces are a complete contrast. She doubts without any hints, while he seems to weigh all possibilities. Karina announced the task. She noticed a suspicious group in the nearby forests. About 20 peepling wanted this pair to join her squad in the investigation. And it was considered a worthy deed when he remarked to Frida that such a group of the right size was quite a clever trick. But she brushed off his concern and said she preferred to earn some money and have fun at the same time. Watching their light conversation, Daiichi mentally noted, although their chatter was playful, both looked very skillful. When they agreed on the terms, Dennis inquired about the 2 guests who were coming with them. Karina assured him that she would give him a full briefing on the way. When the party was fully assembled, they set off into the forest thicket. Deeper in the thickets of trees, Karina began to build their formation, announcing that she and Mr. Asakura would take the vanguard position. Then she assigned Miss Alicia to the position near the middle guard, and Frida and Dennis to cover the rear, and asked if everyone understood their roles. As they moved forward, Dennis started a conversation with Daiichi. He said Daiichi was a merchant, and the rumors about his combat skills were not unfounded, then asked about his past. Daiichi, without looking away, confessed awkwardly that the clash of the previous nights with the royal monkeys was only the second real battle in his life. He responded not with disdain, but with a loud slap on the back, loudly declaring that victory over King Apes already in the second fight is a vivid testament to his colossal talent. Daiichi, a bit embarrassed, asked Dennis to drop the formal Mr. because it sounded strange to him. Dennis smiled, agreed without hesitation, and then jokingly suggested calling him Lord Daiichi. He walks through the forest, still a little confused by the fact that a too-friendly hand of Danny hangs on his shoulder. While they continued walking, Dennis clarified if he heard correctly. Daiichi is heading to the city of Karam to open a shop there. He confirms that Karam is his current destination, but clarifies that he has not yet decided exactly where to settle. Dennis says it is a great place for the first Shopa densely populated key hub on the trade route between the capital and the port. Daiichi thanks for the information, thoughtfully considering that he will have to wait until he gets there to decide. Dennis admits he expected something completely different, imagining that Daiichi sells rare overseas treasures in Takara. Daiichi explains, after looking around, he even thought about just setting up a small stall right in the forest. Overhearing their conversation, Frida leans closer and asks what exactly he plans to sell. She is curious how his goods will be received. He shows his goods fire-starting tools, including waterproof matches. Dennis recognizes them as the same legendary items and clarifies that these are not the lighters he had heard about. As soon as Daiichi strikes a match, its flame flares up and comes alive, evoking in Dennis an expression of complete amazement and wonders if this incredible tool is really not magic. Frida watches with admiration. Their light, carefree moment is interrupted by Karina's sharp command. She announces that they are approaching the place where she first felt 8 people and orders everyone to line up. She pierces the dents pushed inward with her gaze. Alicia nervously asks if there is anything there. Karina says without unnecessary words, from this moment they need to move forward carefully. Despite her warning, Denny's collapses on the ground and casually tells Karina that she worries too much and he is ready for anything. While Frida watches with an unwavering expression, a sudden pop from nearby bushes makes Daicha and Nike sharply alert. He instantly locates the source of the sound and shouts that it is on the right side. Returning to his anxiety, Alicia explains the essence of the threat. She says that Nike already sensed something with her spirit wind magic, so she advised being cautious. After that, she gives an exact report. About 5 kilometers away in that direction, 3 people. Realizing that the potential threat is still far away, Daichi exhales with relief, but Karina remains tense and focused, already moving forward. As they move further, Daichi raises a device to his eyes and confirms. The targets are very close. Captain Jeffrey, not knowing this object, asks what it is. Daichi explains. These are binoculars to see into the distance and offers the captain to try them on. Before he can answer, Denny snatches the binoculars, exclaiming with delight at how everything seems huge. He turns to Karina and quietly reports he saw a flash in the distance. He explains that Nike first sensed the presence, but he was the one who managed to look and confirm it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Denny is still amazed at what these binoculars can do. Her face sharpens with concentration. She confirms that she saw it and says, less than 2 kilometers from their position, a group is moving. Although she admits the distance is small, she cannot make out any specific details. Loss, observing from behind, praises Alicia for her excellent work and notes that obtaining information from 2 kilometers away is a great advantage. Taking command, Karina orders everyone to prepare for battle, using the physical enhancement skill. After that, Frida addresses Daichi and tells him to take the shield. In response, he pulls out a huge rectangular shield. Its sudden appearance shocks both Karina and Alicia. The arena stares. He asks if it would have been possible to bring an even more cumbersome shield. Alicia, however, looks satisfied, praises its sturdy and threatening appearance, saying it is simply wonderful. Approaching, she quietly informs him that about 2 kilometers from their current location, there is a cave. The squad hides among the leaves and prepares for the next move. While the group was observing the cave from afar, Alicia reported her observations. She felt that someone was inside and guessed, maybe demi-humans or half-humans. Her face tensed as she clarified the count and realized the number was much greater than she expected. She warned that there are more than 50, maybe even 60. This staggering number confirmed their fears. Ditch's face became stone-like. He already firmly knew trouble was brewing in that cave. The same was reflected in the grim faces of his comrades. With this agreement, Frida reasoned, if such a large company planned something evil, the cave must be their hideout. Karina agreed probably, but it was still too early to be sure. Deciding that there was enough information for now, she ordered a retreat. He watched as she dialed the number and observed her cautious approach to the situation. The observation was met with a groan from Danish, gave free rein to his contempt for the half-people. He warned. Because of their keen sense of smell, the targets had most likely already sensed the approach of the party. Captain Jeffrey then clarified their objective. As he explained, all they could hope for was to gather as much detailed information as possible, and the worst outcome was to disappear. Frida added that even just finding the hideout together was already a worthy feat, and this caused a genuine burst of excitement in Dennis due to the possibility of a special reward. Take the plan to the headquarters. He nodded, slightly embarrassed but firmly, showing that he understood. His obedience earned him a reassuring pat on the shoulder from Jeffrey, after which he asked a question. He knew what type of client the guard liked the most. She asked in surprise, which one exactly? The captain confidently winked and obediently complied. Dathai says he himself came from a foreign country where silver ingots are used for payments. At the mention that his relatives hunted for his life, his face darkens for a moment, but he quickly smiles, assuring that he understands and will keep their advice in mind. His friendly manner earns a teasing jab from Frida. She mocks that he is turning on the charm again and calls him a rascal. But Karina cuts this light moment short and says that if Daicha has changed his heart, then it's time for them to retreat. When the decision is made, the squad moves further through the dense forest. Daicha goes ahead, and Captain Jeffrey stays behind and, moving forward, turns on a small, flickering magical device in his hand. He suddenly stops, his eyes widening with surprise as he peeks out from the shelter in the forest. He is confused by what he sees before him. Once a lively camp with tents and wagons is now Mtito, the last one, and with a sharp realization he understands, they are all gone. He turns to Karina, and she confirms his observation. She says that people from the camp are moving to a neighboring village, and this message makes Daichai doubt the sudden relocation. It becomes visible how all the carts under covers and carriages enter the local settlement one after another. From a nearby hill, they keep everything in sight and watch anxiously. Karina notes, this sudden influx seems to sow confusion among the villagers. Daichai voices an even worse concern. If there is an informant among the bandits in the village, their plans might leak, and then the enemy will have to reveal their cards earlier. She responds to his concern by clarifying the strategy. Their main goal, she says, is not to destroy the bandits themselves. Captain Jeffrey elaborates, if they can make the enemy believe that a formidable and vigilant force stands before them, they will have already achieved a strategic victory. At the end, they show a messenger rushing onto the road at full speed. Karina explains, they have already sent someone to notify the Knights Guild, and her conclusion is simple: to stay in the village, wait for the arrival of the knights, and not let the enemy break through. When she turned her back, the group was considering their next steps. Frida voiced a concern. How many locals will believe their intelligence, especially given the unexpectedly large number of enemies? Captain Jeffrey acknowledged the problem, but insisted, the report still needs to be submitted. Above them, Daichai quietly absorbed the details. Understanding was forming on his face. Then he asked if that meant they would spend the night outdoors, outside the village. Karina confirmed. There was almost nothing more to do. Nearby waited Frida, Denny's, and Alicia. In the end, the plan to stay inside the village had to be abandoned. The reason was simple. The camp in the nearby field gave them a more active defense and prevented the troops from stretching too thin. And also, such a proposal was easier to convincingly present to the villagers when asking for their help. With the new strategy, Captain Jeffrey approached Karina for the report and asked what the village elders said. Her answer was clear and positive. They will cooperate. He looked relieved. He admitted to Frida that if the villagers refused to cooperate even when threatened with their own homes, he would advise abandoning the post. But Frida clung to the good result. Whatever the village's reasons, it was good that they managed to secure their cooperation, especially since the village already had a fairly large punitive force. The agreement was sealed, and Karina began giving orders. She instructed Dennis and Frida to make things easier for themselves for the night before returning to their posts, and then announced that she intended to escort Daichai and Alicia to the main road. Out of curiosity, Frida asked what exactly Karina herself planned. Before Karina could answer, Alicia suddenly burst into irritated panic and, gasping, insisted that they had misunderstood everything. She muttered, Daichai, Mr. Asakura, simply said that he does not like being treated too ceremoniously. Her sudden defensiveness caught the others off guard. Captain Jeffrey Mayazd remained silent, pondering whether she had been that formal during the search, and Frietta guessed that she was probably just embarrassed and trying to hide it. Overwhelmed with shame, Alicia buried her face in her hands and begged them to stop. Captain Jeffrey, as if amused by the situation, turned his gaze to Daichai. Playfully, he asked for Lord Daichai's opinion, and the young man shuddered with surprise. He immediately saw through the captain's frivolous question. You see, Jeffrey was probably surprised by Karina's earlier behavior and is now trying to tease him into believing he has a chance, only to later see him get rejected. Daichai silently vowed, it won't be that easy to fall for it. Meanwhile, Alicia moves closer to the embarrassed Karina and whispers to her about the topics the girls are discussing. She assures her that everything can be discussed later. But Karina, blushing madly, grits her teeth and categorically refuses. Next to Frida shifts the conversation to Daichai and asks if he doesn't find Karina cute. Denny's chimes in. Apparently she definitely cares, and Karina bursts out with an irritated denial. But Daichai quietly admits. Yes, she is cute, but even cuter when she is nervous. And then he asks them to stop with these words. The comment shocks Karina to the core. Her jaw drops, and she lets out a strangled scream. While Frida and Denny's cheer her up, Daichai announces that he will set up his kiosk and invites them to visit. Still embarrassed, Karina insists that it is not as it seems to her, and when the others leave, she even tells them, have fun. He suddenly turns and walks through the square, involuntarily glancing at the shops and people, telling himself they have about 2 hours to work. When he leaves, Alicia approaches Karina, who still hasn't recovered, and asks if something happened. Karina panics and denies everything, insisting that nothing happened. Alicia glances at the rare crowd and notes that it will probably not be too noisy. Her casual remark was a distraction. Alicia leans in and a sharp focus flashes in her eyes. She states without hesitation that something did happen. Cornered, Karina can only stammer and insist that it was nothing important. In a moment, Daichai waves to them and says to step back and watch from afar. Karina, pulling the curious Alicia by the hood, announces, they need to set up the bench because only 2 hours remain. He begins to lay out his goods on a cloth spread on the ground. A friendly elderly woman from the neighboring shop approaches him, greets him, and asks if he has just started working. Deji says that today he is only scouting the ground, and tomorrow he will set everything up properly. After that, he materializes piles of goods from the item box and arranges them in neat rows. The woman and her companion watch, and Deji comments that she has an item box and honestly admits he is jealous. The old merchant smiles as if he understands everything. She tells her companion that envy of those who have an item box only grows stronger with age. When she and her assistant looked at them, mixed feelings envy and admiration did she notice them while a plan was beginning to form in his mind. Then he raised his hand and asked them a simple question: how do they usually start a fire? The merchant woman replied that she uses flint, of course. Her assistant confirmed the same. Both looked embarrassed by such a question. The assistant elaborated. Magic might be needed by her a little, but all the necessary tools were so outrageously expensive that they were unattainable for daily use. Seizing the moment, he put forward a hypothesis. What if there is a tool that easily ignites fire without magic, inexpensive and at hand? Would they buy it? His proposal was met with embarrassed silence from both sides. Instead of further explanations, he asked to show the merchant's hands. Then he took out a small box of waterproof matches and showed how to light one by striking it on the side. With a sharp hiss, the tip of the stick flared up with an even flame. The shopkeeper froze in complete shock as a small crowd began to gather around, including Deichai's companions, whispering with admiration at the simple yet revolutionary device. A successful demonstration finally strengthened his determination. With a clenched fist and a stubborn grip, Dai Kai realized his path to becoming a merchant had truly begun. In the bustling square of the city of Deich, he announces that free samples of waterproof matches have appeared again. The crowd quickly gathers around him. Waves of excitement and confusion ripple through. They press forward, asking what he is selling and want to try the product. A young woman, Alicia, kneels by the brazier and strikes a match. It flares up with flame, exclaiming that it works without any magic. The villagers are instantly captivated by the spectacle. He explains to Alicia that his fire starters are made so that the firewood ignites easily, but they can only be used once. She nods, understanding, while Daithai mentally notes that the rest of the crowd apparently hasn't figured it out yet. He asks to show and lend matches, carefully places the lighter among the pile of firewood in the large brazier, preparing for a public demonstration. Fire flares up and roars at full speed. The spectators exhale together in amazement. They converse among themselves, unable to get enough. The firewood caught fire so easily. Show both goods to everyone. Deichai continues the sales pitch confidently. He claims that with his waterproof matches and lighters, even those without magic can start a fire even from the smallest flame. Then he reveals the catch. Both items are disposable, and the price for the matches is set at 2 silver coins per box of 25, and the crowd begins to murmur thoughtfully. Next, he announces a reward for fire starters, 60 boxes, 1 silver coin each. The crowd reacts with loud surprise. From afar, the sharp gaze of the guild leader, Klaus, watches everything closely. The crowd parts, and a young woman with short, spiky dark hair named Frida steps forward decisively. Focusing, she raises her gloved hand and declares that she will take both the matches and the tinder. She pays. Silver coins clink in his palm. Deichai thanks her for the purchase. Then he asks if she has a moment to look at one more item. Frida looks up intrigued. She asks if he has more goods to sell. He clarifies that these are not additional goods but free gifts. Since she bought something, he offers to add them free of charge. Frida agrees. The offer suits her. He agreed and decided, although earlier than he planned, it was time to prepare some bonuses. Then they uncovered the grill over the brazier and served the surprised spectators rows of skewers with chicken sizzling. Frida, intrigued, asked what kind of food it was. Deichai explained the simple process. The chicken was cut into small pieces, skewered, coated with sauce, and put on the grill. The warm, juicy aroma wafted through the crowd, and people couldn't help but exclaim with delight. One man noted that he had seen fried chicken before, but it had never smelled so incredible. Deichai noticed this. The smell turned out to be a powerful lure for the hungry, especially for those who usually ate only in the morning and evening. While the crowd buzzed, someone recognized Frida, saying she was the customer who just bought his fire-starting equipment. Seizing the moment, Deichai handed her a skewer just taken off the grill. He told her to take one as a free bonus. She was surprised but grateful. She accepted his offer and took a big, impatient bite. Her eyes suddenly widened with surprise as the taste struck her senses. With an expression of genuine delight, she declared it extraordinarily delicious, and her reaction touched everyone watching. She explained that she had never tried anything tastier and immediately asked about the sausage. Wanted to buy it. Deichai, pleased with her reaction, announced to the crowd a promotion. Anyone who buys at least one of his products will receive a grilled chicken skewer as a set. The announcement instantly drove the crowd. Crazy customers eagerly bought boxes of his products to get their shashliks. He paused for a moment and apologized to the woman vendor at the neighboring stall for the commotion, but she was unfazed. She politely accepted his offer, a thank you with a shashlik. The shop turned into a whirlwind of work. Frida and Alicia took the cue and handed out skewers. Dai Kai wildly spun the grill and handled the calculations, doing everything himself, barely managing to cope with the sudden, frantic demand. He announces to the noisy crowd that his shop will soon close and urges them to make their last purchases. And it is clear, business is going well. When the last customers leave, a group of 4 frightened men approaches them. Their leader, a man with light hair and a beard, steps forward and demands to taste. He smiles and says that this is exactly what he was waiting for, but then cheerfully announces that, unfortunately, he no longer has grilled chicken. It's sold out. The men explode with anger, accusing him of lying because they saw him taking it out and putting it into his magic bag, and call him a freak. He ignores their anger. He bows slightly and explains that the shop is already closed for today. He politely asks them to return tomorrow if they are still interested. The enraged leader grabs him and declares that they are clients, so now he will be taught a lesson. Suddenly, cold steel of a blade presses against the man's neck. A woman's voice orders him to hold on. The bandit leader freezes and warns his men. She is a B-rank mage, so they must be careful. The woman Karina holds the upper offensive positions, showing her rank. She asks what the problem is and orders to retreat if there is no business here. With a cold look, she declares, "I am guarding him." At this revelation, the gangster leader and his partner break out in nervous sweat. Their aggressive manner falters. She presses her luck and asks if he really thinks that the 4 of them can defeat her. She warns, if he miscalculates and does not retreat, he will regret it very much. When the bandits jump back, another young woman, Alicia, casually throws her arm over the leader's shoulder, smilingly asking what happened, hinting that if the food is sold out, there's nothing to be done. The men nervously agree. Before the situation could fully de-escalate without unnecessary tensions, a new voice interrupts the conversation, asking if they are fighting for something. A man with a large scar above his eye approaches them. The gang leaders turn pale as soon as he recognizes the newcomer, shouting the name Alan and questioning why he is still here. He turns back to his companion, a man with slick-back hair, and asks if he needs a hand in the fight. The companion confirms and sincerely thanks him. The clash shifts again to the Daichai group. The gang leader turns to Karina and says it seems she will have to pay the price. Daichai interjects confusedly, "What price, when he is the one without the goods?" After that, he declares they are leaving here already. His words ignite fury in the bandits. They roar at him, accusing him of playing with them all this time and making fools of them. Daichi, confused, quickly tries to backtrack. He says it is a misunderstanding and that he was only teasing. But this only angers them more. They hiss that he is dead. As the situation only worsens, Alan and his team step forward, their figures looming over the stage. Daichi and Karina glance sideways at them, their faces turning stone cold. Alan looks with mild annoyance and asks what happened. Instead, Alicia happily holds Nike and encourages me, asks someone to give their all. The original gang leader explains to Alan, Daichai's gang was wiping them out, so he was going to teach them a lesson. His accomplice curls his lips and teases, why hasn't he started yet? He mockingly asks if he's afraid of some ordinary guy and his girlfriend. The other gangsters burst into contemptuous laughter. Laughter fades as the gang leader pokes Karina with a trembling finger and urgently warns Alina. The girl is a Birangu mage, and this is no laughing matter. His warning is met with contemptuous laughter and gestures from other people of Alenthi, seem not to care about this news at all. Alan, however, considers the information. He calmly agrees that they need to be careful, then adds a crucial detail. Karina is not the only mage present here. The gang leader confirms this. When the odds seem to have evened out, Alan gives the order to his man. It's time to announce that he will teach them a lesson. His group rushes forward to attack. While Alan's people are rushing into the attack, Daichi warns Karina, "Be careful." From the side of the approach, he sees 2 men, presumably trial mages, and another one behind. Karina notices that their level of physical enhancement resembles cursed equipment, so his 9 bullets might not work. She asks if he can handle one flank of the attack. At the mention of how a beautiful woman relies on him, Daichi feels a surge of excitement, and swallowing from the container, confidently takes the task. Then he clarifies that he believes he can take both. Karina knocks down his confidence, saying that one is enough, and most importantly, do not make the first move. His warning comes too late. One of the thugs, tired of their conversation, roars for them to shut up. He and his 2 companions rush forward, weapons raised to strike. The attack lasts a moment and it's over. All three attackers lie face down on the ground, broken and bleeding. While the thugs lie motionless, Karina boldly shifts her gaze to another group of spectators and betrays whether they remember what she said earlier. The leader of that group, Klaus, nervously sweats and admits he forgot everything. While Klaus stammers, Daichai crouches near the other prisoners, declares that he will interrogate the defeated men, and asks if they themselves have questions for them as well. The man regains composure. Klaus asks what exactly Daichai would like to know. He immediately clarifies whether they came here to get rid of the goblins, and Klaus confirms that this is exactly why they came. He clarifies that his party consists entirely of travelers registered in the city of Karam, and that they officially accepted this request. And with a hint of accusation adds, those mages who referred to Daichai's group apparently did not. Hearing this, Daichai's expression sharpens. He asserts that all the goblins have already been cleared out, then sharply asks Klaus's team how many exactly they have destroyed, demanding an exact number. To the direct question, Klaus trembles, his confidence crumbles. He admits their party scored 0. His companion Dennis confirms the same. Daichai silently processes this suspicious data. He continued the interrogation, noting, Klaus's party gained nothing, while the other group claimed to have defeated 11 goblins. The accusation hung in the air and Klaus flinched. He pressed the confirmation number and his gaze did not waver. When Klaus nervously confirmed, Daichai's questions changed. Now he demanded to tell about the participants of that other, more successful party. Focusing on Klaus, Karina turned to the woman in the crowd, Coltine asked if she could describe that party. The sharp turn made Klaus raise his hand, as if he was protesting. So let's remember, one of them could use both water and healing magic. The man in the bandana, apparently the leader of another party, added that their group consists of 4 people. Klaus continued, 2 members in front wore enchanted armor, and the third was a specialist in offensive magic. Daichai listened carefully, absorbing every detail. He decided that the party was assembled accurately and balanced. It was no surprise that such a team could defeat 11 goblins, while others could not kill even one. Yet the situation still seemed suspicious. His thoughts shifted to the very task. He turned to the crowd and asked who agreed to accept the request to clear out the goblins in Torino village. A man in a bandana raised his hand and said it was his group and his mage's party. He directly questioned the man, whether the village had been attacked and if they managed to escape unharmed. The man confirmed and explained that they had been searching for goblins for over 10 days and found nothing, so they just left. The party leader called it luck, noting that they would have been attacked if they had stayed a couple more days. After that, he revealed the crucial timing detail. The mage's party arrived in the village 3 days before the goblins attacked it. Having received this new information, he turned to the fair-haired woman from the other group, crossing his arms. Recognizing her as one of those who fought the goblins, he demanded to know the scale of the operation. He listened as the leader of the magic squad explained their actions. The man said they had heard that other squads had not found a single goblin for over 10 days, so they decided the horde was on the move. Therefore, as soon as they arrived in the village, they went deep into the forest to scout where the goblins had made their lair. Then he asked a direct question, wanted to know if goblins appeared anywhere during the search. The mage with closed eyes gave a simple one-word answer. No, Daichai was watching him. His face revealed nothing. After the interrogation, it seemed everything was over. Daichai stood next to Karina and Alicia, and his gaze was distant. He was processing the received information. Then his attention shifted to others. He pondered aloud what to do with them and assumed that handing them over to the village guard would be a complete hassle. If they felt remorse, he reasoned, they could simply be released. Following the advice about leniency, Captain Jeffrey and his companions immediately exploded into a loud, ostentatious scene of apologies begging for forgiveness. Daichai and Karina watched how everything unfolded, somewhat impressed by the strength of this display. When this matter was settled, Daichai turned to Karina and Alicia and gently patted the younger girls on the head. He announced their next step, to hand over all the information they had gathered to guild leader Klaus and Captain Jeffrey. But as they walked, Daichai's thoughts returned again to the mage leader. He admitted to himself, the man's story sounded logical. A team of 4 mages prowling deep in the forest was not unusual, but something didn't add up. Inside, an anxious bell rang warning him not to trust. He couldn't shake the feeling. He was puzzled by how talkative the mage was. He remained guessing. Was this newly witnessed fact truly a step forward in his investigation, or just a new, skillfully disguised obstacle? In the team tent, guild leader Klaus reviews the situation with Karina. He confirms, the 2 parties who were in Torino Villa before the bandit attack also participated in the goblin extermination operation. After the report, he asks for her personal assessment. Irina expresses her opinion. They need to be cautious. Klaus agrees and says that the group of 4 mages definitely should not be approached, and they themselves should not trust the other parties too quickly. He suspects they are acting according to a pre-written scenario. Then he points out that this information was extracted by Daichai Sakura. Later, Klaus suggests Daichai's decision to open a food kiosk was a deliberate tactic and most likely connected to the events in Torino. The guild leader admits with a thoughtful face that he intended to send a scout to the taverns that same night for the same purpose. Daichai simply beat him to it. Karina looks down. The sugar is already in her mouth. She apologizes, feeling that she should have stopped him before he dared to take such a risk. He waved off her apologies and told her not to worry. He thought aloud whether the travelers noticed their suspicions and decided no one could even imagine that Daichai would open a stall just to question them about information on the spot. Continuing the analysis, he notes, Daichai's line of questioning cleverly suggested that they were prepared against attacks on the road, but not against bandits who would attack the village itself. Until the targets delve into the details, Klaus is confident everything will be fine. Then she shifts her gaze directly to Karina and asks a straightforward question. What does she really think about Lord Asakor? She answers frankly, her face serious and unyielding. In her opinion, his potential is limitless. Her evaluation continues. In her mind, the image of deity is born. He is not only a mage's abilities, but also his unparalleled knowledge and wisdom. She is confident. He has an educational level far higher than anything she can even imagine. He counted in his head without a pen or paper, and his results were both quick and accurate. Hearing this, Klaus confirmed that he had the same impression. He noted, even for a seasonal trader, Daichai immediately grasps both the mysterious calculations and the exhausting contracts. Karina told in more detail, recalling the time in the forest when he was training in magic. At first, he wrote down what looked like equations to calculate distances, which confused both her and Lloyd. Klaus asked if she remembered what the equations were. In response, Karina just shook her head. She admitted that she could not understand them even at the level of Meaninglit alone recall them. He used the triangulation method, but because his measurements were only approximate, the result was just an estimate. Still, it seemed to her like watching a professor give a complex lecture. She continued and explained. Later, taking measurements became boring for him, so he took out a strange high-tech instrument and began using it instead. Klaus listened attentively, accepting her words. He took a sip from the cup and began to guess. Daichai is probably a royal person from another continent, or maybe he comes from a high noble family. Karina objected, although she could not clearly explain why. He did not seem to her an heir, rather the second son of a wealthy landowning nobleman. Hooked, Klaus asked her to explain. She answered directly. Daichai was used to taking everything lightly. She explained in detail. She saw how he rushes headlong into situations without thinking whether he can handle them himself. It seems he does not solve problems on his own. Instead, he stages a scene to boast about his agility, and the people around are left to pick up the pieces. She continued the report, adding one more point. Klaus, leaning forward, pushed her towards more precise formulations. She stated that she believes they need to raise the level of treatment of Mr. Asakura. She silently, with a serious look, emphasized. They must treat him as if he were a royal person traveling incognito, or at least the heir of some house. He seized the moment, folded his hands before him, and quietly asked for the reason. She began by referring to his item box. Even in their own country, she explained, only the highest circles of society possess intangible magic and such an item. Everything he made from it is impressive. Moreover, she added that he has a high level of knowledge and sophistication, and has repeatedly demonstrated the ability to use the surrounding circumstances to solve complex problems. If all the things and knowledge she possessed were carelessly scattered across their country, she would have to paint a terrible picture. The extent of influence he could achieve would be immense. Klaus, absorbing her words, drew his own conclusion. If Daichai really was a royal person from another state, and even with magical abilities far surpassing theirs, then the situation was critical. He leaned forward and posed the question as if by the book. The daughter of the royalist family of Count Kirschwood, she agreed to lure Daichai to her side, no matter what it took. This suggestive thought struck Karina, and she suddenly jumped up, shouting in complete shock towards the guild leader. He simply leaned back, dismissing his provocative question as a mere joke. But Karina did not relax tense, her gaze stubbornly fixed on him. For her, the situation of the Novendorf kingdom was far from something to joke about so lightly. Klaus continues the strategic assessment, pushing aside the question about Daichai's origin. It gnaws at his mind. The economic influence of his goods and just his information alone will be enough for opposing factions to grow in their own country. All will compete for his favor. Karina agrees but voices greater concern. Whichever faction or country manages to gain Daiichi's favor will immediately gain enormous influence, so it is extremely important that they are the ones to do it. After reaching an agreement, Klaus announces the plan of action. They will treat him with the highest respect, a thoughtful smile playing on his lips. At elsewhere, Daiichi notices Frida and Dennis together and asks why they are sticking close again. Frida, playfully leaning in, teases, "Isn't she enough for him?" Daiichi, shaking his head in denial, even stammers, and Alicia explains, "It's just better to be among those you know well." She continues to tease, then turns to Dennis, who is clearly not in the mood for jokes. She says that if Daiichi is dissatisfied with him, she can always support him and drive him away and find someone more attractive to take his place. Seeing his companions awkwardly flinch, Daiichi quickly intervenes, reassuring everyone that he is fine with Dennis and strokes Nike. Other girls pick up the joke, saying that Daiichi would still prefer someone more handsome than some middle-aged man. Nearby, Karina briefly explains their mission to the frightened dentist. The plan is to set an ambush for the bandits, pretending to be drunk. So she orders him to drink with his head held high because he has Daiichi's permission. After that, she shifts her gaze to Daiichi and adds more details about her companions. She tells him that Dennis and Frida are both B-rank mages, equally skilled in close combat and ranged combat. You receive this news and understand. Their B rank puts them on par with Karina's own forces. Impressed, he tells Frida and Dennis that they are incredible, and adds, while Karina specializes in wind magic, they can become even stronger if they focus on offensive fire magic. He listened while Frida explained, all of Beltram's guards are mages whose ranks are higher than D, so their own B status did not seem particularly special to them. Dennis impatiently admitted that they were doing quite well anyway. He continued and added, they try to create the impression that this is an ordinary convoy. This made Ditch Sheet ask if the company's security was really not that strong, and he admitted that it was hard for him to assess anything precisely. Karina took a step forward to clarify their strategy. She explained that if problems started, Dennis could use his reliable area magic effect to distract the enemies and give the rest a chance to escape. At a distance, both Frida and Dennis nodded cheerfully, unconditionally agreeing with her straightforward assessment of the plan. As soon as they arrived at the tavern, Karina cut off the conversation, deciding they had talked enough. At that moment, Nike hid in Daichi's jacket and snorted quietly in displeasure. The sound caught attention. She sharply turned to Daichi, asked what happened, and aloud wondered if Nike simply did not like taverns. Daichi immediately understood the reason. Perhaps Nike used spirit magic to sense the same suspicious gang from before. Karina confirmed. Those men were inside, and Nike probably caught them by pure instinct. Hearing this, Karina looked calm and noted that if it was only about those travelers, it would even be a relief. Dennis, not worried at all, cheerfully opened the door and invited everyone to come in. The tavern inside buzzed with activity. The same company of rough travelers, including Captain Jeffrey, drank and ate loudly and carefully at the table, completely unaware of the group that had just entered. They and their companions were already inside, laughing loudly at the table. When Daichi's team entered the tavern, this loud revelry immediately caught their attention. A tremor from behind the wooden post. Karina confirmed they were there with a weary sigh. Daichi froze and looked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Despite the whole room, the company of adventurers continued feasting, completely unaware that they were being watched. Watching them from afar, Daichi noticed their wounds were still healing. Frida considered this almost too easy, while Alicia joyfully praised Nike for her cleverness in how she tracked them. Then he remembered his own rapid regeneration, a process that took less than 3 minutes. Suddenly, something clicked in his head. Jeffrey's group had a water mage. Their wounds should have fully healed in a matter of minutes, but they did not heal. With a new understanding, he returned to the others and adjusted their strategy on the fly. Their original plan to pretend to be drinking until the adventurers appeared was now worthless. The news was a devastating blow for Denny. He was overwhelmed with complete disgrace at the prospect of no alcohol. Meanwhile, Colette gently stroked the sleeping dentist's back, hinting that he could buy himself a drink somewhere outside, and Daichi approached the innkeeper to purchase provisions. As soon as the company began to leave, their attention was once again drawn to the travelers' table. Daichi followed their gaze and could not understand why they were going into the forest so late at night. Karina corrected him. They are leaving the village. Keeping a safe distance, Daichi whispered a suspicion. If the travelers were just going to meet a contact, he reasoned there would be no need to enter the forest. He guessed about their appointment and whispered his thoughts to others. He decided that they were probably meeting someone on the edge of the Foristo report that Beltram's escort had turned out tougher than they expected, or simply to pass on information by letter. Considering the options, the company watched from behind the cover of trees as Jeffrey's party stood at the edge of the clearing. Karina, using her wind magic, scanned and confirmed his suspicion. She reported. She did not know their exact words, but they would definitely make it clear that their group had more combat training than originally planned. The search was cut short when Alicia suddenly took a deep breath and gasped, "Warning!" Nearby in the grass, someone else was lurking. Hearing her warning, the group crouched lower into the thick vegetation. Alicia whispered that the situation was bad. The voice cut through the night, calling someone forward. Daichi silently hoped they could eavesdrop on the conversation. He turned to her and asked what was happening. Alicia, without looking away, said that from what she managed to understand, the newcomers overheard details about village watch. Before he could answer, Frida added that the guard in the village always keeps the watch lowered. Denny's agreed and noted. If the newcomers supposedly came to fight goblins, it is quite natural for them to make contact with the local guard. The question about the strength of goblins was met with a cheerful explanation from Frida. She said that it is customary to investigate while you are defeating them. Goblins become a real problem only when they gather in packs, she added. But as long as there are no elites, even low-level adventurers can handle them. Other words fell into place for him. As he thought, it had to be about a much tougher enemy than just goblins. He reasoned this way: if there were too many goblins, the proper squad would have already been sent to subdue them. His mind raced wildly, calculating the enemy's strategy. In other words, there were too few goblins to require gathering many adventurers or members of the village guard, and that was exactly what was needed to keep the overall security in the villages at a low level. The complete treacherous plan became clear. First, lure a few goblins near the village to raise alarm among the villagers and force them to ask adventurers. Next, insert bandits into the adventurers' squads so they pass information to their main team. Finally, when the situation is right, the bandits will loot the village and their inside agents will arrange everything to make it look like an easy job. He processed the new information and realized with surprise. The bandits were calculating the side of the village that lay farther from the Beltram Company's column. Karina confirmed that he understood everything and explained that the bandits advised their allies to stay as far away from the company as possible. While they watched a group of adventurers cautiously making their way through the tall grass, Alicia wondered if they suspected the ambush that was about to strike. Karina corrected her, saying their slow pace was simply a sign of caution. Karina turned to Alicia and asked if she could use her abilities to eavesdrop on that distant conversation. Alicia focused for a moment and confirmed she would try. A moment before Daich heard a faint, crackling, distant voices began to break through Alicia's magic. He listened attentively as one of the men reported. The Beltram Company column had stopped in the village and was not moving. Moreover, the village watch was behaving suspiciously. Daichi explained to Jeffrey that Alicia's wind magic allows them to eavesdrop on bandits. Jeffrey, processing what he heard, asked why the Beltram Company had to stop in this village at all. The robbers themselves thought the same. One of them suggested that the company was most likely frightened by the recent attack on the village of Torino. Hearing this, Daichi remembered, Torino is the last village they passed through. Karana quickly confirmed this thought. The memory of this was much darker for the bandits. The man with smooth hair recalled the event with a fierce smile and reminded his accomplice that Torino is the village where they slaughtered everyone to the last man. His partner waved off the memories and asked what their plan was now. The guy with the smoothly combed bandit hair replied that complaining was useless, and their leader admitted, the situation is truly critical. If the Beltram Company does not move soon, their entire operation will be at risk. He grins, seeing the presence of the Beltram Company not as a failure, but as a stroke of luck. He says this will turn into an even bigger haul than their previous one, especially if the guild leader is there. From a distance, one could hear Daichi and his companions quietly conversing in agreement. They also understand what the bandit is saying and acknowledge his assessment as sound. The quiet mutual agreement is broken by the sharper trigger of Captain Jeffries. Frowning, he reminds the others that he has already warned them about the formidable security. He further explains that he only encountered 2 guards, but even their small number turned into a tough fight. Unimpressed, the man with the trimmed goatee disdainfully snorts at the captain's warning. He asks why the situation worries him so much and notes that among the irreconcilable opponents, only one was a B-rank mage. To emphasize his words, he reveals their devastating advantage and confidently states that they have 5 B-rank mages in their own ranks. This news hits the listening party with a wave of shock. The faces of Jeffries, Frida, Karina, Daichi, and Alicia immediately reveal how serious everything is. Daichi, drenched in sweat, cannot help but wonder how truly great their forces are. Nearby, Karina's face hardens sharply as she realizes This means truly formidable trouble. They have just discovered an enemy whose power can fully match their own. Tension crawls like a heavy burden in the air as Daichai's group confronts the captured bandits. Jeffries notes, 5 among the prisoners are B-rank mages, and this explains their previous confidence. After Daichai looked them straight in the eyes, he clearly understands the threat they pose. Jeffries turns to Daichai and says it is better to wait until their prisoners are taken out of this area. Then he directly asks if Daichai is afraid. He only briefly replies, "Yeah." He continued his assessment, admitting that Karina was very cool, but at least he understood what she was doing. But Daichai was a completely different matter. Jeffrey couldn't even imagine using magic. He clarifies that Daichai fired a bunch of lead right into his leg. One of the prisoners, Alan's comrade, snorts defiantly and questions. Maybe it was nothing more than a regular soil ignition. Daichai cheerfully interrupts and notes, even with such an attack, Jeffrey still managed to pierce his enchanted armor. He says there are very few people with such strength. For now, the arrested thugs are grumbling among themselves. The bald thug confirms that it was Daichi who attacked them. He recounts how 2 of their comrades Akim and Elmer lost a leg when they let their guard down. Jeffrey rejects the idea that low-ranking infiltrators are impossible at all. He returns to Frida and orders her to contact their allies in the cage. The bullets reject his haste. With light defiance, she announces that she will make the final decision tomorrow at noon and adds, "Let him hope that the case will be dismissed." Through the tension, Karina is preparing to set off. "Let's go," she says and gestures for the group to move on. So they moved on, making their way past the dark maw of the cave and into the depths of the dense forest. In a large, roughly hewn cave gathered a formidable company of people. They stand before a burly, giant-sized Manther leader, apparently. He stands with his back to them, contemplating the next move, gazing into the silence as the air thickens with tension. The gathered group is a collection of petrified faces. Each one is gloomy and unyielding. People and beasts mixed together can unite them into one purpose. The silence is broken by a man with slick-back hair. He reports with a bold smile that Alan's group was completely defeated. He says Alan was thoroughly intimidated by that kid and that lady guard. Nearby, an older bearded man listens silently and asks to confirm that their opponents are really B-rank mages. The leader, a man named Joseph, turns to his subordinates, crossing his arms. One of the men, Alan, steps forward and confirms that they saw a Mage Guild ID tag on the girl, insisting that the young guy is much more dangerous than the Beer Ink mage. After that, another man asks Joseph what their plan is, and uncertainty rings in his voice. The man in the red hood and mask warns, their targets may be connected to Beltram Company, which will create a serious problem. But another participant just snorts, says their people should be more than enough to handle them. The man with slick-back hair bristles at the hint, asking himself and seemingly checking if they doubt his competence. He immediately replies, the appearance of B-rank mage is something that cannot be missed. But that man does not back down, presses further and demands, what did he really mean? Before the fight broke out, their leader, Peter, slammed his fists on the table with a bang and roared for everyone to be silent. His order instantly silenced Grisnya. Comfortably settled on the barrel, a young man with short, light hair speaks calmly. He says that the company Beltram is unlikely to fail to notice that Village Watch has now set off on the road. They continue to address Petro directly, meeting him with a confident smile. The young man asks if Petro thinks their opponents might have already set a trap, and a brief, sudden surprise flashed across the leader's face. The young man unfolds his theory and leans forward with a confident smile. He emphasizes, the guild's leader column is here, and if the rumors about his strong sense of justice are true, it is very likely that he will coordinate with the village guard to set up some kind of trap. The strategist confirms to the leader, Peter, the latest intelligence. He reports, the village guards have concentrated at the northern gates, and the Beltram Company has set up camp in a clearing near the southern gates. Then he lays out his plan with a smiling face. He says that if they attack the village guard from the north, the Beltram column should come to reinforce. Nearby, some bandit who received a message from Alan's group confirms. Everything is correct. Another robber looks around and says that they won't earn much this way, and he doesn't like constantly worrying about Beltram Company. Peter replies, let them just smash Village Watch and take everything they can before the company arrives. One of the men smiles predatory, wants to turn everything to his side again, says there are more women in this village and that he prefers not to rush. But Petro's face is stone. Inside, he rejects the strategist's caution as something impossible. He continued to ponder the strategist's warnings. Of course, reinforcements usually do not arrive immediately, but the strategist raised chilling questions. What if the trap is already set? What if the units are waiting somewhere halfway? He argued, Even if they destroy the sentries, they will not be able to simultaneously rob and fend off the company. While their leader weighs the risks, the other bandits are already starting to crave more. One suggests hitting the company sooner rather than later. He wants to take not only the money and women from the village, but also the convoy's cargo. Imagining it will be quite a haul. The proposal is immediately met with fear. Joseph, a man named Joseph, shouts that they cannot overcome the Beltram convoy. Everyone is reminded of their harsh reputation. While others watch warily, the strategist quietly thinks. Rumors about a Barang mage among them could really become a problem. He turns away from the frightened men, dismissing how scared Alan's group was. His gaze stops again on the leader. Calmly, he asks Peter what he thinks. Addressing the group, the strategist acknowledges Yosef's correctness. He says everyone knows the reputation of the Beltram column and that to reduce their losses, they need to avoid direct confrontation. Peter presses him and asks how they should act next. A bold, confident smelling the strategist leans forward and declares, if they move, it will only be a sudden attack. The young strategist began and spread his arms before the gathered bandits. Well, first this. They explained, while the northern side is guarded by the village watch, that section should be easy to overcome. Other bandits eagerly chimed in. If the watch hides in the bunkers, they can simply be ignored and the village struck directly. They reasoned that the watch would inevitably rush to protect the villagers, creating the perfect opportunity to destroy it. Proof of that, according to their simplified assumptions. The strategist pointed out, they expect the village guard to be stupid. They replied, if the guards have even a little sense, they will keep the peasants in the center of the village all night and then a direct assault will become much more difficult. Peter, the leader, seemed to follow this plan. After crushing the rural guard, they would then take on the convoy. The strategist's patience ran out. You idiot, they declared, breaking out in anger at the absurdity dividing their forces. They exposed a weak spot in his plan. Village Watch will immediately switch to a defensive stance. This will buy them valuable time for the Beltram convoy to reinforce the villagers, and that was not the only risk. Then another bandit intervened with a different plan. Simply ignore the defenders, loot the empty houses for valuables, and escape before the convoy arrives. Peter snorted disdainfully in response to the strategist endlessly talking about risks. He wondered if their real panic was that their own people would get so caught up in looting that they wouldn't escape in time. Covering his face in helpless irritation, the strategist admitted, if they were not surrounded by people foolish enough to dare such a thing, he would not even consider the possibility. Hearing this, Peter and the others burst out laughing gruffly, and loudly rejecting the idea that anyone in their group could be that stupid. He confidently laid out his simple strategy. They will leave no trace for the convoy and strike from the south. The strategist immediately intervened, asking a question that made everyone truly anxious. What if the peasants have already evacuated, taking all the food and valuables with them? They said that an attack from the south would lead to a direct frontal clash with the convoy. Such a battle, they warned, would be much harder than just dealing with the guard near the village. She leaned forward, offering the group another way instead of their reckless ideas. Instead of a direct clash, just strike with a sudden attack. His own suggestion exploded with sudden enthusiasm. He himself clapped his hands when he realized they had the same idea for an ambush. Yosef just watched, not understanding. Despite his confusion, he began to draft the initial assumptions of the plan. They will act as if enemy forces hold one unit in the south and another in the center of the village. She outlined this simple strategy. Their forces were to attack North Gate, join the group already inside, and then storm the rural guard. He explained, the real goal was not just to fight, but to completely crush the guard and destroy the fighting spirit of the inhabitants. Then they would have no will left to resist, and the Beltram convoy would become easy prey. After the Beltram unit was destroyed, he added, the village will be easy prey. This provoked fierce outrage from the bandit in bandages, called him a fool, and declared that the real treasures were in the main convoy, not in the village. Another gang explicitly stated what he heard, confirming. It was a direct, sudden attack. The main goal was to destroy Village Watch. Meanwhile, the leader, Peter, narrowed his eyes. He asked if this was the fake plan that was deliberately leaked. The strategist smiled and joyfully confirmed, saying, bingo, and a wave of shock ran through the other man's body. Peter's expression changed to deep interest. He urged the strategist to continue. Barely moving forward, the strategist raised a finger to his lips, preparing to reveal the truth. This is the real plan. As soon as he started speaking, somewhere completely different, a fist slammed on the table with force. The sound burst from the angry man with trimmed goat. Mustache was furiously shouting at the subordinate who crouched before him in terror. In the Akara council house, Klaus Burnham recounts the just concluded meeting. After dealing with the goblins, they confronted the bandits who had previously attacked Torino village. He continues rubbing his temple in irritation. The meeting had two goals: to discuss their findings and to devise a defense plan for the village before nightfall. Klaus expresses deep concern and says that since the village cell is leading the operation, their plans might as well be served to the enemy on a silver platter. While the details of that meeting are being conveyed, Daichai sits down next to his comrades and asks for confirmation that their proposed plan was approved. The friends listen attentively as all the nuances are finalized. The accepted plan is laid out on the map. Currently, the village watch and the travelers who fought the goblins hold the defense at Northgate, while Beltram Company stands in a clearing near Southgate, watching every move. This strategic positioning is designed to repel bandit attacks from any side. The main forces of the company will remain in the village center-ready to support both gates or respond to any breach beyond the outer walls. Captain Jeffrey confirms this was Beltram Company's proposal. He adds that to minimize potential losses, residents near South Gate will be temporarily relocated to the center. Also, any suspicious travelers will be recruited to guard the village from the north, effectively kept under surveillance. Daichai considers this, acknowledging that Jeffrey has a point. The captain responds with a confident smile, encouraging him. Don't worry, as they will lead the operation and bear the brunt of the battle's harshness. Frida offers her own sharp assessment. The village received no alternative plan from the council, so they had to accept this one. Since the village cannot defend itself alone, their forces must be on the front line. When the briefing ended, Jeffrey declared that was all and announced it was time to meet the guild leader. He and Frida rose from the table, so Daichai and Alicia were left only to watch them leave. Their departure allowed Klaus Bergtram to give the final, firm order to proceed according to plan. The assembled group of travelers stood ready, prepared to carry out the village's defense. Once the plan was finalized, Daichai assigned specific roles to the team. He stated that together with Alicia, Karina, Denny's, and Frida, they would prepare an attack on the southern side working in tandem with the guild leader, Klaus. He laid out all the details and, in response, heard clear confirmation as the forces moved out. The counterattack was to start very soon. According to the strategy, the unit requiring the greatest mobility should be placed in the center of the village under the command of Captain Jeffrey. Later, in his tent, Daichai pondered the variables, uncertain how effective his magical spells would be and having to consider that the deserter might not be alone. He concluded that it was pointless to simply consider all enemy mages as barrancas and open fire indiscriminately, especially since he did not know who they were. His thoughts focused on weapons from his world, particularly anti-material rifles. His strategy was formed. He could start by clearing the territory with an assault rifle, then pick off any remaining targets with an anti-material rifle. He also assumed, since magical spells do not depend on light, sound, or air, sedative gas could be used. His concentration was broken by Nike. He stunned her and grabbed the radio. Daichai turned to his companion and asked if he wanted to play with the device again. Suddenly, the radio crackled and a distorted voice revealed a shocking truth. The current operation was a fake plan. The voice confirmed their real target was Beltram Company. Stunned, Daichai looked at Naki and realized the cat had been trying to warn him. He immediately apologized and promised to play later once the weight of the enemy's hidden schemes settled on him. A sharp realization hits Daichai as he listens to the crackling radio. The plan he studied was fake. Now he understood the enemy's real target is not Village Watch at all. Meanwhile, in the bandits' hideout, their strategist lays out the cards and names the real target, the Beltramsky convoy. He says, this is a 1 in a million chance because the convoy almost never disperses its forces. The goal is to steal the cargo and capture the guild leader. When asked who can recognize the target, the strategist replies, only he and a man named Yosef know, and only they remember what the leader looks like. He continues to describe the deception. They will leak a fake attack plan on Village Watch. One of the men doubts the trick, but the strategist dismisses his concern, explaining that the opponent is waiting for a weak spot. Their main force will most likely concentrate in Village Center, and the elite troops will hold nearby, and then the guild leader's position remains vulnerable to a lone attack. Another bandit voices a fear. He will have to face those elite troops directly. The group leader, Peter, forcefully strikes his palm with his fist and confidently declares that they will handle the boss too. His firmness boosts the others' fighting spirit, saying they haven't encountered a worthy opponent in a long time, boasting that only 6 or 5 of them will definitely win, and insisting they are not like other groups. The source of their confidence, they are active military personnel. And then the strategists, without any pomposity, suggest, for greater safety, to also add a group of prisoners who have huddled together in the darkness. Unwilling to risk injury due to restraint, the men agree to use their trump card. Petro makes the final decision. He orders Alan's squad to be in Formedto attack the north entrance exactly at midnight tomorrow. The strategist adds a final layer of deception. He instructs a subordinate to pretend to have contacted their insiders and to deliver a second, more detailed fake letter. The plan is ready. They will go into battle tomorrow night. Turning to Daichai, he processes the intercepted conversation. Now he already knows the attack on the village is inevitable. Barely whispering that the time has almost come, he hears a voice calling him. In another location, Frida holds a similar radio device. She informs Karina that Captain Jeffrey has received intelligence about the attack and that they need to immediately head to the guild leader's tent. Karina gives the team credit, her face tense as she prepares to move. Detailed letter, presumably intercepted intelligence, lies on the table inside the large command tent. A lamp nearby illuminates the text on it. Inside, Klaus Burdom addresses the command. With grim certainty, he announces, bandits will attack tonight. His statement hangs in the air, caught by the line of tents, and above all stretches an uncertain pause from the faces of Frida, Karina, Daichai, Captain Jeffrey, and Alicia. He outlines the gathered intelligence. According to the letter found on one of the suspicious adventurers captured by the patrol, the bandits have already come across a plan to position a unit in the center of the village. It reveals their true goal. The robbers intend to launch a full-scale assault on the northern side of the village, aiming to quickly destroy the village guards. It turns out the bandits, considering it unwise to fight both the adventurers and the village watch at once, decide to first eliminate the watch, leaving the guild as the next target. While the group listens, Daichai's thoughts race wildly. He understands this is not typical bandit tactics, rather a carefully planned military operation. Then Klaus slams his palm on the table and asks why they have gathered to discuss all this. He does not wait for an answer. He roars fiercely that the bandits will not succeed. He proclaims as if he has already ordered the mobile unit to join with the village watch, and gives the travelers the order to move to the northern side to intercept the initiative from their attackers. While others prepare to move, Karina steps forward and insists she will stay with the Merchants Guild as the guard. Denny's, acknowledging her choice, turns back to Klaus and asks what plans he himself has. He dismisses their concern and says there is no need to worry. He assures the guild has workers capable of fighting at least to some extent. Frida sharply responds and addresses the guild leader directly. She asks permission for Karina to stay behind. She explains that with her presence, the guild will be safe, and the rest will be able to help the village watch without any worries. Before Klaus can respond, Daichai suddenly interrupts, lifts the radio transmitter, and inserts his opinion. He insists, if among the bandits there are 5 Burank mages, then leaving Karina out of the fight only means increasing the damage they will suffer. Daichai insists this is exactly what the bandits want, and he calls to the guild leader Klaus, stating that he has something urgent for him. Question Daichai, you just now didn't hear their conversation. Daichai confirms he heard, and that's exactly why he must speak. He insists the south cannot be left unprotected. He reveals that everything Klaus laid out was actually part of the enemy's plan, and he places a small rectangular device on the map. You just press the button, and the device crackles and comes to life. A recorded voice fills the room. The words cut the ear. It says that the fake plan was deliberately leaked, and it was a scheme specially arranged to catch the Beltram Company. The revelation stuns Klaus and the other adventurers. His eyes sharply widen as he comprehends the disembodied voices. Daichai looks at him and confidently sees. Finally, he understood what is happening. He explains that the recording likely contains the attacker's real strategy. The other travelers, including Jeffrey and Frida, listen attentively, and Frida mutters that she is already getting used to such sudden twists of events. From afar, Karina watches him. Her curiosity sharpens as soon as she notices the strange object in Daichai's hand. Yet Klaus rejects the very nature of the device, saying it doesn't matter. He grits his teeth and focuses his entire gaze only on that treacherous conversation currently playing. He clarifies that the conversation was recorded not long ago. The bandits, as he reports, are coming at them from the large forest south of the village, somewhere about 500 meters to a kilometer from the main road. His explanation breaks off as his eyes suddenly dart upward and anxiety flares in his gaze. Everyone, he shouts, they are already here. But just then another traveler bursts in, shouting, calling for the guild leader. He says, a battle has started near the northern gates and a signal flare was fired. While the group swallows this news and doesn't know what to do, Daichai's hand clenches into a fist. His gaze hardens with determination. I have an idea, he declares. He began laying out the plan, tapping his finger on the map. It was simple. He clearly explained the counter-strategy that will make the bandits' own scheme turn against them. His finger traced the route on the diagram. When the bandits approach from the south, they will be hit by an ambush from both flanks exactly halfway to the village. He looked at everyone gathered around the table, emphasizing the decisive moment. For the ambush to succeed, they had to act as if they were following the bandits' original plan. Make this work, he outlined the first step. They would create the appearance that the rest of the troops were being sent from the south to reinforce the northern gate. The remaining guards, even non-combatants, would be disguised to make the deception effective, while Heelong with Alicia, Karina, Phrydia, and Dennis would stay behind. The second part of this conspiracy involved the guild leader, Klaus. He was to be displayed visibly in the town square as if waiting to give orders during an emergency. But in reality, he was the bait. And he summarized, all 5 of them, Alicia, Karina, Dennis, Frida, and himself, would stealthily sneak to the ambush site and launch a sudden attack. Karina's face immediately hardened and she interrupted. The plan was too risky. He objected. Even if their attack failed, it would provide a crucial window for the guild leader to safely retreat to the village center. She pressed him further, questioning why they couldn't just recall the troops sent to the northern gate if the main enemy force was truly moving from the south. He met her gaze. His resolve did not waver. He said no plan is without risk, and the bandits were already attacking. Nearby, Dennis shook his head and muttered that her suggestion wouldn't work. Frida agreed. The bandits would catch them long before reinforcements could be withdrawn from the northern gate. Marina, however, continued calculating options. She argued that even if the bandits had up to 5 Barank mages, the combined strength of the village watch squad and Beltram Company forces at the northern gate would easily hold off 60 bandits. This defense, she calculated, would give them enough time for the main units to retreat and help intercept the southern force at the village center. She turned to Klaus and Frida with confidence flashing in her eyes and needed their approval. After a few seconds of thought, Klaus conceded. She was right. She listens while Dennis interrupts and explains that everything is much more complicated than just fighting. Klaus, with a stern face, supports him and says that, in his opinion, the guild leader will not agree with the current strategy. Daiichi reveals his concerns. He explains that if the bandits enter the village center without a fight, they will simply switch targets from the guild leader Klaus to someone else. The realization hits her head hard. Her eyes widen as she understands the terrible gap in her plan. They will simply take any peasants who failed to evacuate as hostages. She clenches her fist in powerless anger. The conversation changes as one of the men asks what their chances are against the grouped main force. From behind them, Daiichi calmly announces he has his secret weapon. Daiichi's assertion immediately meets sharp skepticism from Klaus. He leans closer, eyes narrowing. He asks if Daiichi means that he has some kind of tool or magic with an area of effect powerful enough to destroy 60 or more bandits and also 5 Beer Ink mages. The edge of a barely noticeable, confident smile touches Daiichi's lips. Then he makes a stunning statement before the surprised group. He will not destroy them instead, he will deprive them all of their strength and capture them alive. This phrase leaves Klaus completely stunned. He can barely repeat the word, powerless. His confidence drives Karina crazy. She suddenly rushes forward, grabs him by the collar, and shouts that he underestimates their opponents and treats the situation too lightly. Captain Jeffrey voices his own disbelief. It's hard to believe that they supposedly already managed to sweep out 60 bandits, and the idea of also weakening all of them and taking them prisoner is simply incredible. Koss agrees, demanding proof, and asks Daiichi to explain his method precisely, step by step. Daiichi acknowledges their disbelief. He says that giving a verbal explanation now is impossible, so he decides. The simplest thing is to show everything in practice as soon as he reaches into his bag. He shows his secret weapon, a large, round, tent-like structure set on the ground between 2 lit torches. Later, in a field outside the village, the group makes their final preparations for the upcoming confrontation. While they wait, Alicia explains to Daiichi. The guild leader, Klaus, was sharply against her joining the squad. She smiles and tells how she convinced him, proving that her powerful offensive magic is better suited for use outside rather than inside the village. Seeing such logic, he could no longer object. Karina looks back at him. Her face shows pure anxiety as she asks if he is really sure everything will be fine. He looks at her, a drop of sweat trembles on his temple, and he immediately understands from everyone's reactions. Alicia's magic is truly incredibly powerful. He admits his explanations alone are too much to demand, but he needs her to believe him. He reminds her of his plan in case of retreat. If his initial strategy fails, he will have to use a weapon he calls an assault rifle. He emphasizes, if the guild leader decides the situation is too dangerous, she must retreat and leave him behind. Alicia leans closer, her face shining with joy, and declares that she will stay behind him to help them crush their enemies. An innocent, it would seem, phrase suddenly throws Karina off. She grabs Daichai by the hand and insists that she simply cannot abandon them. She swears to stay close until a backup plan is needed. And if that fails too, she will carry him to a safe place herself. Daichai calmly explains, the backup plan requires her to leave him behind and do the job. He smiles indulgently, trying to ease the tension, and tells her not to worry. His relaxed behavior draws criticism from others. Frito warns, don't be too confident, although she heard he is burly. Dennis picks up and says to take the enemy more seriously. Karina adds, his mage skills are impressive, but he lacks real combat experience. Frida keeps her stern tone and says she hears the same story over and over, a promising mage lost to a weaker enemy. All they had in common, she sums up, was lack of experience. She sharply says that the mages she read about lost because they were too arrogant, a harsh verdict that noticeably shocks him. He calmly replies, humming an old proverb, know the enemy and know yourself, and then fear not the outcome of 100 battles. Alicia seems to understand his point, and Karina adds, precise knowledge of both your own strengths and the enemy's strengths guarantees you won't lose even after many fights. Frida abruptly interrupts the conversation and explains, knowing the enemy's plan is their greatest advantage. After all, it allows turning the same strategy against them and catching everyone in one blow. Her tactical analysis is cut off as Karina grabs her by the shoulder and admits she understands Daichai's logic but insists he still acts recklessly. Dennis, standing behind, silently supports him. Sweat jumps on Sadie's temple. They don't believe him at all, they see only a naive rich kid in him. Inside, he admits he lacks experience, but he firmly believes his great knowledge compensates for it. He reflects that his confidence was born from countless books and dramas about war, and the chance to finally test this knowledge outweighs any fear. But his thoughts scatter when Alicia suddenly announces they are already here. Hearing her warning, the group tenses. Karina shouts for everyone to prepare and orders Alicia to apply enhancements. Daichai remains calm. The enemy is a kilometer away, just need to wait. From the side, Captain Jeffrey roars a warning madly. This is not just 60 bandits. His words turn out to be eerily true. They face an unexpected clash. A horde of monsters, among them 6 huge king apes, rushes straight at them along with bandits, and the whole group freezes in shock. The Daichai party encounters an impassable obstacle. Their path is blocked by a formidable force, a huge crowd of robbers, whose ranks have been reinforced by monsters resembling apes. Immediately raises the question about the origin of the royal monkeys, and Kara, now with a tense expression on her face, asks if he intends to use his mighty, nameless weapon. Before he can respond, Alicia calmly reports. She senses 66 bandits and 6 from king apes under their direct command. Daichai recalls hearing that these creatures are used as military forces, and Karina grimly concludes the situation is critical. Turning back to distance, Jeffrey confirms their fears. The numbers are much larger than they expected. Frida screams at Karina in panic, demanding they must retreat immediately. And Daichai estimates the speed of the bandits and realizes there will be no safe retreat. Energy crackles near his hand, and he declares that he will stop them himself, buying time so that others can warn the guild leader, Klaus. Karina rejects his plan as nonsense, but he responds with unwavering confidence. The more enemies, the more he will strengthen the firepower. When Karina freezes in shock, Alicia calmly announces that she will stay behind with him. With a smile in his voice, he explains that he still cannot use magic within the village, but later he will be able to catch up with others using physical enhancements. Karina's brazen indifference drives her crazy. Her furious rage makes her roar that she will be the one to command here, so everyone must obey her orders, to retreat from the enemy who is already about 700 meters away. The flash cuts off when Jeffrey intervenes and warns. The bandits are already too close to retreat. Realizing he is right, Karina turns around and orders Dennis and Frida to meet them halfway. Daich and Alicia provide support. Karina immediately gives the team due respect. Jeffrey, barely smilish, sees that her new strategy is exactly what he understood and trusts Daichai's abilities. They watched from a favorable position as Daichai confidently showed a double thumbs up. Daichai reported. The horde approaching was 600 meters away, but Alicia immediately corrected him and indicated the signal was at 500 meters. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and raised 4 fingers. Karina was looking at him, her face revealed nothing. While the silent countdown from 3 fingers moved to 2, the bandits led by the arrogant Jeffrey were step by step getting closer, and they had no idea about the trap that was already being set. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek and reality set in. He shuddered. The enemy was already about 200 meters away, almost point blank. He was overwhelmed with anxiety. Would he manage to draw his assault rifle if this first plan failed? His last finger went down. The enemy was already within aiming distance. Suddenly, above the horde pressing forward, dozens of cylindrical objects flashed. These were stun grenades, non-lethal devices from a certain country. They were supposed to emit a blinding flash and a deafening sound attack to temporarily deprive enemies of sight and hearing. The bandits and royal monkeys looked up completely confused exactly at the moment when Daichai's squad covered their eyes. The grenades exploded in a wave of merciless sensory attack. The bandits were caught off guard. Karina watched as chaos unfolded below. Dazzling white light covered the entire enemy force, their figures dissolved into indistinct silhouettes against the burning flash. The frontline fighters froze, eyes wide open, in shock and agony. After successful initial moves, Daichai calmly raised his hand and put on a pair of dargoggles, preparing for the next phase. His attack left the robbers completely helpless. They staggered, clutching their heads, and screamed in pain. Their order completely collapsed. They rise from the ground. Smoke rises from strange cylinders, and the senses are overwhelmed by the wild roar of the explosion and the dazzling flash of light. From a safe distance, Daichai and his companions watched as chaos unfolded. Karina, covering her eyes, cautiously asked if the threat had already been neutralized. The question hung in the air, while Frida and Denny's expressed their own surprise and aloud guessed what exactly had happened to the bandits. But Karina's gaze suddenly shifted to Daichai. A brief suspicion flashed in her eyes. She looked at him not as an ally but as an unknown quantity. With a tense, inquisitive gaze, she stared straight at him and demanded to know who he really was. He met her gaze but gave no answer. Instead, he shifted his attention to working with his hands. Only with a disdainfully indifferent snort and a shrug, he ordered everyone to start tying up the immobilized bandits. Then he decided that simple ropes would not be enough. To be safe, he would restrict their movement even more and switch to a net. While he was preparing this, Karina watched him, understanding the process would not be quick. But their work was brutally interrupted. A monster burst out from the outskirts. Belford Kingape. A wide and deadly roaring rumble unfolded around as he leapt forward and lunged at Daichai. His companions reacted instantly. Karina and Frida shouted for him to retreat. Denny's noticed that the beast looked confused, and Alicia was pushing everyone to roll back from this chaotic spectacle. He, however, did not flinch, calmly brushing off their concerns, assuring that everything was fine. His gaze did not leave the beast until suddenly, in the blur of movement, Captain Jeffrey threw himself between Daichai and the monster. His armored hand took the strongest blow. Seeing the captain enter the fight, Karina rushed in herself. She hit the king ape in the head, but the blow had no effect. Denny's, bursting in nearby, shouted that his fire magic also did not work. Karina immediately understood the matter. The king ape was in enchanted armor. The beast did not stop after the previous attack and focused on a new target. Karina screamed in frustration at the wasted chance while the ape began to accelerate. Nearby, Alicia shouted a warning to Daichai. He responded with calm determination and ordered his comrades to retreat. This creature was left to him. From his own inventory, he brought out a strange, long-barreled device into reality. Firmly taking position, he aimed the device and fired. The projectile flew through the air and with a loud crack hit the ape king's armored hand. But the enchanted mechanism deflected the blow. He assessed the result with a cold expression, silently convincing himself that the antimatter rifle was indeed powerful enough to kill them. Turning back to Karina, he declared that he would deal with the rest of the king, let apes handle it themselves. While she froze in shock, he took aim again. Another deafening flash rolled with an echo, and the second shot hit directly the star emblem on the ape's chest armor. The projectile tears through the metal plate and embeds deeply into the creature's torso. She could only stare frozen. Her mind trembles at the fact that he dealt with the beast alone with a single, accurate shot. Daichi does not look away. The barrel of his weapon still smokes after the shot. The moment of victory is very brief. Another king ape spreads wider, and a furious roar rushes into the very heart of the clash. Unmoved, he calmly assesses the remaining threats and notes. 3 remain. He shoots again. The bullet hits precisely, knocking the second macaque right in the head. He internally processes the results of his attacks. He understands. Only the shot that entered the first monkey through its mouth passed completely. The one that hit its armor did not. This confirms his suspicion. The enchanted equipment is stronger than he initially thought. Regardless, he fires another shot, this time into the chest of the third monkey approaching. The overwhelming force left Alicia stunned. She watched, unable to believe her own eyes, as his shots pierced the cursed mechanism with such ease. Yet he felt the initial excitement of the battle fade away. He had no prejudice against taking the monster's life, but he realized that thrill was born from the fact that his weapon penetrated the defense at arm's length. His gaze fell again on the remaining threats. He announced that only 2 king apes remained. He ordered Jeffrey and the others to start tying up the bandits, promising that he would handle the monsters. Jeffrey immediately gave the team the proper consent. One of the last two monkeys let out a low, guttural growl. From here it was clear. He was already tensed for the final, desperate fight. Her defiance was met with another precise, powerful shot. It sliced through the air and found its target. Now the creature froze, and Daiichi looked at the last of the fallen beasts, the last one. He convinced himself it was all over. But just as victory seemed inevitable, several balls of dark energy appeared out of nowhere and whirled straight at him. Both he and Alicia could only stare frozen in shock at his sudden ambush. The blow fell on him devastatingly. He didn't even manage to react. Alicia screamed in horror. From afar across the clearing, Karina and Jeffrey shouted his name. Their faces were masks of horror and disbelief, as they saw their protector fall right on the verge of victory. A destructive blow hits the target. Daiichi tears his jacket, and he is thrown into the air. His allies, Karina, Jeffrey, and others, freeze in horror. Alicia rushes forward and calls his name as he falls to the ground. Dust rises, and he groans hoarsely in pain. With a grimace, he clenches his fist, fighting the monstrous agony piercing his entire body. The same striking force throws Jeffrey. He staggers backward and barely stays on his feet while knocking another bandit away. No one is able to fully recover. The abandoned one launches a whole volley of magical projectiles. From the ground, Daiichi widens his eyes and panic takes hold. He realizes this is the end. An immense surge of power bursts from him, and he sees Alicia standing firm, drawing twisted whirlwinds of energy around herself. He shouts her name as a desperate warning, releases magic with a powerful protective wave. As the energy dissipates, Karina rushes to Daiichi's side, grabs his hand, and forces him to retreat with her. For a moment pushing Karina aside, he shifts his gaze to Alicia and asks if she is unharmed and not burned. She turns with a bright, confident smile, assures him she is fine, and boasts that her enchanted gear is very sturdy. Nearby, Karina turns away her face unseen. She recalls her carelessness and ruefully realizes she forgot to enchant her own gear, which means the battle unfolding now is her fault. The friendly mood of malice disappears. She yells at Daiichi and demands to know if he even understands how badly he is wounded. He insists he is fine and that they need to save Karina and deal with the bandits, but she cuts him off. His wounds must be treated first. She leans in very close, her face just a few centimeters from his. On her face is a moment of deep and unchanging anxiety, causing Daiichi to blush confusedly and be unable to utter a word. She stops him and insists that she must heal his injury first. Puzzled and in pain, Daiichi wonders if his wound is really that serious. He suddenly freezes in silence, pressing his fingers to the spot on his shoulder where he was hit. He is struck by a jolt. The wound has completely healed. He tries to understand how this happened and wonders if it is his physical enhancements, while Nike quietly lets out a soft meow from Alice's shoulder. His gaze falls on the small cat he is already holding in his palms, and the truth immediately dawns on him. He realizes it was Nike who healed him. Only high-level water elemental magic could instantly mend a fireball burn. He looks at it intently, completely stunned. Alicia's voice trembles as she says his name, processing the incredible discovery. He can control water magic at such a high level. He looks away and, a little embarrassed, admits that he is not very skilled with it yet. Shaking off the moment, he tells her they need to hurry and take control of the bandits. His attention returns to the fight. Karina, Frida, and Denny's are holding on with their last strength. He notices their senses have not fully recovered yet, so they are forced to rely on basic magic to track the enemies. Calling them over, he apologizes for the delay and announces, from now on, he will take everything upon himself. He bursts forward as soon as his comrades turn around. They see with relief that Daiichi is unharmed. And a bandit nearby, noticing Daiichi approaching him, panics and begs for his life, asking not to be blamed if he dies in the fight. The bandit is thrown into the air with a terrible scream. At the same time, Frida raises a whirlwind of power, and Denny's glides like a ghost past another enemy. The combined power of Frida and the other fighters' magic bursts outward, tearing the very ground beneath them with a wave of destructive energy. Focusing to the limit, Daiichi activates his storage ability. He disappears and instantly reappears, first striking one bandit, then materializing next to Dennis to intercept a blow meant for him. He moved with dazzling speed, his rifle firing in succession, and one bandit fell after another. Frida and Denny's fought alongside him. Their attacks found their targets even amid the chaos. His speed was not his only weapon. As soon as a robber lunged at him, he simply pointed a finger and the sword vanished from the man's grip, absorbed into the air thanks to the storage skill. Before the disarmed man could recover, he called the stolen blade back to his hand and stabbed it into the chest of another enemy flying at him. The other bandits fell almost immediately, and his comrades froze, looking on in amazement. When the direct threat was neutralized, Frida rushed to him and, trembling with anxiety, asked about the wound he had received earlier. He waved his hand dismissively, saying he had just relaxed for a moment but had already healed everything with water magic. She still did not believe it until she looked closer. Her eyes widened in disbelief when she saw that his shoulder was not cut at all. Seeing her stunned expression, he beamed and confirmed that there were no problems at all. Nearby, Alicia asked Frida if she had healed him, but Frida, still processing what had happened, clarified, Daichai did it all himself. Only now did she realize he had been wounded and he healed everything so quickly without even informing her. Relief suddenly exploded into rage. She snarled at him and demanded to know if he even imagined how much she had worried. Her sudden outburst of anger momentarily left him speechless. Under her burning gaze, he could only stammer and utter an apology. Suddenly, Captain Jeffrey intervened. With a heavy hand, he pressed each of them on the shoulder. He stopped the quarrelsome lovers, ordering them to stop for today, and reminded them that despite everything they needed to discuss, their primary duty was to deal with the captured bandits. The captain's remark caught her off guard. She flinched embarrassedly and sharply exclaimed, immediately slapping his hand away. Despite her embarrassment, she quickly recovered and composed herself. Her expression turned sly when she promised 80 that they would have a good long talk later. He agreed without hesitation. And together they set about tying up the unconscious bandits until they came to. While Daichai stood under the evening sky, Alicia's voice quietly said from behind that she was also upset. He turned to her, and complete confusion froze on his face as he asked her to repeat her words. Her gaze was direct. Her own eyes flickered as she clarified, and a barely perceptible unease trembled in her voice. She was distressed precisely because of him. She begged him not to upset her like that anymore, and admitted that she was about to cry. Lowering his gaze slightly, Daichai sincerely apologized and promised to be more careful in the future. He once again confirmed the promise to himself, while his thoughts involuntarily fixated on the apologies he had just voiced to Alicia. His gaze slid to Karanash, was reliably tying up 3 bandits at once. He looked up at the sky, clutching the torn remnants of his sleeve, and a familiar phrase about how to know oneself and the enemy echoed in his mind. He grimaced, not understanding how he could have once spoken such words of confidence. His self-abasement did not subside as long as he acknowledged his failures. He underestimated Burank mages and foolishly forgot to enchant his own equipment. He admitted that he was simply carried away completely unaware of the enemy's real capabilities. He remembered the moment when the fireball hit him from the side, that pure, boundless horror struck his head so hard that it suddenly became completely empty inside. Even now, the memory sent a chill of fear down his spine. His gloomy reflection was interrupted by Jeffrey and Fridathi were now excitedly praising his performance. Jeffrey exclaimed that the one single shot at the royal monkeys and the shout gear was a crazy stunt, and Frida admitted. Although she knew he would handle the bandits, she never thought he could disable them all at once. Overwhelmed by their praise, he waved his hands dismissively with an embarrassed smile on his face. He apologized, insisting that it was too much for him. He confessed to the entire chain of mistakes. He got carried away after his attacks hit the king apes, lost control in a rampage, failed to notice the incoming fireball, and couldn't disable the creatures when they got startled. He admitted that his initial foolish plan was to knock out both the apes and the mages. He continues to belittle his own efforts, but Frida insists that he stop and accept the praise. She reminds him, they all barely looked for a loophole, yet he still managed to make a decisive breakthrough, removing even B-class mages in one fell swoop. Jeffrey chimes in, agreeing, it was incredibly cool. Her words only confuse him more, and he desperately wants to find some crack to slip into and hide. But Alicia does not react to his awkwardness at all. She winks and encourages him to keep going. Cutting through the praise, Karina gives a harsh assessment. She admits it was indeed a remarkable job, but immediately emphasizes he also missed a bit too much. Hearing her sharp tone, Jeffrey replies, if he were a girl, he would have already fallen into her eyes. He immediately agrees with Karina, admitting that there is no excuse for his negligence, and that he would be dead if not for Nike. Jeffrey retorts with denial. He rejects this idea and insists that an injury like Dai Chi's is just a scratch, and definitely does not mean negligence. He continues to fend off Daichai's attack in front of Karina, proving that in their country, travelers and mages must keep their cards close. Karina seems to agree, but still asks if it wasn't too much to hide high-level water magic until the last second. Caught between them, Daichai can only awkwardly apologize for his secrecy. When the dispute is settled for a while, attention shifts to the fugitive bandits all tied up. Karina turns to Daichai. He looks worried, and she says everything is fine. Then she announces their plan to the group. There are only 5 of them, so they themselves will manage the prisoners. They will lead the robbers to the southern square in the village. Her face hardens as she gives the final, unequivocal order. They will tolerate no resistance from anyone. After that, she asks if there is any problem. The threat hung in the air, and the bound bandits began to tremble with fear. No one dared to challenge her. When the direct threat was neutralized, the reality of their situation hit them hard. The knights would need 4 days to arrive and officially arrest the bandits. Meanwhile, caravan members such as Lloyd and Colette could only rest while waiting. While the caravan was preparing to depart, the village watch moved first and began interrogating the captured bandits. As suspected, their stories about an unusually large number of goblins turned out to be complete fabrications. Captain Jeffrey laid out the situation clearly. The bandits were too organized for ordinary thugs. A theory emerged that they were part of the feudal lord's army or possibly foreign soldiers disguised as them. No evidence was found to confirm this, but it was established that at least 5 of the B-rank mages among them came from other countries. Guild leader Klaus voiced his own analysis. If they were simply working for a worthless local lord, the guild would already know. So he decided it was more logical to consider them foreign soldiers and that some B-rank mages were specifically sent to disrupt border security. When the bandits were handed over, silence and calm followed. Deitch and others waved goodbye as the escort set off. He thought, it seemed like a peaceful country, but the border areas were clearly tense. The traveling caravan rumbled dully along the road. A plank blocked the wagons. Nike let out a wide, sleepy yawn. Taking the sun in her hands, the next morning Karina announced to sleepy Deichai that the town of Karam was very close. Deichai sighed with relief finally, a chance to rest as promised. From another window, Alicia cheerfully wished Nike good morning, and Deichai confirmed that he had slept well. From afar among waves of green hills and forests, the ring-shaped city of Karam emerged. He peeked out from the wagon, and for the first time truly looked at the place they were being taken to. Deitch asked if it was a large city, saying it was hard to judge the scale from such a distance. Karina explained that it was the second largest city near the border, so for new traders it was a quite reasonable option. And the largest settlement in the area, the commercial city of Byron, was a 20-day horse ride to the east. Then she laid out their plan. The Beltram convoy will stay in Karam for 10 days. After that, they will set off for the royal capital. The journey will take another 20 days. She looks at Deichai and asks if he has already made a decision. He himself stands at a crossroads in his thoughts, weighing the invitation from the guild leader Klaus to the capital against the invitation to stay with her in Cura. He leans back with a relaxed smile and announces that he will do as he originally planned. He decided to open his own shop in Korong. At his words, Karina closes her eyes and smiles contentedly, while Alicia looks on with hope and blushes from embarrassment. Then she reminds him of what he said during their first meeting. Alicia recalls he wanted to find a town where he could trade with several countries at once. She continues and tells him that his dreams are coming true. From the neighboring window, Deichai confirms, yes, he really said that. And Karina adds that she remembers he said something similar before. She turns to him and admits, this is truly a big plan, and she supports him. Then he clarifies his immediate plans, looking a bit shy from behind the cartwheel. He admits, for now he will just be a street vendor. Her gaze changes to sly curiosity. She leans closer and asks what kind of crazy products he was going to sell. He asks if she is losing trust in him and assures her she should not worry. He will only sell things that she and the guild leader Klaus approve. Karina sharply replies, asking what made him think she ever trusted him, and emphasizes that his word trick sounds suspicious. Alicia watches their exchange and says that Deichai is just like a little child. Karina agrees and adds that it seems she cannot take her eyes off him. From afar, Deichai eavesdrops on the conversation and protests. Calling him a little child is going too far. She pinched Deichai's cheek, teasingly saying that even a little child behaves better than him. After confirming that the Beltram company will stay in the city for 10 days, she listened to his next words. After this, he made a proposal. Would she agree to help him? And Alicia arranged their shop and gave advice while she was visiting. That time, a sly smile slid across her face as soon as she agreed, but with one condition. He must treat her to some tasty sweets. While the carriage shook, Alicia's face flushed. She joined the conversation and immediately exclaimed that she would also gladly enjoy some candies. When the deal was made, Karina turned the horse and set off on the road, while Deitch and Alicia watched her leave from the window of their carriage. In a moment, Deitch and Alicia reached the lively heart of the town. The streets stretched between stone walls and half-timbered wooden houses. He led forward through unfamiliar streets, and his eyes slid over various signs as they searched for logic in this. Having settled, he raises his hands high above his head, feels the freshness, and is ready for anything. Once he caught himself on the decision good, he prepared for the days ahead. Nike comfortably settled on his shoulder. The first place they went to was a huge, formidable building that sharply stood out among others in the city. In the middle of work, a young woman with bright and curious eyes suddenly looked outside. A wide smile stretched across her face. And as she stated, she sensed the smell of a new client, a sign that a new meeting was beginning on their path. Journey, Daichai extends his hand in a gesture of goodwill, thanks his new business partner for all the help and expresses hope for their future cooperation. The second man accepts the handshake and says that he himself is eager to work together with him for many years. He is confident the goods that Daikai provided will undoubtedly be in demand in the royal capital. Sealing the agreement with a handshake, Daichai shifts his gaze to his new life, contemplating the new city and the challenges that lie ahead. The plan takes effect after 10 days in Karam. Beltram's columns set off for the royal capital. Watching them leave, Captain Jeffrey admits to Frida that his sash is already starting to ache. When the departing column stopped, Daichai extended his hand. The convoy shook it, thanked him, and wished him luck with the plan to open a shop in the city. The companies he will sell in this town for now, but then he admits, as soon as he feels more confident, he also plans to open a shop in the capital. This statement makes Jeffrey grab him by the shoulders and tell Frida not to let such thoughts into her head. He insists that it's better to make the bet in Pyrene. It will be more interesting there. The city they are talking about, Pyrene, is a sprawling metropolis. It is the largest trading city near the border, controls trade routes to 4 different countries, and is the second largest in the entire kingdom of New Endor. Glancing at the city, Daichai tells Karina, admitting, the capital is supposedly more interesting, but it is still far away. Inside, his thoughts race about plans and matters. Then he turns to Karina and says he will be a little lonely, and she should take care of herself. She responds with a radiant, disarming smile and leans closer, slipping in a confession. She is slightly nervous and warns him if he does something reckless and gets into trouble, she will no longer be able to save him. She pressed him and asked if her assessment was not true. He looked away. A drop of sweat froze on his forehead, and he admitted that her words were cruel. He thought to himself that she had an exceptionally good memory as she continued listing his mistakes. For example, she pointed out that the clash with the bandits was the peak of his carelessness, and before that he himself had provoked the troublemakers in the village. Eventually, she raised her hand, acknowledging it. In a frantic attempt to change the subject, he grabbed Nike and lifted the cat like a shield, promising he would do better and begging her to cut him some slack. The play momentarily threw Karina off balance, while Jeffrey watched the scene with a smile as if savoring it. Her gaze softened, and genuine concern appeared in it. She looked at him directly and strictly, persistently urged him to be careful. He clenched his fist with determination and confidently declared that he would handle any trouble that came his way. She acknowledged his abilities, but reminded him that he was still in unfamiliar land. He responded with a confident wink. Nike was sitting on his shoulder. He declared, next time they meet, he will show them how reliable he has become. Nike seemed to support this with a meow. Then she laid out the plan for their future business. If the commodity grain entrusted to the company Beltram sold well, they would immediately pay him the remaining amount. After that, they would send a caravan to Pyrene to replenish supplies, and she hoped she would be assigned to accompany that very column. Confidently smiling, she extended her hand and said she would wait. By her return, he must be fully capable of taking care of himself. He agreed, and they sealed the promise with a firm handshake. When they parted, he suddenly remembered the gift. He handed her a container and explained that he had put some cake inside, asking her to eat it as soon as possible before it spoiled. Her stern expression vanished instantly. Her eyes opened wide and sparkled with pure delight as she exclaimed that she was happy about the cage. Then she turned to her companions and assured Captain Jeffrey and Alicia that she had brought some for them as well. The captain repeated the word cake in surprise, and Alicia politely addressed Lord Asakar. Alicia was pleased with how it stirred them up. She outright stated that she wanted to eat cake in the capital, and Karina added, having it every day would be a dream come true. After that, Captain Jeffrey began questioning Dady, asking why he adds such a popular item to the general sales list if it will sell out instantly. He explained the logistical problem. The cake spoils quickly. The risk that someone will get sick if they eat old cake, according to him, will result in catastrophic reputation. Sober reasoning stopped the group. Captain Jeffrey staggered disappointedly toward his own, and Alicia agreed. This would be a serious problem. Daichai outlined the worst-case scenario. If some nobleman got food poisoning, it would easily be taken as an assassination attempt, and it would turn into a real nightmare. Captain Jeffrey shifted his gaze to Karina with a meaningful smile, as if hinting that this was just another reason for her to visit Lord Daichai in the future. The sudden remark caught her completely off guard. Before she could answer, a loud call thundered down the street. Their departure was being announced. The sharpness of the order stunned her instantly. When Captain Jeffrey waved his hand in a friendly manner, she, embarrassed, turned around and headed towards the moving caravan, while Daichai watched everything unfold. With speed, she ran up and started drilling the cart until the wheels began to squeak one after another. From her position on the moving transport, she looked back and waved goodbye, promising to see him in 2 months if everything went according to plan. He waved back, and Nike settled on his arm, and he called out with a confident smile, betting that she wouldn't even recognize him before they met again. He watches as Karina throws him a confident smile and says she is looking forward to their meeting. Suddenly turning around, she disappears, leaving him standing alone. Near the city gates, he sees off the caravan, officially saying goodbye to Karina and the others. His thoughts repeatedly return to those 10 days while Beltram Company stayed in Karam. During that time, while he was setting up his street stall, Karina and Alicia helped him find a place that could become both a shop and a home. Alicia happily explains that she has been wandering alone for several days. She had just managed to say her tearful goodbyes to the company before that. Then she relays the news that the Merchant Guild gave her yesterday. The property they had their eye on is already ready for transfer. Overjoyed, he grabs Nike and promises to build a cat tower just for him in the new home. He quickly apologizes for his sudden outburst of joy. While hurrying through the city, his mind spins with his financial affairs. The deposit from Beltram for his goods covered the price of the property, although he notices that most of it is IOU. Fortunately, the loot from capturing bandits gives him enough money to breathe easy and relax for a few months. He triumphantly clenches his fist and marvels at how much his life has changed. Just a month ago, he was an unemployed college graduate in his old world, and now he feels that this new world is the best. Satisfied, he exhales and walks through the city square, his steps light, ringing with hope as he passes by the central fountain. He arrives at a large, majestic building, the Merchant Guild. He smiles and thinks about how reliable their support is while Nike meows somewhere inside his hood. He pushes the heavy door and opens it, steps inside and greets with a friendly good morning whoever might be nearby. He entered the Merchant Guild. The polished wooden interior was bustling with work. Climbing the stairs, he thought only about finally completing the deal for his new residence in the storefront. A cheerful voice greeted him. A young woman with cat-like features spoke up, Melissa, a sales representative for his real estate, and confirmed that the meeting room was already ready. But before they could discuss the property itself, she stated that there were a few other things she needed to clarify with him first. She began with an unexpected question, whether he knew anything about rumors that someone was using offensive magic in Lent Forest near South Gate. Daichai was confused, and after swallowing his surprise, was able to confirm. He was hearing about this for the first time. That forest was the most connected to the city. It was used as hunting grounds for beginners and mid-level travelers, and in the shallow areas, locals often visited gathering wild plants and herbs. Daichai casually mentioned that some people were pestering like an annoying fly, but only from Alice's expression did it become clear that the mood needed to be sharpened. She paused and stated, "The guild has reliable information that it was he, Mr. Asakura, who was spotted in that area at the same time," and she directly asked if it was true. His composure crumbled. He quickly admitted that he had used forbidden magic and assured that he did it deep in the forest, far from any civilians. He also said that he saw someone else there who was practicing magic too. Unmoved, Melissa informed him an official complaint had been filed against him. He twitched to explain about the other person and remembered the girl who was sitting in a tree and using wind magic. She dismissed his defense and explained, if it were just a student or some insignificant underdeveloped sorcery that was simply being practiced a little, no one would even bother to complain. He had no argument against this logic, so he could only nod. His shoulders dropped while the papers for his purchase were being prepared. Then she laid out the real essence of the problem. It was not a complaint about minor magic. It was about someone's magic that roared like thunder and was so powerful it could topple giant trees. She further reduced everything to the fact that the weapon he used in the forest was an M32 grenade launcher. He looked surprised that she knew it, but she simply advised him to be more careful from now on. Then she asked if he knew any combat magic that could not be classified as beginner level. He quietly confirmed that he did. With a sly smile, she announced that there was more. He was sharply surprised when she explained. The second point of the conversation was the sale of monster materials and magical stones. He noticed the explanation and asked if he was really allowed to sell monster materials in magic stones. She confirmed, but with a critical condition, only in small quantities. Her professional manner vanished instantly. With Fangsbeard, she threw the documents on the table and growled, demanding an explanation of how he could even consider his sales small amounts. He calmly noted that it seemed their views diverged. She, in response, poked a finger at his pages of goods. There were listed huge quantities of magical stones. Animal horns, tusks, liquids, and entrailsen demanded that he explain himself. She launched into her tirade and explained. Materials for monsters and magical stones must be sold in large batches through official channels, for example, through the Adventurers Guild, or even directly through the Merchants Guild. And she emphasized that an ordinary street vendor would never be allowed to trade in such volumes. He calmly corrected her. He was no longer a street vendor yesterday and now had his own shop. She was momentarily confused, but still insisted that the rule was written in the agreement. Selling large volumes of monster materials without going through the Adventurers Guild was forbidden whether there was a shop or not. He admitted guiltily that he had simply completely overlooked that section. Then he asked to give an exact definition of a small volume. Tiredly blinking, she agreed. Since he was from another country, she would have to start the explanation from the very beginning. She clarified, a small amount refers to leftovers from a not very risky hunting trip. That is, the most common materials from monsters in small quantities are exchanged only after the family has taken everything they needed. She explains that the term small amount is used not accidentally, but with a specific purpose. Dady, confusedly clutching a whole stack of documents in his hands, can only agree. What he sold really was not small. Then he is caught up by the third problem: registration in the Guild of Mages. When Melissa asks when he registered, he hesitantly casts doubt. Was it even necessary? His ignorance fuels her anger. She shouts, of course it was. Dady tries to justify himself and says he thought that joining the Merchants Guild forbids him from joining others. But she cuts him off, saying no such rule exists. His anger disappears in tears of despair. Leaning over the table, she begs him. Just ask her for advice when he doubts something, instead of making decisions on his own. Frightened by her outburst, he immediately agrees to everything. He swears that from now on he will ask her before doing anything, begging just stop crying. He carefully tries to calm her down while the sobbing quiets and turns into sniffles. She puffs her cheeks, still noticeably upset. Suddenly, bursting with determination, he stands up and slaps his palm on the table, calling her name to get all her attention. She raises her gaze, tears still running down her cheeks, and barely audibly mutters about the fault of the mages. He immediately understood what she meant and declared that he would go to the guild immediately. But before he could leave, she grabbed his hand and insisted that they go together. He was quite taken aback. Wiping the last tears from her cheeks, she suggests visiting the Mages Guild first before finalizing the property transfer. He quietly exhales with a hint of surrender. The road to their next destination stretches ahead through the cobblestone streets of the city. He walked beside Melissa, and she continued lecturing. She admitted that he was from another country and might not understand how everything was arranged, but still called his actions irresponsible. Heisen looked away and agreed to reconsider his behavior. Her voice sharply broke with indignation as she insisted. If he didn't understand something, he should ask someone. He immediately agreed, promising he would do so, and assured. From now on, he would talk to her more about it. To emphasize his sincerity, he bowed low and offered his most sincere apologies. However, Melissa, still fuming with anger, pressed her finger into his chest and demanded a promise. He immediately agreed. Seeing his dramatic apologies, her posture softened a bit. She said he didn't have to go that far, and admitted it was her own fault that she decided as if Beltram Company had taught him more than they actually did. Lustard pulled his chin and urged him to raise his head, as if suggesting they both look at their mistakes and move on. When she tried to lift him up, she growled heavily from his weight and declared that it was time for them to leave this area. After they retreated into a quieter alley, Melissa cautiously peeked around the corner. Daicha whispered to call her, but she made him be silent for a moment. He asked if anyone was there, and she confirmed. The way was clear. She glanced back at him slightly embarrassed, acknowledging that with such a crowd of people intently watching them after their public act, walking was difficult. With a relieved smile, she said that now they could go. It was a moment before departure. Daicha called her by name, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He handed her a large, bright, twisted lollipop and ordered her to take it. She could only stare silently in confusion. He proudly explained that this was a type of candy from his country. Melissa's eyes widened sharply in disbelief as she looked at the giant sweet and wondered if it was really candy. She tried to put it in her mouth but immediately objected. It won't fit. Dady carelessly explained that she should just lick it with her tongue. She flinched in shock at this advice and exclaimed that it sounded indecent. When the misunderstanding finally settles, Daichai savors his own candy pudding with a lollipop and thinks how sweet and tasty he is. His companion, Melissa, experiences an even deeper sensation. She exclaims that the candies are incredibly sweet and tasty, marveling at their complex flavors that far surpass any ordinary sweets she has ever tried. Her delight instantly disappears, leaving only professional concern. Embarrassed, she asks Daich how much such pleasure costs, but he only smiles and asks if she likes it. She looks intently at the large candy, stunned by its possible price, and insists that she cannot accept either money or goods from clients. Dady calmly says not to worry, just let everything stay between them. To settle the matter, he gently takes her hand and suggests a different arrangement. Let them just become friends. Before she can respond, he shocks her even more. He pushes a whole jar full of assorted candies and insists she take it. She stammers, completely overwhelmed by his sudden action. Her thoughts race. Could this be some kind of bribery attempt? He immediately explains his intentions, says that in return she doesn't need anything, only to teach him more later. Understanding his simple request, she relaxes without hesitation. Or anxiety disappears, replaced by pure joy. She sincerely and wholeheartedly thanks him, and he responds with a warm smile, confirming his offer. With a self-satisfied expression, he quietly delights to himself. It was too easy. He thinks it was even easier than with Karina, and he concludes, candies in this world must be incredibly valuable. When Nike peeks out from his jacket, Dai Kai thinks that, with a smile like Melissa's, he can afford a few more mistakes even if this time he has learned nothing. Catching her new treasures, Melissa joyfully announces that it's time to go. She casually asked if he really went to Lint Forest all alone, still sucking on a lollipop. He confirmed that he did. Hearing this, she understood. Yes, it makes sense. She thought that if someone from Beltram Company accompanied him, they definitely would not have been allowed to make such a fuss. He decided to find a companion for the next journey. Considering options, he realized, Alicia is busy and there is no one else to ask. Thinking that Melissa definitely would not fit, he decided to talk to the Mages Guild. In response to his thoughts, she pointed out that the Adventurers Guild often takes on escort requests from people gathering materials, and then suggested, maybe someone from there could accompany him into the forest. She considered her idea. It seemed to her that it sounded plausible. However, she then gave a warning. Most adventurers who agree to such a simple request will most likely have a low rank. He was not worried, reasoning that the work was limited to harvesting in the shallow parts of the forest. Even low-level adventurers should be quite capable of it. She agreed. A month ago, she would have thought the same and wouldn't have even considered it. He was struck by her comment, and he directly asked if anything troubling had happened in the forest in the past month. She clarified that the problem was not exactly in the forest itself. Her face sharply hardened when she confirmed, no longer joking, that there really were problems. She had just managed to unfold her thought when suddenly a commotion arose nearby, and it startled him. She immediately recognized the source of the noise. The shout came from the street market. Without hesitating for a second, he called out to them and rushed to the place, causing a commotion. She was caught off guard. She called for him to wait, but he was already swiftly disappearing into the silence. He burst into the crowd without a pause and immediately disappeared from sight, while Melissa hurriedly tried not to fall behind. On the second rush, she shouted, clutching the lollipop as they pulled her along, her thoughts racing wildly. Run and don't stay behind. When Daicha and Melissa headed to the market, suddenly a commotion erupted. Melissa screamed in surprise, and Daichai quickly pushed her behind him. Nearby stood a group of rough men, and their looks were threatening. The crowd's whisper fell silent, and the air seemed to tense. Daichai looked back at how everything suddenly changed and wondered what was happening. The gaze slid forward, then stopped on a familiar figure among the tense spectators. He recognized an elderly woman in glasses and called out to her. The woman turned around, recognized him, even called him Sonny Boy. He gently corrected her, said his name was Daichai. Melissa, interested, asked if he knew her. He replied. Her kiosk stood next to his while he conducted business in Karam for 4 days after parting ways with the Karina group, and was processing materials in the guild. While they were talking, one of the threatening men addressed the old woman and said that she was late today. After that, he indicated that there were no more seats nearby. She snorted and said that maybe someone really has a hard life, but still took a break despite the good weather. Sensing a deeper conflict but realizing it was not the time to ask questions, Dady made a decision and cheerfully announced that he was taking a day off. Then he loudly, at the top of his voice, declared that he had already earned enough and could stop working for the rest of the month. Melissa watched from the side, stunned by the sudden outburst of volume. The loud proclamation immediately attracted the attention of the bandits. They chuckled among themselves, grumbled that a big player with money in his pockets had sneaked among them, and hinted that he should share part of this loot with them. Melissa still did not understand, and aloud surprisingly guessed that these were new merchants. Dady knew for sure what was happening. He had already drawn them into his game and decided it was time to provoke them a little more. The old woman, adjusting her glasses, waved off the men as worthless sellouts who came only to demand money for protection. Daichai's initial plan had now failed, but he had expected them to be exactly like that. The thugs turned all their attention to Daichai. As soon as they approached closer, the old woman started, but that was no longer his concern. Then he leaned forward and ominously said that now they would have a pleasant, long conversation with him. He smiles widely without fear at the bandits. Not even their threatening stance stops him. In a cheerful tone, he states that, unlike them, he really works and has matters to attend to, and asks if they can settle this quickly. Next to him, Melissa looks on with wide-open eyes full of anxiety. This contemptuously relaxed attitude of Daichai infuriates the man, and the mustached bandit growls angrily, accusing Daichai of mocking them. The long-haired bandit grabs his comrade by the shoulder and lightly pushes him, ordering him to shut up, then takes the initiative himself. The long-haired bandit narrows his eyes. His face suddenly becomes truly threatening. He leans forward and, repeating Daichai's words back to him, promises with an even more terrifying silence how quickly everything will go wrong. With a swift movement, he pulls out a knife and presses the cold steel to Daichai's throat. He warns the young man that whether he gets injured depends only on himself. The sharp escalation makes Melissa and the other onlookers flinch and scream in shock and fear. With the blade pressed against his neck, Daichai does not flinch. His face softens with a calm, confident smile. He agrees with the bandit and in an even tone says that yes, everything probably really depends on him. This arena, filled with confidence, knocks the hooligan off his feet. His threatening posture cracks instead. Confusion appears as he demands an explanation of what exactly Daichai finds funny. At that moment, a young guy dentist jumps out of the crowd and, shouting, demands the gangsters stay away from Daichai. Seeing some peasant trying to intervene, Daichai's face hardens, anxiety in his gaze. This is a bad sign. He decides to end this quickly. His hand swiftly shoots out and firmly grabs the armed mercenary by the shoulder. He catches the man's gaze, reminding him of his own previous words. The result is decided by him. Before the thug can fully process the words, Daichai strikes. One single powerful blow hits the man in the head and he instantly loses consciousness. Two other thugs freeze. Mouths agape, eyes filled with complete disbelief at this sudden turn of events. He does not hesitate. A second sharp blow and the mustached thug falls to the ground. The third also demonstratively falls. Standing over the three neutralized men, Daichai clenches his fist, ready for the next, although the fight is already over. He looms over the fallen thugs when Melissa suddenly screams and warns, "Watch out." He barely has time to turn. Fully one of the thugs is thrown into the air and lands heavily on the cobblestones. The man's eyes widen when he sees a young girl named Alicia. She was standing where that thug had just been. He shouts her name in surprise. She stood triumphantly, declaring that she knew he was at the center of that chaos. But she was completely wrong. She decided that he was a victim. When she stepped over one of the men who were groaning, the crowd erupted in applause and began to greet the young man for his victory. He sharply turned to her and cast a heavy look, asking if she wanted to continue their pleasant, long conversation. Alicia looked at him and was silent for a moment under the sharp tone. Next to the two thugs he had already dealt with earlier, they began to stir on the ground and mutter something about a mage, insisting that they were fine. His gaze sharply turned to the troublemakers. He confirmed their intention to demand from the townspeople for protection. His vigilant fugitive gaze made the men shudder and break into trembling denials. Then some old woman slapped him on the back and greeted him. She said she knew he was a mage but was surprised at how skillful he was. The unexpected praise threw him off balance. Seeing the old woman, Alicia froze in shock for a moment and exclaimed, "Grandma." The woman immediately turned to Alicia and began scolding her for putting herself in danger. While she averted her eyes with words as if to a granddaughter, Daichai watched the scene in complete stupor. Finally, it dawned on him. She was Alicia's grandmother. Coughing, Alicia corrected him and explained that she was actually her great-grandmother. She looks at him confused and asks what he means. Daichai has not yet recovered from what happened and says what a strange coincidence, wondering why she decided he was trying to court her great-grandmother. He quickly denies her accusation, explaining that he was just with someone from the Merchants Guild. But at that very moment, as Frito approaches closer, a familiar voice intervenes asking if he is alone, and again he gets into trouble. As soon as he turns back, his gaze is immediately caught by another figure. He exclaims the name Melissa in surprise. Behind him, Alicia watches the newcomer attentively with a slight pow. With an energetic shout, Melissa stomps her feet, gains momentum, and flies toward him, a wide, joyful smile on her face. She bursts in, gasping from tension. Daichai apologizes for the noise, explaining that the street market falls under the guild's jurisdiction. Alicia, seeing that everything is settled, suggests everyone get out of this place. When they properly unpacked it, the senior merchant who stole it approached Daichai and expressed sincere gratitude. He calls him Sonny Boy and promises to stop by later to thank him properly. Daichai, embarrassed, just resists, saying there's no need. Leaning forward, Melissa whispers to him that the old man is stubborn and cannot be convinced. Looking intently, she adds, she won't be at ease if he doesn't accept this gesture. Sighing, Daichai agrees to meet the merchant later. When the matter is resolved, they move on, leaving the incident behind, and the trading bursts again into lively chatter and bustle. He walks beside her. Alicia asks what his plans are now. He replies that he and Melissa are heading to the Mages Guild, and this clearly shocks her. Their destination is the district of huge multi-story stone buildings, towering against the sky. He walks ahead, beside him Melissa, on the other side radiant Alicia. Her cheerful presence sharply contrasts with his own confusion as he silently tries to understand why she is walking with him. In the process, Melissa catches his gaze and says she intended to bring this up earlier. She notes a troubling trend over the past month. The number of rough-looking adventurers causing havoc is increasing, the same kind they just encountered. He confirms her observation, admitting he also noticed changes, but simply assumed that's how things are here. Alicia agrees with his conclusion, but behind them a group of troublemakers quiets down and giggles mockingly. Melissa explains, the problem is not limited to low-ranking ones. Refugees from neighboring countries are pouring into the city non-stop and all claim to be adventurers. Because of this, the ranks of those now in the middle tier and those who are completely unrecognizable have grown. He is troubled by this threat. He looks up and asks if this means that when a powerful enemy appears, these new travelers will simply abandon their clients. Melissa confirms his suspicion and adds, ordering escort through the Travelers Guild is now a lottery, which most often ends with you being joined by unreliable people. Her face darkens as she continues. She says, fleeing is one problem, but a much scarier one flares up if they conspire with bandits or turn against their employers. To Daichai, this sounds eerily familiar memories of Takura village surface. He turns to Alicia and aloud contemplates the broader consequences. If such betrayals really happen, then, according to him, the entire trust in the Travelers Guild is at risk, and possibly even its very existence. But Melissa cuts the conversation short, her gaze sharpens, and it immediately becomes clear. This is not their only trouble. A thought flashes in Daichai's mind. Maybe it's better for him to return to independent forest expeditions. As they walk further down the cobblestone street, she reveals another pressing problem. There are also many cases of missing people. Then she delivers the most terrible detail. The missing are children. In the last 2 weeks, 10 cases have been reported. The revelation stuns Daichai. His eyes widen in shock. His face hardens as the grim reality settles in his mind. If children are disappearing, it means they are being kidnapped. Melissa confirms his fear, saying that this is exactly what they suspect. She explains that those 10 or so cases are only the ones made public. The real number, she warns, could at least double if you count disappearances from orphanages and from the slums that were not reported. Although most victims are children, Melissa continues, the likelihood that adults could also be targeted is not zero. She notes that Daichai is an ideal target because, as a business partner of the Beltram Company, he has enough capital to open his own shop. He grimaces at the very thought and realizes that essentially he is a stationary target. Melissa adds fuel to the fire. She says she heard he is a foreigner and has no relatives in this area, so he is even more lonely and vulnerable to attack. Trying to lighten the mood, he says she should be worried about him. What if he gets kidnapped? And reminds her that she has already seen his true strength. Melissa admits yes, he is definitely more resilient than she initially imagined, but restraint still slips through her tone. Her doubt instantly flares with intensity as she grabs him and shouts that his strength is worthless if he becomes complacent. Alicia rushes to her, wildly confirming that it is now vital that he does not stay alone. He raises his hands, showing he is provoking no one, and assures them he is fully aware of the danger going into the forest alone. He pats Nike on the shoulder and promises to be careful, trying to earn their trust. Since he still has to go into the forest, Melissa offers a solution. He should talk to the Mages Guild. She explains that their guild is much stricter than the Adventurers Guild. You can't get in without a recommendation from a trusted mage. And the best option, she concludes, is to hire one of them as a bodyguard. He folds his hands and, pondering her words, finally understands. The Magic Guild operates on a completely different level of scrutiny than the Adventurers Guild, and it seems to accept anyone. At that moment, Alicia clears her throat, her face flushes. She states that she has a few matters to attend to and abruptly turns away. Daichi, slightly embarrassed by her sudden change of mood, simply agrees. While Alicia stood quietly aside, Daichi turned to Melissa and thoughtfully asked who exactly introduced him. He allowed guess that it might have been the head of the Beltram company, but Melissa clarified. He was introduced by Karina Kirsch. She continued speaking, her eyes shining, explaining that Lady Karina is the daughter of the respected Kirsch Count family. And Karina herself, appearing in his memories, added that as a rank B mage she is more than capable of vouching for him. Melissa sighed with admiration, noting how wonderful Karina is. He looked up, digesting the new information, and then suddenly everything vanished from his face, the expression erased to zero as the pieces fell into place. The realization hit him like a physical shove. The insatiable girl he met was the Count's daughter. A little later, while they were walking, Melissa reassured him. With such significant backing, the guild will definitely accommodate his request for protection. And with an outburst of excitement, she declared that they had arrived. It stood before a large, stately stone building, and the heavy doors clanged dully, the echo barely rolled out. Entering inside, Melissa cheerfully announced their presence in the quiet, restrained official reception area. He noticed that the building was smaller than he thought. Melissa explained, "They say the Merchants Guild relies on appearance, whereas the Mages Guild values practicality." Smirking with a sly wink, she told him, "It's easier that way to see for yourself what awaits inside." At the Mages Guild, Melissa confidently approaches the registration desk, leading Daichi and Alicia behind her. She tells the receptionist that Daichi has come to register. Behind the counter, a calm official wearing glasses acknowledges her statement. He confirms, this is the first step for the young man to join their ranks. David asks Mr. Asakura to give a letter of recommendation. His request throws Daichi off track. He freezes for a moment and begins to wonder if such letters exist, while Melissa watches with a barely noticeable, all-understanding smile. Nearby, Karina whispers to Daichi, reminding him about the sealed envelope she gave him. The memory clicks into place. He simply threw it into the item box and forgot. He quickly takes out the envelope and hands it to the receptionist. He touches the letter with his eyes, and his professional composure cracks as soon as he reads the sender's name. His eyes widen in disbelief, and he sharply exclaims that the recommendation is from Lady Karina Kirsch. "He can handle this completely," interrupts Melissa. She clarifies, "The next letter is not an official introduction letter, but it was written by the head of the Beltram Company Guild." After that, she displays a whole stack of additional letters and asks the receptionist to accept them as well. The man, hearing about the powerful Beltram Company, freezes for a moment and can no longer utter a word, his head spinning. As the other letters are opened, Frida and Jeffrey step forward, and everything becomes clear. Jeffrey explains that there are also recommendation letters from 3 other B-rank mages, just like Lady Kirsch. Frida confirms that one is from her. The receptionist remains completely speechless. He shuffles the documents on the table and his mind races, trying to understand what is happening. A recommendation from the daughter's account, another from the head of the Beltram Company Guild, and now 3 more from B-rank mages. Completely exhausted, the dispatcher leans forward and whispers in amazement. He can only guess who this young man standing before him really is. While the receptionist stood frozen, Melissa looked at Daichi and leaned in to whisper to the confused man. She admitted his guess was the same as hers. She also did not know who this boy was. The man slid the form across the counter and ordered Daichi to fill in the necessary data and wait. Daichi hesitated, telling Melissa that he did not want to write where he was from. She advised him to simply leave the magic section blank. He agreed. Summoning his courage, the receptionist announced that he would start reviewing the documents. But as soon as he reached for them, he stumbled and crashed loudly into a pile of wooden crates. Daichi watched this unfold and decided to himself, the man was finished. Excited exclamations sounded from behind the counters. The frightened man rushed to offer his sincerest apologies for the delay and thanked Daichi for his politeness. While he spoke, a soft meow echoed through the room. From somewhere, a sound came from Nike. It had just jumped onto the counter. The receptionist froze in place and muttered that he had never seen such a breed. Daichi calmly confirmed it was a cute kitten. The receptionist agreed, but sweat poured down his face as if a threatening aura was emanating from the small creature. Melissa watched the man's reaction with a careful gaze, as if calculating whether this was happening again. The receptionist manager's eyes suddenly widened in shock. When he stared back at her, his face froze into a mask of complete disbelief. He leaned forward and whispered to Daichi, doubting whether this feline creature was some kind of monster. He said it had just floated away. Daichi, stroking Nike, waved off his anxiety and said it was an ordinary continental cat, and cats don't fly. Melissa intervened, whispering a logical counterargument to the receptionist. She reminded him the creature had traveled with Beltram Company and several Burank mages they would definitely have noticed if it were a monster. The man admitted she was right and that he understood everything. Panic receded for a moment. He again fixed his gaze on the papers. He announced he would review the application once more, but his face still froze in complete shock, and sweat ran down his forehead. Daikai, noticing the overwhelming silence in the reception area, lifted his head from his seat and naively asked if there were any problems. He explained to the guild receptionist that he got the impression he was only required to write down what was convenient. The man showed the application form. It was almost empty and asked if that was really all he had written. Then he bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. The secretary, apparently at least for the moment calmed down, replied that it should be enough and thanked him in return. Then the receptionist waved his hand to the side indifferently, disdainfully towards Melissa, who meanwhile looked with an irritated expression. He sighed wearily and returned to work behind the counter. She leaned closer to Daichi and whispered that it was strange to leave his nationality in the place of birth field when the fields to fill out were empty. Even travelers usually provide this information. He cheerfully suggested, instead of bothering him, she just needed to ask directly. Melissa sharply responded and asked what kind of inconvenience could prevent a person from going down to where they were born. The reception man suddenly slammed his hands on the counter and roared. He shouted that he had no way to ask Daichi such a direct question, considering that he was recommended by both Beltram Company and the family of Count Kirsch. She growled in response, ordering him to stop bothering her with every little thing. If that was exactly what she wanted, then it shouldn't be difficult for her to simply register him without any problems. The argument didn't work. The registrar slumped against the counter in defeat and agreed to continue the registration. Meanwhile, Melissa was celebrating their victory. When it seemed that everything was settled, he turned back and confirmed. The registration was fully completed. After that, he asked if they could now arrange the transfer of the shop downstairs. The man adjusted his glasses with trembling hands and cut him off. Nervously, he asked if he could at least witness Daichai's magic. Daichai pondered aloud, wondering if maybe they hadn't finished everything yet. He asked the guild gatekeeper where exactly he should demonstrate his skills. A man peeked out from the neighboring door and explained that since Mr. Asakura uses non-elemental magic, the courtyard is the best place for the demonstration. He agreed, but only on the condition that his two companions could also join. The receptionist had no objections. Nearby, Melissa watched and frowned, thinking, this will be a real nightmare. As soon as she was told they were allowed to watch, Alicia sprang up and pulled Melissa along with undisguised excitement, shouting for them to go. The team stepped into a spacious open courtyard, bordered on all sides by the impressive architecture of the guild hall. Daichai froze in silence, and the apprentice asked if he was truly impressed. He looked around with admiration and admitted he hadn't imagined it would be so spacious here. Eventually, he understood what Melissa meant when she spoke about the guild's practicality. His companions were equally impressed. Melissa let out a sincere "you," and Alicia said that the type of magic brought back memories. Then Alicia asked Melissa if this was also her first date. Melissa confirmed that she had only heard stories. After that, Alicia turned to Daichai and jokingly asked why he hyped it up so much if he hadn't seen it himself. The receptionist raised his hand to get their attention. He explained the procedure. Since Daichai uses intangible magic, they would first test the strength of his spell on equipment. After that, they would conduct a physical enhancement test in a light sparring. Daichai became worried. Is this place really suitable for such a trial? As soon as he finished speaking, the figure on the distant balcony slammed a massive two-handed sword against the railing with a bang and engaged in battle. Then the swordsman dashed from the balcony and landed in the yard lightly, as if sliding. Daichai watched, stunned, and asked if that opponent was a swordsman. The maid explained. He looked indeed detached, but in reality he was a mage like Daichai, specializing in immaterial magic. He approaches his examiner, a great fencer who introduces himself as Alan. The guild receptionist explains that Alan will oversee the trial. Daichai admits he has no experience in fencing, but Alan warmly reassures him. He himself is a complete novice in fencing, so Daichai should not hold back. Then the receptionist proudly declares that Alan is a B-rank mage who earned this status using only non-elemental magic. Alan laughs loudly and admits this is the only thing he truly excels at. We move to the first part of the exam. The receptionist directs Daichai's attention to a longsword lying on the counter. She explains, Daichai must apply gear enchantment to cut through a series of thick wooden pillars installed in the yard. As soon as Daichai takes the sword, the administrator adds some final reassuring words. Don't worry if you fail to cut the pillars, it does not mean automatic defeat. She advises Daichai to relax and try again. In his hand is the longsword, and determination tightens his facial features' only focus. From the sides, he hears Melissa and Alicia shouting their support, their voices full of encouragement. The receptionist gives the command to start and orders him to cut the wooden column to his left. Alan stands with crossed arms and offers his own words of support to this young boy. In an instant, he lunged forward, his body bent and his gaze fixed on the target. The blade traces a clean, swift arc and easily slices through the thick column. The resounding strike startles both Alan and the receptionist, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Below, Melissa and Alicia burst into joyful cheers, amazed by what they see. Without losing tempo, he turns sharply, tosses the severed top of the pillar upward, then jumps to another pedestal, flying toward the chunk of wood that soared into the air, and cuts it cleanly in half as his friends watch it fall. He lands perfectly just behind him. The two halves of the wooden block crash into the ground with a bang and scatter from the impact. His gaze remains sharp, stance ready. He stands over the broken remains of the test pillars, a satisfied expression on his face. The training he asked Karina to continue even after they arrived in Karam clearly paid off. With the last screech, the final shard of the pillar falls. His performance stuns his comrades. Melissa exclaims that it is incredible, and Alicia wonders. A cursed wooden sword can cut through iron. Turning away from the debris, he addresses the examiners and asks if his performance was acceptable. The guild receptionist freezes in shock, stammering in complete disbelief. Seeing the man hesitate, Daichai leans closer and stares at him intently, so close, almost in his face to ask the guildmaster if he is already finished. Suddenly, the registrar sharply slams his palms on the nearest surface. Daichai flinches from the surprise. "Wait, stop," he shouts. "Tell me, what the hell was that?" He continues his tirade and argues that although Daichai was ordered to cut the columns, he went overboard and cut them all. The registrar insists that what he just witnessed should not be possible at all. Daichai, a little embarrassed, tries to explain that it would be boring to just cut them horizontally, so he added a vertical cut. But the receptionist cuts him off mid-sentence and shouts that his thought is about something completely different. Why did he cut the iron column with a wooden sword? The man roars that he was only supposed to trim the wooden support with the wooden sword beforehand. Daichai defensively snaps back that it was the administrator who ordered him to do so, and this statement is immediately confirmed by Melissa and Alishayathi shout that they heard him say that. Finally, the receptionist, exhaling irritably, clarifies the actual test rules. Daichai was supposed to strike each pillar only with the designated sword, bronze for steel and steel for iron. And by this logic, he could not have cut the iron pillar at all. He raises the wooden sword and shows that despite the rules, he still managed to cut them. So he reasons that there should be no problems. The examiner, completely overwhelmed, can only admit he is not mistaken. At a distance, the swordsman Alan watches the aftermath. He informs the others that the examiner is crying. Melissa throws out, "Poor guy," and in the background, the receptionist is seen trembling, completely stunned. While the swordsman observed from the testing zone, the guild greeter stood by Daichai trembling from the heat, and through clenched words hissed disbelief. Only they broke the stunned silence. Daichai calmly, without excess emotion, asked what they needed to do next. The response came with a roar from the examiner. His voice echoed through the hall, officially declaring Daichai's non-elemental magic imprisoned. He remained on his knees, completely crushed. The examiner could not believe that such strength was only C rank, and he was overwhelmed by fear that others would underestimate Daichai. But Daichai himself looked satisfied. He decided that the result was not bad at all and politely thanked him. This only intensified the examiner's despair. Now, he already felt that his own B rank was worthless, while Daichai was deciding on the next step. The guild receptionist administrator suddenly panicked and quickly led Daichai inside, insistently demanding that he be immediately registered as a C-rank adventurer. In a moment, he sat down on the floor in the waiting hall and nervously fidgeted between silent Alicia and Melissa. His anxious state was interrupted when Nike suddenly jumped onto his lap. The cashier exclaimed as the cat began licking his face, and Melissa mockingly asked if his knees had completely given out, a fact he embarrassedly admitted. When the registration was completed, she returned to Daichai and handed him a metal token marked with a C. She confirmed his new status as a C-rank mage and warned him not to lose the important artifact. He tore off the tag, grumbling that the process took longer than he thought. At that moment, a loud growl erupted from his stomach, immediately attracting Alicia's attention. She said it was already past noon and suggested postponing the property transfer. Then Daichai turned to the embarrassed Melissa and asked if she was hungry too. Her face flushed as she suggested going to a nearby shop. It was run by an acquaintance. Daichai happily embraced the idea, So the group decided to eat first and then, later in the day, return to their affairs. The market streets buzz with activity. The air is filled with chatter from buyers and sellers, and the stalls are overflowing with goods everywhere there is noise and lively bustle. Among the crowd, Daich, Alicia, and Melissa walked through the market each, savoring different snacks from street kiosks. They ate. Daich noted that it was pleasant to eat during the gopher shift. Melissa, with her mouth full, enthusiastically agreed and declared that she just had to try everything. Then Daich announced that there was one more place they had to visit before everything was finished. Intrigued, Daich asked if it was her friend's house. He inquired whether her friend also ran a street kiosk. Melissa clarified, nothing like that. She explained that her friend was a church sister who helped run a kiosk for the local orphanage to raise funds. Remembering her friend's kindness, Melissa gestured toward their final destination. Their target was already looming nearby. She waved her hand and, joyfully shouting a greeting to someone named Fiona, met it with enthusiasm. Her call made the young woman in the dark nun's attire flinch from surprise. Her face was hidden by bangs and a wimple, and someone nearby whispered the name Melissa recognized. The children near the kiosk recognized Melissa, but one sadly told her that lunch was already over, only leftovers remained. Daiichi looked at his sister and asked if this was the girl they had come for. Melissa confirmed. Her name was Fiona, but added that her face was hidden. Daiichi looked on with interest. She almost freezes when Melissa leans closer to him, strokes his head, and casually says that leftovers are perfectly normal. A gentle gesture and the children seem to burst out. One, all excited, asks when big sis Melissa got a boyfriend, and another screams with joy. Daiichi, caught between them, can think of only one thing. He doesn't even have a tail like she does. Then attention shifts to Sister Fiona. They playfully tease her, declaring that she lost to Melissa and now has to try harder, which makes the sister stumble, and she even breaks into a flush. The playful interrogation continues. The children surround Fiona. Someone offers to help her forget about Daiichi, while others throw accusations saying he is leading her on and even cheating. Next to the relaxed young man, Alicia peeks out shyly. At the commotion, Sister Fiona bows deeply and apologizes for the children's antics. Daiichi tries to brush it off. After all, they are just children, but Alicia doubts his composure. Nearby, Melissa explodes, sharply denying that Daiichi is her boyfriend, and declares that she will never be led on. She clarifies, he is just a client from the guild, and her outburst is what the children heard. Then she officially introduces them as annoying little brats from the shelter and quickly corrects herself. They are dear children. The children, including Rick, Jack, and Nina, greet warmly. She continues to introduce Daiichi as Mr. Asakura, a merchant, a valuable client of the guild. And when she says that Alicia is a rank B mage, the children freeze in amazement. Sudden warm hugs that even make the sister twitch. Melissa introduces her friend. She explains that this is Sister Fiona, her childhood friend who now serves as a priestess in the church. The sister politely and formally bows, introducing herself. Daiichi extends his hand for a handshake and also gives his name. During this, Alicia tugs Fiona's sleeve, insisting, just call her Alicia. Suddenly, his hand is caught in the embrace of both her hands. As soon as Fiona manages to grab her, her pennant shifts, revealing more of her face and a pair of incredibly radiant eyes. With sincere pleading, she forces him to allow her to buy everything he has left. And because of this, Daicha and Alicia both completely freeze in shock. He is awkwardly trembling from the sudden, too sharp proposal in business from his sister Fiona. She squeezes his hand, her fingers tremble too as she pleadingly pulls him to her. Nearby, Alicia watches the scene and thinks to herself. Another heart has once again succumbed to the sister. The moment breaks when Melissa pushes Fiona forward and shouts Daichai's name. She loudly explains that Fiona is just incredibly shy. After her outburst, Melissa starts dragging Fiona and Alicia along, announcing their departure. Daichai is still kneeling and throwing them a glance as they leave, muttering about what it all meant and warning them not to come to him crying later. He quickly stands up and grabs Melissa by the hand, stopping her, asking why she is in such a hurry to run away, and reminds her that they have been friends since childhood. Sighing, Melissa admits she was careless and let her guard down. Then she explains Fiona's behavior. She says that because her sister was beautiful, men constantly approached her since childhood, and as a result, she developed a terrible fear. Standing stunned by this news, Daichi freezes in place while Melissa manages to hold him by the hood. She says he should have said it earlier, and now that he has heard the whole story, he must not pull Fiona by the hands or do anything like that again. He changes his facial expression to a determined one. He insists. This new information is even more reason for him to return. Feeling terrible for scaring her, he declares his intention to come back and apologize. Having listened to the sincere request, Melissa sighs with relief and says she trusts him. Around the corner, Daichai asks her to believe in him, and Alicia quietly confirms her trust as well. Just as it seemed everything was decided, a piercing scream cuts through the relative silence and throws Dady, Melis, and Alissa into combat readiness. The cause of the commotion is a gang of henchmen raping orphans near their little shop. One of the men slaps the table and aggressively interrogates. Can brats from the orphanage even conduct business and count the tan? Seeing this, Daichai's expression hardens, and a grim, angry grimace settles on his face. He sees that the children are in trouble and immediately breaks through the crowd, determined to help. While they move, he throws out that lately he has already gotten mixed up with bad guys up to his ears. Melissa agrees and spits with contempt that in the last few months they have multiplied like cockroaches. Alicia, who does not know the urban underground, asks if such people really appear so often. The city was truly overwhelmed by a wave of adventurers from neighboring towns and small towns. Mostly those who were unlucky to make ends meet. These are small fry with low rank and bad reputation. In a word, these are exactly the people the city does not welcome. His gaze sharpens as he assesses their work from afar, cheap and poorly maintained equipment. Despite their appearance, he warns his companions not to lose vigilance. He sees, among this crowd there are both mages and skilled adventurers. He explains that since he arrived in Karam, his connection with Klaus from the trading company has allowed him to review mountains of high-quality weapon sand. This has honed his intuition in such matters. He thinks he has already learned from his own bitter mistake what happens when someone is careless. Melissa, pointing at him, notes that to her he looks like some naive optimist. With a stern look, Daichai confirms. He understands the risks and does not intend to lower his guard. Raising his eyes to his comrade, he says Nike that he counts on him if it all turns into a fight. A little cat peeks out from his hood. She lifts Nike, confident that beside him is the most reliable partner one could ever ask for. The cat lets out a decisive cry. Meanwhile, on the tray, one of the orphan boys shouts at the bandits, saying they are already closed and should go home. The big thug roars in response and threatens to teach this talkative kid respect for elders. And the second thief also thoughtfully wonders aloud. I wonder if anyone will notice if they steal and sell one or two more children, since every day it seems like more and more of them keep appearing. Sister Fiona steps forward and bows her head low. She apologizes for childish rudeness, begs the men to forgive them and stop there. As she says this, her words seem to sizzle. I watch the scene unfold, and the children behind Fiona freeze in shock. While he watched, the situation rapidly worsened. One of the thugs roared at the crying orphan to be quiet, then his gaze fell on another girl and he snorted as if to say she looked like someone you could make a good catch of. The children were tearing into desperate howls of fear, and Sister Fiona was trying with all her might to calm them down and pressed that everything would be all right. Then the man decided that another target suited him better. He reached his hand through the children and got to Fiona's very sister. Melissa, who was standing nearby and watching, broke away from the fierce protective rickshaw while Fiona, wide-eyed with fear, was licked by gas. Fear, while the thugs had not yet touched him, Daichai moved. He caught the man's wrist and with cold strength twisted it back. The man gasped in pain and Daichai met him with a serene smile, ordered him to withdraw his hand, and apologized for the scare. Sister Fiona could only freeze in shock. Sudden cruelty froze her, she trembled and could not utter a word. Tears streamed down her face as she tried to comprehend the sharp turn of events. From a few steps away, Alicia and Melissa watched the event. Melissa glowed with arrogant self-satisfaction, while Alicia's expression was more restrained. He squeezed the grip even tighter and lowered his voice when he asked the thug if he should twist his arm so hard that it would fly off. The man begged in pain. Stop. Daichai looked at him contemptuously and called him pathetic. He noticed how the man pretended to be tough when women and children were around. But as soon as another man cut him off, he immediately curled up in a ball, broken and in tears. The other boys' chasers, seeing that their comrade was neutralized, started shouting threats. They demanded to know who Daichai was and warned he would pay for daring to touch them, and when the security was called, he was the one who should be in tears. Daichai just blinked at them indifferent and unimpressed. His shared difference seemed to provoke passers-by. They glared at him threateningly. He pondered their words, wondering if they were really serious about calling security. Suddenly, Melissa stepped forward, introducing herself as a Guild of Merchants employee and a witness. She pointed at the bandit leader with her finger, loudly accusing him. It was his man who struck first. The bandit's face twitched with rage, realized he would not get away with this so easily. And the announcement as a witness is like a spark. The crowd seems to come alive. One man points at the scoundrel who is already being handcuffed and shouts that he was the first to attack Sister Fiona. Others in the crowd immediately pick it up and also start to testify. This open defiance infuriates the bandit leader madly. He growls at the crowd and threatens, As soon as the guards arrive, everyone better keep their tongues behind their teeth. He swears to remember every name and every face. Then he again directs his frightening gaze at Melissa, leaning in very close, mockingly asking what exactly some little lady from the Merchants Guild is doing, and demands to name her. Meanwhile, another of the thugs, the one in the helmet, tells Daikai that he better release his accomplice right now. He snorts, confident that as soon as the guards arrive, they will get Daikai's name by any means. There is no response from Daiichi, he just presses harder, and a disgusting crunch sounds as the bandit's arm breaks under the pressure. A man screams in pain and agony. A helmeted thug shouts at Daichi, warning about the consequences when the guards arrive. This confirms Daichi's suspicion. These people have connections inside the guard. The realization makes the situation even more interesting for him. His face hardens sharply. He stares at them with a heavy, burning gaze. He asks the thugs if they really think everyone will come out unscathed when they have to guard the trip. His sudden, ominous threat stuns the bandits. They freeze, stare wide-eyed confused, not understanding what he is talking about, and whether he has lost his mind because the very air around him seems to crackle under pressure. However, the tension rapidly escalates and pulls toward extreme violence. Fiona's younger sister steps forward with trembling steps. She pleads with Daichi, begging him not to do anything reckless for the sake of the orphanage. He sharply turns to her and his threatening mood completely disappears. Confidently winking, he introduces himself to Miss Fiona, Daichi, a Sakura. You paid no attention to her. Fiona's sister, with a face crossed by fear, begged Mr. Akura to stop and wait until the guards arrived. Her request went unanswered. Daichi remains silent while she and the children huddle in the shelter behind her, trembling, their eyes full of fear and alertness. While he stood his ground and did not retreat, Melissa also urged him to wait. She had heard those thugs boasting about their connections but doubted how much power they really had. The children screamed together, begging their older brother to listen to their sister. They were afraid he was about to get hurt. He ignored their joint pleas, turning his head only slightly to glance at Alicia. She met his gaze with a calm, confident smile as if to indicate she would cover him. Bolstered by her support, he looked forward again. With grim certainty, he noted. Now the entire gathered crowd was focused on him without any division. The quiet watchfulness was broken by one of the thugs. He lunged forward aggressively. The man demanded to know exactly what Daichi had said and accused him of suddenly going silent and pretending to be afraid. The young man simply pinched his nose, his face indifferent. "You stink," he said evenly, stepping away from the thug and his companion. They were momentarily confused. The winged insult hung in the air, and a few spectators couldn't hold back quiet laughter. Daichi continued, thinking aloud about the foul smell he noticed and bluntly asking the man if he ever washed at all. The bandit could only stammer, struck in shocked disbelief. His eyes narrowed with contempt. "This is exactly that stench," he clarified. "The thug climbs to harm women and children and then hides behind the backs of guards." The faces of the bandits twisted with rage. Just as they dared to move, a black, crackling stream of energy burst from Daichi's palm. "This is my line." He barked so fiercely that his voice trembled with fury. "Don't mess with me." His sole, unbreakable thought was to protect the shelter. In the crowded market, a gang of thugs looms over Fiona, Melissa, Alicia, and the children, their faces twisted with rage. They roar warnings. They are not to be trifled with. Others retreat in fear, while Daichi Sakura looks calmly and impassively, one thought in his mind: to protect the orphanage. The sword strikes instantly. Barely touching with his fingers, he launches a small object into the air. It spins and splashes the forehead of one of the thugs' helmet, then bounces off with a sharp, dull blow to another's face. Both are paralyzed by the sudden, precise attack. Third can react. Daichi approaches closely and with all his might presses his forehead against the man's face, a disgusting crack. The crowd gasps. Fiona and Alicia sharply shout his name in alarm, and some merchant nearby shouts, and then the adventurer simply slammed his head against the traitor's head. He is thrown backward by the force of his own strike, shakes his head, rubs it, and mumbles about the pain. Below, one of his own bewildered comrades grabs and stomps the then bully, his eyes wide with shock. The culprit, seeing his men falling, shouts for them to wait and denies having given the order to engage in battle. His two subordinates stagger unsteadily, holding their heads in dizzy stupor. He ignores him, turns to face the group, and deliberately cracks his fingers. His eyes narrow as he declares, "Time for reckoning." The remaining bandit's eyelid twitches nervously, and his face becomes a mask of fear. Movements are like lightning. A fist strikes directly into the jaw of another thug. The blow throws him into flight, and the rest of the group falls in a heap onto the cobblestones. The leader's stomach twists with rage. He snatches his sword and roars for his men to advance. But before the blade can move from its arc, Daichai lunges forward and with a loud strike drives his fist deep into his belly. The force of the blow throws the leader into the air, spins, upside down, gasping for air. He crashes to the ground and settles, trembling. Daichai stands over the fallen opponents. Direct threat has already been neutralized. Suddenly another man lunges forward and swings his sword. Daichai easily steps aside, so the attacker stumbles, loses balance, and falls. Looking up from the ground in shock, he hears Daichai's calm advice. Watch your feet. He only manages to look up, and at that moment, the new opponent's foot is already coming down with a powerful strike. The force of the slap tears through the air with a loud rumble. The hidden man drops the knife, it clatters to the ground. In an instant, Daichai has already slipped through the opponent's defense. He grabbed his arm and neutralized the threat. Almost without a fight, the disguised traveler falls to the ground defeated. Daichai stands over him, his face unchanged, and the three he has already knocked out lie unconscious nearby. He exhales quietly just as the crowd of spectators erupts with shouts and applause. One man shouts that his performance was incredible. Sister Fiona and the children watch with relief. The townspeople, filled with excitement, openly rejoice at the result and already begin to speculate aloud who the mysterious young man is. Despite the crowd's questions, he shifts his gaze to Alicia standing nearby. From the collar of his hoodie peeks, excellently watching everything that is happening. He turns to her for a moment and smiles warmly, asking if she was worried about him. Alicia only shakes her head in response. She looks at him with complete confidence and says directly that she never doubted him for a moment. Her unwavering faith slightly confuses Daichai, and he involuntarily feels awkward. Their moment is broken by a sharp, crackling chime. Both turn their attention to the increasingly loud bustle in the crowd. The noise grows as armored guards break through the crowd, shouting for everyone to step aside and let them pass. He watches as armed figures approach. His face is calm, and he quietly acknowledges their arrival. The rumble of their armor rolls like an echo across the market square. Now it is strewn with the unconscious bodies of mercenaries, and a disguised traveler whom he just threw off. The ringing clatter of armored boots on the cobblestones and the city guards enter the frame. Their faces are grim as they survey what remains after the fight. Nearby, one of the fallen men whimpers in pain. The lead guard drops to one knee to check on his own. This is how he tames the chaos. And one of the conscious bandits begins to gasp convulsively for air, weakly points a finger and accuses Daichai of attacking them without any provocation. The young man is silent. His gaze is motionless as accusations rain down on him. Nearby, Alicia watches, and the anxiety on her face only grows. Receiving the gang's report, the guards turn all their attention to Daichai. The captain says that although they had heard about the fight between adventurers, this went too far. One of the guards snorts mockingly and warns. For him, this will not end so easily. Before they could act, Sister Fiona pushes past 80, stands between him and the guards, and asks them to wait, insisting that he was only helping them. Her sudden appearance confuses him. A faint blush rises on his cheeks. Fiona trembles but stands as if rooted to the spot, with a firm resolve on her face. Her courage inspires the orphans. They erupt in outrage, shouting that she is right, that Daichai did nothing wrong, and that the bandits are the real villains. The children's cries whip up the entire crowd. The voices of witnesses rose from all sides, confirming the story. They confirmed that it was the bandits who started the scuffle, pursuing the sister, and that the fight was entirely justified. Meanwhile, the roar of support for their defender grew, knocking people off their feet. In response to the public uproar, one of the city guards growls, demands silence, and says that all explanations can be given at the station. The guard roars, and it even makes Sister Fiona flinch. She shudders as he growls that everyone not directly involved must immediately clear the area. Daichai steps forward, his face hardens. He tells the guard there is no need to shout at women and children, accusing him of wanting to intimidate them. The guard casts an angry look at him and mutters an insult. The leader of the mustache guard turns to his subordinate and admits. Although he does not know about the other three attackers, the two conscious ones are obviously guilty. Then he directs a sharp look at Daichai, who flinches. The guard leader hints that this is how Daichai ends up on the side of the criminals, which in turn gives them confidence, as if everything will be forgiven. While the tension in front of the counter rises, a new voice cuts through the air. A young woman with cat-like features swiftly steps between Daichai and the guards and states that it seems a mistake has occurred. She introduces herself as Melissa from the Merchants Guild and offers to be a witness to the entire event. She confidently declares, the travelers themselves are entirely to blame because Daichai was only defending himself after they attacked his sister. Her testimony encourages those present even more. One man shouts that they will stand by her, and another adds, they overheard mercenaries discussing the kidnapping of children. The embarrassed guard asks them not to interfere, but his order is drowned out by the growing noise. Everything suddenly quiets down as a senior officer arrives. The other guards tense up, and worry appears on their faces as the stern-faced commander inspects the scene. He clears his throat, and the subordinate shudders from the attention. After that, the commander points to the wounded villains and gives his first order: find a mage who can heal them. He scans the crowd with his gaze, and his voice thunders as he calls out, everyone capable of water magic, provide emergency treatment until the real healer arrives. Among the spectators, a hand timidly rises. His gaze fixes on the source, the young sister from the church. He asks if she can do anything for the wounded. She nervously nods, yes, at least a little. Little Chi begins explaining and says that she will probably be able to stabilize them enough to prevent death. That was enough for the commander. He urged her to start, and then, waving his hand dismissively, added that she should not worry about some delicate injuries. When emergency medical aid had already been provided, he sharply turned his gaze to the very heart of the commotion and introduced himself. Aaron, the commander of the squad of those men who were just being treated. He demanded to know what had happened. Melissa, still holding onto Daichai's hand, began to explain. They rushed here as soon as they heard about the fight between the adventurers. With a wave of her hand, she indicated that Daichai was to blame for everything. Daichai's eyes narrowed, and he watched him with just a glance. With distrust, he asked if this young man was really capable of disabling his entire squad alone. Before Daichai could answer, Melissa panicked and tugged him to show the squad leader his guild identification. Understanding the hint, Daichai began searching for it. He handed over the ID. As soon as Aaron's eyes fell on it, his face froze in shock, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Yet Daichai met his stunned gaze with an even, calm, inquisitive expression, as if asking who this man was. Daichai hands the document to the guard commander. His eyes flash with recognition of the seal. It is an official trade guild ID. The commander, stunned, asks if Daichai is really a merchant. With a simple smile, Daichai confirms, yes, he is a merchant. His companion Melissa bursts out in protest. Grabbing his hand, she demands an explanation why he shows a merchant pass if he has magic guild identification. Daichai, embarrassed, stammers that he was told the magic guild is not trusted in this area. The commander listens. Understanding appears on his face when he notices Daichai's skill. Melissa stubbornly points at the document and demands he check the issue date. Before he can, Daichai raises a peace sign and calmly announces that he, Asukuru, was registered the same day and immediately confirmed as C rank, which causes the onlookers to fall silent, stunned. His words send a wave of murmurs through the gathered crowd, while he and Melissa stand at the center of attention. Our commander processes this new information. He reasons that causing a commotion for a C-rank mage is not so surprising, then bursts into loud, genuine laughter. He sharply turns and grabs one of his subordinates by the collar, hissing to the stunned guard that they should be thankful they are still alive after fighting someone of that level. Meanwhile, another guard approaches Daichai to apologize and says it is clear to everyone that the other side started the fight first. The commander watches the exchange from afar. He concludes the situation is different. This is a real fight. With one last glance, he turns and walks away. Lying on the cobblestones, he stitched the events together. It seemed that this overly confident traveler started the fight, and the young man only responded. The commander inquired about the details of what happened. He stood up and looked around, assessing the situation. No matter how he turned it this way and that, the boy looked stronger than the 5 men he had just defeated. The conclusion was simple: better to surrender. Starting a fight was not the right move. Daichai felt a wave of cold wash over him. He was struck by the thought, even among the city guards, there are people with such incredible character. Soon his comrades joined him. He clearly breathed a sigh of relief. He began to downplay what had happened, saying his actions were just excessive self-defense and that water magic was nothing special. From afar, Karina watched this and was glad that they seemed to understand. The security commander approached them in an official tone. He stated that a briefing was needed and asked Daichai and his company to accompany him to the station. The words hit Melissa and Alicia with a wave of panic. They grabbed Daichai and feared, if they went to the station, the guards might change their minds and not let them out. Seeing their despair, Daichai quickly spoke up to calm everyone. He swiftly announced his connections. His guardian was part of the Asakura Guild, his patron was in the Bertram Trading Company, and another guardian was in the Kirsch Mages Guild. Melissa was completely stunned by this news. When the group moved away, Karina watched from afar. She processed the new information. Now Daichai was a ward of the Bertram noble house and at the same time had ties to her own family, Kirsch. She thought it might be problematic if he brought trouble to their name, but still decided he could go to the station, only reminding herself to handle this delicate situation carefully. The guard commander also noticed their departure and returned to his subordinate. He gave instructions and, thinking aloud, asked himself how they would handle this complicated matter. Still, Daichai paused for a moment, casting a glance at the unconscious adventurers being loaded onto the cart. For a second, he wondered if they knew something useful, but he immediately dismissed the thought. He speaks to the guard commander with a confident smile, explaining that although he is truly strong, there will be no problems as long as he is treated properly. If additional evidence has not yet run out, he submits another document. The commander's gaze sharply widens in shock. He recognizes it. An explanatory letter from the head of Bertram Trading Company addressed to Lord Denali. He calmly points out that Lord Denali is the commander's employer and asks if they have to meet the commander to convey his apologies. A drop of sweat rolls down the commander's face as he struggles to comprehend what is happening and finally asks who Daichai really is. The young man only barely smiles in response. Then he clarifies that he did not present all this just to justify his actions. Turning to his companions, he outlines their next steps. First food, then resolving the real estate issue. And he adds that for now he cannot appear either at the church or at the orphanage. These words noticeably make Karina shudder. He looks back at the commander, confirming that such an arrangement is acceptable. The commander instantly nods and agrees, assuring everything is fine and that he will keep the other travelers under arrest until Daichai's report is completed. He makes another demand. The commander must refrain from interrogating the sister or anyone at the shelter until he finishes his own statement. The commander seems to concede, acknowledging that he can handle it. Slightly bowing his head, Daichai thanks him for the cooperation. When the immediate situation is settled, he walks through the city with Alicia, and in his mind the intertwined connections are already spinning between thieves, kidnapping, travelers, and the city guard. He watches as Sister Fiona calms the children, assuring them that everything is fine now. While she comforts a crying girl, he makes a decision. Something definitely needs to be investigated. Before he can implement this thought, a luxurious banquet dish suddenly appears on the table before him, shocking everyone nearby. He picks up a rice ball and smiles warmly, explaining that since everyone had problems with food, he hoped they would join him. Children burst into applause and shouts, impatiently asking if he is really serious. Someone excitedly shouts, calling him Big Brother, and declares how generous he is. When everyone starts eating with appetite, Karina turns to Melissa, who watches with a barely predatory smile, and asks if she bought all the food. Later, Daichai finds himself just outside, in front of a sturdy stone building the local real estate office. Inside, Melissa gestures towards the estate, persistently recommending it. Daichai, holding Nikki on his shoulder, says it impresses with its size. She agrees and adds the previous owner thoroughly renovated it. Alyosha suddenly appears and says that the main requirement of the previous owner was the building must be sturdy. When Daichai asks where she came from, Melissa explains Alyosha was on an errand and just returned. He studies the floor plan, considering it a perfect match for his requirements, yet still remains cautious about anything that looks too flawless. Melissa informs him that the building was constructed 3 years ago and it has been empty for the last year. He presses further, asking why the previous owner lasted only 2 years. Momentarily embarrassed, Melissa asks him to wait while she looks for information. A moment later, she triumphantly raises a document, announcing that she finally found the answer. She begins to tell the story of the former owner of the estate, gesturing towards a lavish portrait. As the woman explained, the man in it was the 80-year-old fifth son of a viscount. He was invited to Royal University as a researcher, and later worked as an associate professor of pharmacology. Daichai listened somewhat confused by such an honorable biography. While he processed all this, his attention shifted to the appearance of the building. He ran his hand along the sturdy stone wall and noticed, for a viscount, the estate was exceptionally well built from first-class materials by top-level craftsmen. The quality was visible throughout the estate, including in the well-built workshop standing next to the main house. From the balcony, Melissa confirmed his assessment. Next, Melissa revealed a key detail about the former resident. He was the best craftsman of magical instruments in the entire town. At these words, Daichai felt as if he was struck. Curiosity immediately ignited. Craftsman of magical instruments, he repeated, trying not to miss any detail. She asked if he had an interest in magical instruments. From the other side of the yard, Daichai confirmed this with incredible enthusiasm, saying yes, he is actually very interested in it. His thoughts wildly raced through various possibilities. His unique talent inventions from scratch allowed him to combine modern things with items from his world. And since he could not create something new from scratch, he realized acquiring the knowledge of a master who crafts magical tools would be an invaluable asset. While he was thinking about it, Melissa remembered Alicia also dreamed of becoming a master of magical instruments. She suggested he talk to her sometime and waved her hand, beckoning him inside. She led him through the spacious room, noting that such a shop would easily handle supplies and all sorts of small items just like Sikura's business. Daichai immediately agreed. Their journey led to a single door. Melissa confirmed it led to the workshop. Holding a glowing object that cast a small circle of light, Daichai peeked ahead and immediately noticed how dark it was. At his touch, the door creaked and opened. When the door suddenly swung open, the darkness was instantly dispelled by a dazzling flash of light from inside. Melissa screamed in surprise and Daichai froze, bathed in that sharp glow. What happened? She turned to him anxiously. He watches as Melissa excitedly points to the glowing lantern and asks if it is a product they could sell. He wonders aloud if there are any magical tools left here, and Melissa explains that the previous owner likely took all valuable items when moving to the capital, leaving only what was removed from the mounts. Then he asks if he can request changes through the guild, and Melissa enthusiastically confirms that he cannot. She leads him to the large stone warehouse, where the mysterious lantern still softly glows above the wooden barrel. He notices that the space seems a bit cramped, but Melissa quickly reassures him. There is more than enough room for the frame here. With a confident wink, she declares, since he doesn't need the workshop, he can simply use the entire area for storage. He clarifies his plan. He intends to turn the workshop into the main shop. Then he explains such a large warehouse will not be needed. Melissa considers his reasoning. And he shows that he has an item box, so a physical warehouse is not needed at all. Melissa's initial surprise quickly turns into understanding. After checking the first floor, he suggests going upstairs to inspect the second, and she immediately agrees. She leads the way into the furnished room and cheerfully announces their arrival. Pointing at the door with her finger, she boasts that the view from the balcony is the best part. Daichai looks around, his face full of admiration. He stepped out onto the balcony of the second floor and was surprised to see two familiar figures on the balcony of the neighboring building, Melissa and a young girl, Alicia. When he exclaimed Alicia's name in surprise, the door behind her opened and revealed an elderly woman. She peeked outside with curiosity. In turn, she recognized that it was him. The woman, Alicia's great-great-grandmother, addressed him directly. She said she had heard that someone was eyeing the neighboring house, but she never expected it to be him. He smiled, realizing how lucky he was in this coincidence, such a strange chance. Then his great-grandmother simply asked if he really intended to buy the estate. She also explained, the house has been empty for some time, but if you plan to do renovations there, it might make some noise and cause them trouble. In response, Daichai just smiled warmly and waved his hand kindly. He happily said he couldn't wait to become her neighbor. Her granddaughter's face lit up with genuine joy. Clasping her hands together, Alicia happily exclaimed that the feeling was mutual. She was delighted by the new connection being born in this new life. With a cheerful smile, Melissa raises a finger, ready to outline the next steps. All right, then she begins. Hichi, meanwhile, with exhausted submission, signs the document, closing his eyes. Inside, he exhales. Even in this new world, the paperwork hassle hasn't gone anywhere. When he finishes, Melissa reviews the form. From that spot on the floor, Daichai asks if everything is all right. She confirms, then reminds that their next stops are the orphanage and the church. He nods in response. She then adjusts the plan, says she agrees but suggests first visiting the guard post. Looking up at her, Daichai thanks her and says he will go with her. But he must clarify, since only he was called, he can't expect her to do so much for him. Melissa immediately and sharply objects. She burns with incredible intensity in her explanation. Yes, only Asukuru was called to the fight, but she went with him. In this situation, she has a duty to prove who she is, so she cares about his affairs. Her thoughts race, her gaze spins, and suddenly she realizes. There is a hidden meaning in all this, a deeper connection that she endlessly twisted. Returned to the present, she happily raises her hand. All right, I understand, she exclaims. From now on, I will officially accompany you. Daichai agrees with relief and says he will be under her care. He lays out his own strategic considerations. Their road leads to the guard post, but he suggests first dropping by the merchant guild. If they manage to get permission from the guild to travel there, then everything will be fine. He reasons that having the merchant guild know about their visit to the guard post could serve as a kind of insurance if something goes wrong. Realizing his plan, Melissa sharply stands up and immediately understands everything. Then let's hurry back to the guild, she declares. Daichai, on the other hand, suddenly freezes and covers his mouth, thinking that perhaps he wouldn't want that. First, he wants to visit the orphanage and the church. He sits at the table, and Melissa leans closer and confirms that they are changing plans. She insists. Priority should be given to the other destination. This is the right step, since even the platoon commander understood that the post could wait. He agrees with her conclusion. As they are finalizing the decision, a voice comes from the nearest door. An elderly woman in round glasses calls someone, calling them mumpers. Gage sharpens a knife, extends an invitation, and tells Nike and the others to come inside for tea. Daichai looks stunned by the sudden invitation, but Melissa gives him a lenient wink as if to say, accept the offer. And face to face, she quietly confirms that the guild is still their priority. He walks alongside the woman with Melissa and whispers that she is probably Celia Hartland, the most influential figure in the city. Melissa quickly corrects him. She says that this woman is actually among the top 5 masters of magical instruments in the entire country. Having her as an acquaintance will be not just useful for Dai Kai, but incredibly profitable, which conveys his distrust. Melissa not confirms that she is the great-grandmother of the girl Alicia, who runs a shop next to theirs. With this new understanding, he gladly accepts the woman's hospitality. When they arrive at the woman's establishment, Melissa politely bows her head. She carefully examines her and thinks to herself how clever and prudently calculating she is. The door opens. A smiling young girl, Alicia, comes out to greet Daichai by name. He smiles, says he came for tea, and that he heard about her from the monk. The old woman immediately asks Alicia not to bother their guests, but Melissa, embarrassed, sharply objects that she should not be called grandmother. While everyone sat around the table, Daichai inquired about the house. Alicia said that her great-grandmother explained. She just signed the contract for it and asked him not to be shy. He could ask about anything. Then she handed him a cup of tea, said so, and settled a bit in his chair. He accepted it with a brief word of thanks. In a moment, a large tray with freshly baked Easter cakes was brought to the table. They suggested talking business while eating. Many candies on the side of the table caused delighted squeals from Alicia and Alicia. Their host encouraged them to eat as much as they wanted and assured that there was enough for everyone. Grabbing a piece of cookie, Daichai noted that this dwelling is both sturdy and spacious, perfectly suited to his requirements. The remark made the old master look serious. She said that a sturdy building is needed by everyone who expects explosions from their workshop, something not just any merchant needs. Daichai looked around, surprised, and asked if that was really so. She continued with a proud smile, explaining that her own underground workshop was an incredible place, then added, next time she builds one like that, she wants to make an even stronger version also underground. The revelation made Daichai sharply sit upright on the chair, and he spoke loudly, questioning, underground workshop. Great-grandmother confirmed this without any hesitation. She added that it was in that workshop that she passed on her secret techniques. Her hand clenched into a fist. Seeing Daichai focused, silent, and overly composed, she asked what had happened. Meanwhile, Melissa and Nike looked on in confusion. He enthusiastically suggests they review the drawings. Melissa agrees and adds that she might have written something on them. With a solemn gesture, the architectural drawings are spread out on the table. While they review the document, he asks where the workshop is located. The finger slides along the lines on the paper and stops at the indicated spot. Alicia's great-grandmother confirms the place, explaining that it is a hidden stairway leading down to the underground workshop. Melissa seems confused by the discrepancy in the drawings, and Daichai's face darkens as he imagines the secret workshop belonging to the noble apothecary. This is expression hardening. Daichai asks if the Merchants Guild conducted an on-site inspection. Melissa replies that according to guild rules, it must be done on-site, and the owner must be present. Alicia adds that the owners themselves are in the capital. Daichai presses further. Are both the staff and the person responsible for time still at the branch? Alicia says both are still there. Having received this new data, he declares that he will make 2 responsible persons take responsibility. Melissa enthusiastically agrees immediately. Before they could act, great-great-grandmother calmly interjects, taking a sip of tea. She says that she herself built the hidden stair so there can be no mistake, and she offers to lead them to confirm. Since Daichai made them, the guild guard will arrive very soon. Alicia turns to her great-grandmother, asks in surprise if she really made that secret ladder. The old woman confirms and calls it a successful meeting. Melissa is beaming with joy before the upcoming inspection. Great-grandfather drinks tea in small sips, and Daichai does not move, silent and stern. Alicia turns to him and cautiously begins to speak. Alicia Flower looks up at her great-grandmother and asks if the previous owner of the house was a pharmacist. The old woman confirms and adds that he was the son of a noble family. This revelation clearly confuses Daichai. Seeing his reaction, Alicia aloud wonders whether the secret workshop was used to create suspicious drugs or if it is just an updated version of an already existing secret laboratory. He grimaces, images of suspicious apothecaries and alchemists flicker in his mind, and he is convinced that such people are always involved in secret affairs. He reasons this way. If they knew about the hidden ladder, then they were the ones who built it. His thoughts turn into action. He lays out priorities on scraps of paper: the underground workshop, the orphanage, the church, and the security post. He concludes, the most urgent is to confirm the status of the workshop. When he sorts the notes, Melissa leans forward and points out, his chosen order is strange. She says the security post is usually the last place to turn to and asks why he makes so many requests right away. Her words make Alicia also notice the strangeness. Then Melissa decisively says she will go on guard duty alone, and this causes protests from both Deity and Alicia. She stands still, ready to set off, and says that for now they need to return to the guild and call the one responsible for everything. Deiji watches her leave and sees her off. But before leaving, she turns and leans closer to Daikai as he pours tea. She asks what exactly he was doing while she was away in the Merchants Guild. He looks up and explains that he wants her to accompany him to a brief meeting with a Sakura. Her help will be very timely. After that, he adds that before they go to the guard post, he needs to check one thing, so he planned to use this time to gather information from her. Her face softens, and a smile full of understanding appears on her lips. She asks what he wants to find out, as if she can provide answers to what interests him. When the conversation had just started, the city itself was already standing behind them, a place about which local whispers claimed that disappearances and kidnappings had become too frequent. Daichi confirmed that he heard exactly that, adding, kidnappings of children from the local orphanage seem to have increased. Hearing this, the old merchant woman looked at him through her glasses, and her face became stern as she asked why he was inquiring about such things. She explained that after the morning commotion, there was another incident involving travelers who caused a scene, and it was then that she heard something disturbing. She recounted hearing a man with a frightening appearance say, since so many people have already disappeared in the city, kidnapping and selling one or two more moreover, no one would even notice. He was heading towards the orphanage. Seicha pondered her words, his gaze drifting far away. He thought, if these are just empty threats, then that's one thing, but he could not shake the thought that these people might be involved in the kidnappings and selling the children they take. After that, he clarified his position. It does not matter that they do not know anything that could prove the pharmacist's innocence. His investigation was aimed at something specific. The old merchant scrutinized him closely and asked if he was driven by a sense of justice. He gently stroked Nike's head, dismissing any such noble intentions. Yes, he admitted, it was entirely and completely just for his own convenience. He picked up the little cat, and a warm smile spread across his face as he explained his simple dream. He only needed to live peacefully in this small town. He finished his explanation, and the old merchant considered his words. She stated that she did not feel any disgust towards his selfish intention at all. On the contrary, she considered such a frank reason much more reliable. When she made the decision, she offered to tell everything she knew. Daichi gratefully agreed. And the merchant added, if she is already taking the Lord's words into her mouth, then let her go all the way with it. While they were talking, Alicia looked with a gentle expression on her face. She thought, since she will have to stay in this city for a long time, she wants to make it comfortable and cozy for her grandmother here. Yet Melissa had a more practical thought. If there is a ghost nearby, it would be foolish not to use this chance to their advantage. He caught himself agreeing with Melissa's opinion. He himself did not dislike such a way of thinking, and he returned again to the old merchant. He politely asked her to teach him everything she knew, although inside he was confused by her straightforwardness. Silent understanding flashed between them. Their gazes locked on each other. A new agreement was born without words. Breaking the silence, Melissa cheerfully announced that she was going to the Guild of Merchants to kill time. The old merchant stopped her and advised her to use the couriers from the tailor's shop that Alicia had founded. Alicia confirmed the arrangement without hesitation. The proposal seemed to incredibly please Melissa. A wide, cat-like smile stretched across her face. Her playful manner disappeared instantly. She sharply turned to Alicia, looking completely serious, and placed a cup on the table. She confirmed for the record that Alicia understood that what they had just talked about must not be repeated. Keeping her ears on the strict warning, Daichi tensed a little and, swallowing hard, quietly confirmed that he understood. He begins to lay out the hard facts of their investigation. The last year, kidnappings and disappearances have sharply increased. The number of missing children, especially from the local orphanage, is abnormally high. The tragedy is only emphasized by the image of a single dirty child's shoe thrown in a puddle. Alicia confirms this with a grim face and says that such incidents used to happen much less often. Melissa adds to the grim report, clarifying that the matter is not only about orphans. During the same period, Children from ordinary families and even adults began to disappear more and more often. The old merchant, listening attentively, folded her fingers into a dome and mentally linked the chronology. The period of disappearance spikes, she says, coincides exactly with the increase in the number of wandering adventurers in this area. When everyone sits at the table, someone asks aloud if they have figured out the situation, and adds, "The real problem is about to be revealed." It is Melissa who brings the stunning revelation. A significant portion of these so-called homeless wanderers, she declares, are citizens of the kingdom of Talaner. Daichai widens his eyes in disbelief. If she calmly confirms her words, still digesting the news, Daichai asks what the town art kingdom is. The shock only deepens when Melissa explains that the army of the kingdom of urban artistry supports these vagabonds. She insists, it is impossible that the kingdom's army is not involved when so many of their people act this way. He sharply turns to the old merchant and demands to name the source of this incredible information. Calmly sipping from her cup, she answers with just 2 words, "Nightly order." The answer leaves him completely stunned. He leans forward, his voice trembling with disbelief. He demands an explanation of how she even managed to get such sensitive information from the nightly order. He listens as the elderly trader explains the origin. About 10 days ago, the Beltram nightly order handed them a group of thieves for investigation. Daichai's eyes narrow, he recognizes the names mentioned. She continues her story and reveals. She used a homemade confession drug against the thieves. And for selling this super-powerful mixture, she obtained valuable information, adding that she received an additional batch just last night. He looks at her, unable to believe her methods. He asks if the deputy in the night squad the one who came to buy the drug and demands to know what authority she wields. Before the old merchant can answer, Melissa leans in and explains the hierarchy to him. The vice commander, she clarifies, is a high-ranking officer. Although the use of drugs for confession is officially prohibited, she says confidently, among them it is an open secret. And he will be able to convince the vice commander to buy the forbidden substance. The old merchant continues her story. She says she identified 5 people. Last night, giving them the same drug, she left all 5 completely helpless, and she emphasizes this not for general knowledge. He swallows slowly, and his expression hardens as he organizes the grim new information mine. The gathered information paints a dark picture. Over the past year, disappearances have sharply increased primarily among wanderers, adults, and children alike. This alarming wave began precisely when travelers from the kingdom of Talaner started arriving in the settlement, and it was confirmed. The detained thieves are indeed soldiers from that very kingdom. The conclusion becomes inevitable. This means there is a strong likelihood the army of the town art kingdom is directly involved in the kidnappings. He looks away and with grim finality says that the city is by no means peaceful. The old shopkeeper woman shakes her head tiredly and knowingly, calling the situation a complete disaster. He clenches his face and says this is not something that can simply be ignored. Since the Night Order is a faction involved in drugs, he will use his position as a local lord and make an official appeal to them. He leans back in his chair, a barely noticeable relief on his face, and says that at least he managed to obtain one reassuring piece of news. Melissa, watching him, asked him to explain what exactly he meant. He explains his concern, looking up at the luxurious chandelier. He feared that the very house he bought was somehow connected to the recent series of disappearances, and admitted, such property can be eerie. He snaps his fingers and reflects. Kidnappings now happen less often because the suspicious pharmacist disappeared. Melissa, holding a small vial, agrees and says she was also a bit worried. She elaborates on her anxiety and explains that the timing was suspicious. The house emptied almost at the same moment the disappearances began to become a tidal wave. This thought throws him off balance. He waves his hands dismissively and implores Melissa not to voice such grim ideas. She is not stopped by this, she simply asks what he intended to do next. At that moment, Alicia, who had been looking out the nearest window, announces that a representative of the trade guild has already arrived. Her announcement pierces their will like a current. Daichai clenches his fist in determination, and Melissa, with a fierce expression, declares, "This is exactly the person because of whom all the property problems exist." He stands firm, his face frozen with determination. Beside him are Melissa, Alicia, and the old merchant. And he declares, this is exactly the person he has been waiting for, and he is ready to fight to win the peaceful life they deserve. In the well-kept room, Melissa kindly offers to introduce everyone present. A stern-looking man named Richard, the property manager from the Merchants Guild, introduces himself and names his colleague Edward the current person responsible for the house. Daichi watches attentively and understands. Now all the key figures related to this house have gathered. He explains that upon hearing the name Cecilia, he rushed immediately and had to write everything down in a letter. Then he asks if the true meaning of this letter is genuine. The question prompts Alao Daiichi to recall key points: the presence of a basement in the estate, the connection to an increasing number of missing persons, and that the man from Bertram Trading Company who introduced them to this property has also disappeared. The mention calms his thoughts, and determination flashes across his face. The letter also reported that the name Cecilia belonged to the wife of the first blacksmith senior master guildmaster, a woman who was also a senior figure connected to the second magical guildmaster. The appearance of this name clearly caused a commotion. He considers the tangled web of connections and measures everything with a grim thought. Could this be some kind of social death penalty? Meanwhile, the old merchant turns to Alicia and tells her that now they must confirm the truth in this matter. Victor admits that the possibility of error exists, but Daiichi quietly confirms. He understands the man's feelings about this. And the old merchant speaks directly to Alisa and confirms. The underground workshop really exists. She explains that she saw it with her own eyes. She helped lay the walls of that workshop as a favor during the house's construction and looks embarrassed as to why she is being asked about it again. She continues her story and mentions that during the construction of the neighboring house, she was asked to build a special wall for a magical instrument one, through which it would not be easy to see anything. She is met by the former guild leader. He sternly demands to know if Bon Bon, who built the underground workshop, is still here, and she visibly looks exhausted and hungry before his eyes. In response to this news, Daiichi insists that he knew nothing about the underground workshop or the hidden stairs. This is the first time he has heard of such a thing, and Farrell said nothing about it. Melissa recalls that the previous owner was Farella, former nobleman and apothecary. The former guild master presses the old merchant, questioning whether she learned about it from the workers during the land inspection. She hesitates but still admits she heard something. She explains her silence. She knew Cecilia was involved, so she couldn't bring herself to ask questions, especially when the carpenters themselves remained silent. The conversation provides no clarity. The former guild master decides an on-site inspection is necessary. Daiichi clarifies if he means outside the small high. Instead, the old merchant leads the group up the stairs inside the house and explains that the workshop is just ahead on the first floor. Just enter the room, Daiichi points with his finger to a specific spot between the wooden floorboards, says, "This is it," and taps on the surface. She notes that there seems to be nothing there, and Melissa agrees. She sees only a wooden floor, continuous even. Then the old merchant turns to him and says, the hidden stairs she built were not meant to be found easily. He then adds that no matter how you look at it, Cecilia is also partly to blame in this story. She orders him to direct the magic into the floor. In Daiichi, it Resonatish feels that some magical device has been involved. He crouches and firmly places his hand on the wood, ready to pour his power into it. He infused magic into the floor, and with a sharp crack, the boards began to shift under his touch. The roar grew louder until the hidden hatch slid open, revealing a dark passage beneath it. The whole group directed their gazes at the newly opened entrance. Daiichi was the first to speak, noticed a structure in the stairs. He froze, stunned by what he saw. Although he knew there was a hidden step below, he had never heard of one like this. It could be revealed simply by pouring magic onto the floor. The mechanism was unlike any he had encountered before. The others were no less astonished. They looked with wide-open eyes at the impossible spectacle before them. The Viscount's son finally broke the silence and confirmed that the rumors were true. Without hesitation, the old merchant moved toward the stairs, intending to descend. Daiichi quickly stopped her and urged her to wait. He warned, they did not know the conditions below, so they needed to proceed more cautiously. She glanced back at him with a faint smile and asked why he was so concerned about her. He noted that she was truly a good young person, not at all the one rumored to have destroyed her family. His face hardened with determination. He declared that he would be the first to face disagreement and ordered the others to follow him closely. So he led them down the stone stairs into the darkness. Their footsteps echoed dully in the narrow passage as Alicia and the old merchant followed behind. He was the first to descend the narrow, steep stairs, holding a lantern above his head to cut through the stifling darkness of the secret passage. Behind him, the others walked closely, their footsteps quietly echoing in the confined space as they descended deeper underground. Upon reaching the bottom, Daiichi examined the small chamber and reported that it seemed there was nothing there. But the Viscount's son pointed toward the far edge. The wall there looked unfamiliar, so he asked what it was. The path ended abruptly with a solid brick wall, like an impassable dead end. A dull, muffled thud echoed just as something struck its surface. In a fit of anger, the Viscount's son kicked the wall. He turned to the old trader and, angrily agitated, demanded an explanation for why she had built such a wall if she said she had no memory of. He continued pressing the old woman, questioning why she was building the wall and then claiming that he had cursed her. He revealed that he had specifically requested that the entire underground workshop be sealed and deprived of smell through enchanting magic. The confession stunned Deity. Now he understood the term enchanting magic in a much more terrifying sense. The words hit a nerve, and Deity shouted back, accusing the man of crossing the line. He could not believe that the son of Visconti had ordered the workshop to be completely sealed so that no sound or vibration could leak outside. While two men argued, Alicia Flower sharply turned to her great-grandmother, and her voice filled with frantic rejection. She shouted, asking why the old woman would agree to such a suspicious job at all. Her anger subsided, leaving only anxiety. She asked her great-grandmother if she knew what kind of magic was cast on the wall, then quietly asked her to wait a moment. Then she turned to the wall and explained that what she was about to do was similar to her great-grandmother's work. However, she admitted, she did it clumsily. Gathering concentration, she pressed her palm flat against the cold brick, trying to feel the nature of the spell. As soon as she finished the analysis, the former guild leader stepped forward and confirmed her conclusions. He said she did well, but the spell itself was shoddy work, done with just enough skill to barely function, explaining how everything was done messily. First, a layer protecting against vibrations was applied to the entire wall, then soundproofing, and after that a deodorizing agent was rubbed in with a damp cloth. Deity listened and understood. The work was difficult, though poorly done. Following the expert's criticism, Alicia quietly apologized, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. Saidi turned to the former guildmaster and asked for confirmation. He inquired whether this wall stood when his great-grandmother last saw the workshop. The old man assured that it did not, saying this without any doubt. The wall was not there immediately after he finished his own work on the building. Pressing his palm against the false wall, he calculated that the real original wall was about 5 meters further. The realization hit Deity. It was a reinforcement, a second wall erected in front of the first. His thoughts raced. He imagined the plan, the workshop, the mysterious empty space, and the original wall behind. He sharply inhaled and realized what it was for. It was a hidden room. A troubling thought made him sharply turn to his companions. Various shades of shock froze on their faces as they inferred his silent conclusion. Although Alicia only barely smiled a biting smile, always suspecting everything in advance. Meanwhile, the former guild leader pressed his palm against the brick and muttered about the team's work. At that very moment, a crack spread across his palm, and from beneath it, a web crawled out as if spilled over it. With a series of sharp screeches and crunches, the entire section of the wall sagged and collapsed inward, revealing a dark void behind it. The old man recoiled, shocked by the sudden collapse of the structure. A hand holding the glowing lantern suddenly thrusts it forward, as if cutting through dust and darkness with a blade to illuminate the entrance to the newly found passage. He raises his magical lantern above his head. The light pierces the darkness of the newly found passage. His eyes widen in shock as he, along with his companions, peers into the space beyond. The young man barely manages to gasp out words. What is this? The lantern's light outlines a gloomy, narrow corridor, along which prison cells stretch. The air is stagnant and heavy. On the stone floor of one cell stands a simple bowl with remnants of meager food, a silent proof of someone who was here very recently. Fixing his gaze on the cells, the old merchant quietly mutters that the Viscount's son probably conducted some strange experiments here. Deity, still processing what he has seen, can only stare in disbelief, unable to believe his own eyes. He turns to Melissa and asks what she thinks about all this. She grimaces, saying it might be a warehouse. Alicia, her voice trembling slightly, confidently corrects, it's a prison. There are no other places. The Viscount's son, Farrell, freezes in horror and demands an explanation for why such a place exists right here. Nearby, a dark-haired woman covers her face and sobs. She does not know she knows nothing. The old trader steps closer to one of the cells, and her face hardens as she examines the simple but sturdy lock on the gate. She is silent and carefully checks the details, weighing every little thing. She turns to the group with her conclusions. She says the lock is not old, a modern product, likely from the last year. Melissa, sniffing, adds, she senses a faint smell of wolfkin and estimates they were seen about 2 weeks ago. Looking up at the trader, Alicia suggests calling the guards. Deity, who has crouched down to examine the ground more closely, supports her without hesitation. This is already beyond what they can handle on their own. The old merchant contemplates this, then with a grim face shifts his gaze to the exit of the passage. She reasons, under these circumstances, calling the knights is probably a better decision than just relying on the city watch. When the decision is made, Farrell's composure completely falls apart. He freezes with an empty gaze, sweat pouring down his face, and the woman next to him trembles incessantly, clutching her head and shaking in utter terror. He flinched when the old merchant poked him with a finger and ordered him to immediately inform the knights about their find. The man could only stammer in agreement, sweat pouring down his forehead. She grabbed him by the collar and her voice was low, tense. It was not enough for her just to inform. She specified he must return with the knights. She demanded an answer whether he realizes how serious the situation is. Before the man could answer, the young boy declared he would manage and ran off to get help. Dady watched him with a flicker of worry on his face, wondering if he might not be able to handle it alone. As soon as the messenger disappeared, another man in the group began to tremble wildly unceasingly. Melissa cast him a sidelong glance, her face mixed irritation and distrust of his cowardice. And her gaze sharply fell on the trembling man. The old merchant looked at him directly. Her voice was sharp when she asked if he really believed he could escape by shifting all the responsibility onto himself alone. He broke out in a cold sweat under the watchful gaze. Melissa snorted, calling him Mommy's boy, and grumbled that his scared reaction was not funny at all. She waited for him to stay as he looked at let time pass until the nights came. Daichai watched how the situation was unfolding and escalating. He did not expect it to go this far. Now the knights were involved. Daichai knew the investigation would slip from their hands. It seemed his incredibly sharp sense, a trait of the wolf bones of his wolfkin heritage, was no longer needed here. Suddenly he broke into a smile joyful, and so broad it shattered the tension and turned back to the others, suggesting everyone go upstairs to have some tea. A brief respite before the inevitable arrival of the authorities and the subsequent intensification of the mystery. Daichai sets the table for the tea party, a small teapot and cupsol already in place. He warmly smiles at his companions Melissa, Alicia, and Richard who have gathered around. From the digression, Alice's great-grandmother expresses surprise and says that he even kept a whole tea set in his item box. She suggests everyone take a tea break. Dramatic gesturing Daichai reveals the main event from the box. Proudly, he presents a large, luxurious strawberry cake, announcing it as a new set from his homeland. Melissa and Alicia freeze, their eyes wide with admiration. They lean closer and freeze, enchanted. Alicia excitedly exclaims that it is a cake, and Melissa admiringly marvels at its pure white color and fluffy texture. Karina, also present for the occasion, gives an enthusiastic thumbs up. She says that such a sweet dish is a rare delicacy in this country, known only to the chosen, and that she can't wait to try it. Then Daichai shifts his gaze to Richard and warmly invites him to taste it as well. The stoic man looks away, giving only a quiet, restrained, and hesitant confirmation. Without any hesitation, Melissa takes the first bite. She lifts a forkful of soft cake and brings it straight to her wide-open mouth. The taste is an instant hit. She is pierced by a clap of joy as she savors every note. Her eyes close and she declares with complete certainty, it is delicious. Alicia also takes a piece. Her face reveals a radiant, happy smile. She notes that although she has tasted cake before, this one is incredibly tasty. Seeing their joyful reactions, Daichai beams with happiness. He is pleased that the gift was to their liking. Even Richard allows himself a small, satisfied smile in the background. He suddenly encountered gentle reproaches from Alicia's great-grandmother. She pointed out that for 5 days in a row he had been with a young, sweet girl, something he had never done before, and warned him not to say things that could be misunderstood. She cast him a sidelong glance as if checking, is this just a case of him being sweet to a young, pretty girl? Irritated, he denied it, saying there was nothing of the sort. While they were talking, Alicia continued eating her cake. Her cheeks puffed out slightly as she savored a crumb. For a moment he had the thought of being nice to a young, attractive woman, but the image of Melissa flashed in his mind, and he immediately rejected it, because she was not the target of such feelings. He quickly explained to the old lady that it was not about being nice to a young girl. Nearby, Alicia paused eating for a moment and turned her head as if she had just heard his denial. Then great-grandmother thoughtfully said that if he tried selling cakes and cookies on such a busy street, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Daichai imagined how he would soon be crushed by a crowd of greedy buyers. He agreed, explaining. That is exactly why he was holding back. Now even his visions of more exquisite confectionery creations were dancing in his head. Meanwhile, his friends continued to enjoy the cake. Melissa ate with obvious pleasure, while Karina remained composed. Alicia, it seemed, was lost in thought, so Daichai quietly added that he did not want any misunderstandings. Then he shifted his gaze, winked, and pointed with his finger, declaring with a radiant smile that Alicia was the one truly worth calling cute. The direct compliment caught her completely off guard. She lifted her gaze, the fork froze near her lips, and suddenly a deep blush spread across her face. She remained completely flustered, blushing and eating while Daicha happily enjoyed his cake. Nearby, Melissa was also savoring her dessert, playfully licking it. As they continued eating, Daichai pointed to another dessert and said he wanted to try the white one next. Alicia's great-grandmother declared she would take the yellow one, and Melissa immediately agreed. His appetite prompted the great-grandmother from the big house to make a remark. She reproached him that too much sugar is poison for the body, so he needed to eat in moderation. Daicha indifferently replied that it was fine because he could just make medicine if he suddenly felt unwell, and because of this, she told him to stop his unhealthy habits. She continued to tease and complain, saying that if he fell, Alicia would be unbearably sorry. Then the great-grandmother clarified she was worried about Alicia, not him. This so angered Melissa. She slammed her palms on the table and demanded cake for Daicha. The old woman just waved her off, let her not interfere. Daicha looked at Melissa. Now she was hissing at the elderly woman and with some irritation noted. A moment ago she was on the verge of tears. Now it looked as if she was completely ready to pass her duties on to someone else. She explained, while she found the property, if it was poorly controlled, it could be seized as evidence, and she could not allow that. This news made Alicia freeze in place, her face instantly distorted with shock. After a brief stunned silence, she slowly raised the cup and took a thoughtful sip. Melissa continued, complaining that she thought the property was already paid for because the landlord disappeared. And she concluded, if this is true, they will just have to look for another property. But great-grandmother smiled slyly and said that she had found a playmate exactly the one she had long desired. And when Melissa happily asked for more, Alicia desperately hit her head on the table with all her might. A chaotic series of events made Daicha stagger in place. He stared at the empty bowl, and a terrible suspicion slowly grew in him. Maybe everyone just forgot about what had just happened. Meanwhile, at the other end, the Viscount's son Farrell held his head with both hands, grimacing in pain. Inside, a storm raged, but he still forced himself to smile brightly and kindly. While the group freezes in tense silence near the disputed property, Alicia quietly sips her drink, and her eyes widen as she surveys the scene. The quiet attentiveness is broken by the clatter of armor on the cobblestones. Instantly, a knight rushes to them, announcing that the night watch has arrived, and Daichai sharply raises his gaze, full of anxiety. But great-grandmother reacts irritably, shouting that their arrival is too early. She waves her hand toward Melissa and reproaches her for not even having finished her cake yet. Putting aside culinary dissatisfaction, Farrell turns back to Daichai with a grim expression. He says he will go to the first floor to greet the night order, and Daichai soberly agrees to go with him. Next to the stone entrance of the building, a boot in heavy armor thuds dully on the ground, announcing the arrival of the order's leadership. A young man in a white cloak steps forward and introduces himself, Commander Bradley of the Hazel Grand Knights. He says he forgot something, and Melissa asks about Viscountess Cecilia. Horrified, great-grandmother listens attentively. He calmly explains, due to her recognized talent and Cecilia's alchemy, she was given the title of Viscountess for one generation, although by birth she was a commoner. This noticeably impresses Daichai. Great-grandmother sighs with relief to the point of tears. She admits she was afraid. The people sent by Farrell have already arrived to drive them away. She assures that she trusts Bradley, turns around, and leads Daicha and Melissa down the stone stairs. As they descend, a heavy stone slab grinds with a rumble, sealing the passage behind them with a dull thud. On the other side of the sealed entrance, Platoon Commander Bradley stands in a dark corridor with two subordinates. Their faces are hidden by helmets and hoods. He touches his Chinhai's gaze focused, indifferent to reading. He walks away, rustling his cloak. After watching him leave, Daichai notices it's already getting a bit warmer and suggests heading to the garrison the day after tomorrow. Melissa immediately cuts in. His timing is far too convenient. Leaning closer, she points to a suspicious coincidence in time. Now the knights are investigating the very place where they stand, and he suddenly suggests retreating to the garrison. She insists that this is simply impossible. When Daichai starts stuttering, Melissa admits, delaying the departure is not beneficial, yet the situation remains too suspicious. Alicia intervenes and suggests, let their squad leader Bradley write an official note. Melissa immediately supports the idea enthusiastically. Their conversation is interrupted by great-grandmother. She announces that she was warned not to let them out. Melissa whistles excitedly, peering into Cecilia Sima's farsightedness, while Dady is left staring in silent, embarrassed misunderstanding. He starts sweating thoughts race as he runs through their plans for the orphanage and church for tomorrow. Melissa notices that he finally seems to have grasped the main point and adds, he should have worried more about his own situation. Dady defensively insists that he understood everything anyway. Confidently puffing out her chest, she declares that she is fine. As the junior on this task, she explains that she was responsible for the property only for the last 2 weeks. During the explanations, she says that about 2 weeks ago someone was caught sneaking around the territory. She overheard the knights discussing it and believes that now the army has gotten involved in the matter. Her tone becomes playful. She asks Dady why he is so interested in Fiona, teasingly suggesting could it have been love at first sight. Embarrassed, Dady sharply shouts back, asking why she suddenly brings up this topic. Great-grandmother thinks, probably this is love at first sight, and laments that for young guys it is the end, hopelessness. Melissa nods and immediately objects, asking what kind of scam must be in the head for someone to fall in love so easily. The outraged Daichi replies sharply, most young men are not such simpletons. While he protests, Alicia turns and stares at him with a sharp, motionless gaze that does not look away. While the conversation continues, the old merchant brushes off any fabricated rumors. At the same time, she confirms, over the past year, the number of missing persons has sharply increased. Perhaps this is somehow connected to the underground. And she also says that the number of travelers has gone up as well. Daichi listens, and his face tightens with anxiety. Cold and mercilessly, he supplements her report with an important detail. Half of the victims are children from the shelter. That's why he tried to gather information in the church. All sorts of people come there, so it's the ideal place for reconnaissance. The old merchant runs his fingers over her chin, and understanding appears on her face. She suddenly realizes he has already made his move, and his supposed affection for Fiona was just a convenient pretext. Daichi confirms this with his steely gaze, acknowledging that everything was for his own convenience. At that moment, Alicia speaks up and calls him by name. She says he acts alone, consults no one, that's why they tease him. While she speaks in the background, Daichi plants a small listening device. Alicia quietly apologizes. Her observation is cut off as Melissa leans closer to Daichi, and sharpness flashes in her eyes. She says, although she understands his motives, directly asking Fiona is inappropriate. Confused, he asks why. Before she can answer, the old merchant provides decisive context. Disappearances sharply increased a year ago, but before that, they had been growing for 2 or 3 years. Then she asks a question. Was Cecilia already in the city then? The timeline clicks, and everything falls into place for Melissa. She abruptly turns and points her finger at the frightened Daichi. She exclaims what it means. He should have questioned Fiona about the situation from that time, before she came to the city a little over a year ago. He begins to stammer, suddenly embarrassed, explaining that it is an extremely delicate topic. Eventually, he admits, Fiona is his childhood friend who left this very city with her parents when she was only 10 years old. His composure completely falls apart as he waves his hands dismissively. A wave of shame overwhelms him. He insists that asking a childhood friend about such grim matters is not easy. Melissa watches his flustered gesturing, and deep interest shows on her face. A knight approaches him and apologizes, explaining that he did not intend to eavesdrop but admits it was a good opportunity. He shows that he has a small listening device, clarifying it is only for testing, not for gathering intelligence. After that, the knight suggests that someone from the court accompany Daichi. It might come in handy. Daichi eagerly accepts the offer, saying he already has questions for the guards and would appreciate the company. The knight looks a bit stunned by his enthusiasm, but agrees anyway. It seems the knight confirms the arrangement. He will accompany Daichi to the shelter and the church the next day. Daichi confirms the plan for the next day, although inwardly he notes that this outcome was unexpected. The prospect of working side by side with the handsome knight frightens Daichi to trembling. To him, it seems like a punishment, while his comrades are clearly delighted by the very idea. After a long and exhausting investigation, Knight apologizes for taking so much of their time, and reports that he could not find what he came for. Their search led to a hidden door behind crates and barrels in the warehouse on the first floor. A woman named Cecilia points out that the complex mechanism is a wonderful secret passage. It allows direct access to the basement without being seen. Unnoticed by others, 2 men, Richard and the former guildmaster, watched as the hidden door was discovered. Later at night, Bradley contacts a company invisible to him. He confirms that his subordinates kept their ears open in this area and asks if they noticed anything suspicious about Cecilia. After that, he orders them to report everything they can recall. He explains to Daichi that the owner of this house was named Asakura. Since there is a possibility that a crime occurred on the premises, the house will be temporarily managed by night. Daichi, processing this, asks how long the arrangement will last. He admits, not knowing what happened in the basement, he still cannot feel at home there. He further expresses his anxiety. He says that even if he knew exactly what happened, he still could not live there with a clear conscience. Bradley listens, a faint smile barely visible on his face. Suddenly, a man with slick-back hair and trimmed mustache, Klaus, interrupts them. He addresses Daichai as a Sakura-sama and announces that he will immediately prepare new real estate for him. He also adds, "The Merchants Guild will pay for his accommodation until everything is ready." Daichai, confused, asks if he can choose the hotel himself. Klaus confirms that the Merchants Guild will handle the arrangements. A gray-haired woman in glasses places her hand on Daichai's shoulder. She says not to worry and explains, since he is not yet accustomed to the city, they will provide him with the best possible housing as a replacement. Klaus, with a determined expression, again confirms his dedication. He states that, of course, they will prepare the best room for him. The old merchant tells Daichai that this will be a great help and asks him to stop by their inn for the night. Then she adds, as soon as the housing is settled, she would like to invite him and Alicia to dinner. Daichai, looking away, understands her true intention. He turns to the old merchant woman and says he is sorry but refuses her offer. He explains, he already has a prior arrangement. The old merchant looks disappointed, and behind her appears Alicia. She looks down at Daichai. Alicia lowers her gaze, her face filled with disappointment, and she quietly whispers, "Oh, really?" Indeed, Daichai stands alone, his face detached from everything, silent and gloomy, after refusing the dinner invitation. Seizing the opportunity, Klaus returns to the old merchant. He suggests that since they are already arranging additional conditions for Alicia, they should all sit down for a joint dinner and discuss matters. The old merchant looks exhausted, wondering how many more such arrangements he will have to make. He politely interrupts, explaining that although he is grateful for the invitation, he will remain where he has reserved a private room for dinner. This news noticeably shocks Alicia. Her hopes are shattered. At that moment, Melissa cheerfully announces that Mr. Asakura is staying at the Calm Leaf. Klaus and the old merchant freeze in surprise. Klaus recognizes the name. It is an establishment of a completely different level, much better than what he had imagined. He glanced toward the luxurious building and realized, this is truly an elite inn. Doubt gnaws at him whether he can stay there at all, especially considering that the head of the Merchants Guild just introduced it. As soon as it dawned on him, Klaus sharply turns and barks an order to his subordinate, Edward. He commands him to immediately run to Calm Leaf and book a private dinner at any cost. Flustered, Edward quickly nods and agrees. Then he turns to Daichai and makes a loud declaration. The Merchants Guild will pay all his accommodation expenses at Calm Leaf, along with everything he has already managed to do. He is dying. She thanks him for the kind gesture. Melissa steps forward and confirms she will continue to be his liaison for any questions. With a playful wink, she adds that he should inform her if he needs a girl. Her own courage immediately frightens her. Inside, she panics, thinking, finding the estate is one thing, but giving herself as a sacrifice is quite another. However, Laos is satisfied. He pats her on the shoulder and notes that she seems to have good interaction with Mr. Asakura. He praises her as an excellent worker and says he feels comfortable in trusting her with all matters. In response to his order, Melissa decisively slaps her palm down. She declares that if she handles this job without problems, she will demand a special reward. Laos, looking amusingly pleased, agrees to her terms and promises a promotion if she succeeds. Nearby, Edward dryly remarks that this sounds like a dirty job. Elsewhere, Daichai hears the commotion and has no idea what fierce conversation is taking place in front of the night squad. In the background, Edward feverishly thrusts a written oath, demanding it be signed immediately. Klaus agrees. Daichai remains stunned by this scene. His thoughts are interrupted by the squad leader, Bradley. He returns to him with a friendly smile and asks if he should call him. Bradley explains that he only mediated in the previous conversation and asks if Daichai had to wait long. Edward cuts into the conversation, assuring Daichai he will keep everything he saw to himself. He continues, the night dirty work does not concern him, and having someone as capable as Daichai come on stage will only cause problems. Daichai is clearly stunned by his bluntness. Meanwhile, Melissa, full of energy, announces she is ready to move. Nearby, a slightly stunned Alicia confirms she will accompany her. Returning with the escort, Bradley announces it's time for everyone to head to the guard station. Daichai clenches Nike and whispers for him not to get distracted. His anxiety grows as he contemplates his strange new companions. Edward watches and thinks that Daichai seems to have no idea what is going on. In the city stands a mighty stone, building the local guard outpost. Side Daichai, Alicia and Melissa sit before a stern official. Before them is the tired gaze of the captain of the guard, who does not look away from them. Alicia surveys the well-arranged space and notes that this is quite a comfortable room for interrogation. The captain of the guard, folding his arms, sharply corrects her. He explains there is no interrogation room here. This is only a reception hall. This only confuses Daichai. He asks why they were brought here. The captain sharply replies that he does not have to pretend to be ignorant. The captain's thoughts again sink into the moment when Dai-Kai handed him a letter certificate addressed to Lord. In a brief memory, Klaus confirmed to Dai-Kai that he wrote the letter. Dai-Kai was glad. He asked Klaus to do everything so he wouldn't have to bother himself, as he perceived it as a mere formality. He returns to the present. The head of the guard approaches the captain, questions the attempt to detain those two from the previous incident, and says that it is an impossible task. The captain throws an angry look and says he does not understand what was in those people's heads trying to arrest them with such force. Daichai listens and is completely lost, struck by the captain's furious reaction. The captain clarified his position. The two people from his past are not his subordinates. He only happened to be near them by chance. To this, Daichai firmly asked that the captain at least keep his own squad under control. The interrogation continued about why they were arrested and why they behave as if they were the lowest criminals. Daichai stated, "The captain's stubborn audacity is already more than enough reason to protest." The captain flared with rage, called their behavior mockery, and refused to tolerate such insolence from the guard. Despite his outburst, the captain extended his gloved hand and explained that he brought them here for their own safety. He offered help if they wanted to accept his protection. Daichai coolly asked if this turned out to be some kind of loan. The captain's face brightened a little. He admitted that he hoped Daichai would perceive it exactly that way. With an exhausted sigh, Daichai dismissed the thought. If the loan cannot be arranged, there is no point in dwelling on it. He called their coinciding circumstances just a coincidence and suggested leaving it at that. The tense confrontation ended as soon as the group was led into a luxuriously furnished room with high ceiling, crowned by an exquisite chandelier. Inside, Alicia Flower was addressed directly and asked if she was the same heiress that the esteemed Heartland family was so proud of. Making a modest bow, she replied that she was still just a student and had much to learn, causing the captain of the guard's face to contort in shock at this news. It was then that the guard commander, Aaron, approached the subordinate and said it was time to move. The embarrassed captain quickly apologized for holding them up. When the heavy doors closed behind the guards, Alicia turned to Daichai and asked what had just happened and why he had really detained them. Daichai fell silent for a moment, then the doors slammed shut and locked completely. He turned to his companions and explained that they were in the reception area and also that he had arranged with the security on how to deal with criminals. Somewhere else, another captain sincerely and profusely apologized to the commander, promising to do everything he could. Aaron simply accepted the apology, saying, "If the worst happens, he will handle it." He slammed his palm down with all his might and growled at the guard captain, demanding to know exactly what Captain Boyd was thinking and interrogating why he was handing over criminals to support the division. Commander Aaron insisted that Boyd calm down and explain. He continued his tirade and poked his finger toward Daichai, declaring that Daichai was fooling the guards and that he would regret it. Daichai and his companions just looked on confused, because they did not understand if the commander was speaking to them. Eren's anger grew. He clenched his fist and shouted sharply, demanding to know who gave Daichai permission to speak. Nearby, Klaus noticed that the commander was clearly displeased, but coolly decided it was none of his business. The clash abruptly ended. The guard captain staggered, stumbled, and fell flat with a loud thud. Aaron was confused because he was holding a small pouch. Meanwhile, Boyd flipped over and fell to the floor. Falling backward, the captain sharply pointed at Aaron and shouted that he would be sent to the chopping block for this. Dai-Kai and his friends stood silently in complete astonishment, not understanding what had happened to this man. In a commercial situation, Klaus directly addressed Captain Boya and firmly stated that the Daichai group are not criminals. He explained that Stone's report clearly indicates the other side is guilty, so he does not accept the charges. However, Commander Aaron conducted his own investigation. He stopped the subordinate guard and demanded to know why he wrote the report. The subordinate explained. He did not write the incident report himself, but only added a few lines to the patrol law. All members of the group were now gathered in the office. Daichai, Alicia, Melissa, and Klaus sat on the sofa. While Commander Aaron and the subordinate guards stood before them, the tension was palpable. The captain of the guard, mumbling as if he understood, pondered the situation. He admitted that Stone might have exceeded his authority, noting that it was strange to keep those injured during the attack in custody. Aaron, listening attentively, sharply seized on the captain's word, victims. He confirmed his conclusion decisively. The captain stated that the seriously wounded were left abandoned without proper medical care. His gaze sharpened as he shifted his eyes to Cell. Klaus reacted with shock. He could not believe they would actually hand over such a criminal to the support unit. He leans forward, his gaze sharp, and asks, why would the appearance of a new suspect after he took the original criminals into custody be strange? His sharp question hung in the air, and tension rippled through the room. Klaus Dab wiped sweat from his forehead while Daichai, Melissa, and Alicia watched him with wide eyes and anxiety. The commander of the guards and his subordinates stood motionless. The captain of the guard turned to Klaus and asked what he intended to do. Confused, Klaus demanded, restrain Daichai's group and immediately take them to the interrogation room. Commander Aaron looked at this in complete stupor and asked what exactly he was supposed to explain. Before anyone could act on Klaus's order, Aaron took control of the situation. He said he had received permission from the general commander to use this very room and would conduct the investigation here if necessary, but added, there was a condition. He concluded the statement with a sharp look directed at the captain of the guard. Hearing this, the captain grimaced, but considering the higher authority, admitted he had no choice. While the two commanders faced each other, Daichai watched intently from the side, squinting as if calculating every move. He finally pieced together the broader picture of the confrontation unfolding right before him. Having secured the place for the investigation, Aaron again addressed the captain of the guard. He accused him of excessive stubbornness and hinted that he was merely exploiting the helplessness of the guards named Stone and River. He continued, laying out what he believed was the captain's true motive, and tried to set him up as if he had helped the group of exemplary travelers and then falsified the report. Aaron admitted that this turn of events went beyond anything he had ever anticipated. While the accusation hangs in the air, Daichai reels in his mind how this drama unfolds. He understands. Watching this is a real spectacle. The observation is interrupted when Aaron suddenly turns around and points his finger directly at him. The security commander demands to say what crime Daichai is charged with and on what grounds he is being arrested. Daichai can only look back completely baffled. He stood silently, and the guard commander Aaron, with a calm but firm face, invited him to state the essence of the crime. The captain of the guard standing next to Daichai clearly flinched at the direct question. The captain of the guard, whose face twisted with anger, began to speak. He stated that according to the report on Haines Street, a fight occurred during which Daichai's group unilaterally and brazenly attacked defenseless travelers. He continued, stating that he himself wrote the report after verifying the details with two of his men who were on the scene. He insisted that there was no mistake, while Klaus watched from the side. As soon as the captain finished, Commander Aaron, settling more comfortably, remarked that the captain lacked the skill to understand people. After that, he announced that he himself would be in charge of the case. Then he took a thick folder from the table, saying that this was the report he wrote about the incident, and began reviewing its contents. Aaron handed over the document, explaining that it was compiled from interviews with three people from the same room, the victims, Lord Asakura, and witnesses, Lady Melissa and Lady Alicia. The words struck the captain of the guard with force. He froze in shock, babbling incoherently, victims. Aaron calmly confirmed that they really were victims. Then he began to present his conclusions. The 5 travelers involved were actually the culprits. His report detailed. Besides the incident on Suhain Street, it was established that these 5 individuals were registered as travelers in the Talner Kingdom Guild. The conclusion in the document was mercilessly punitive. The offenders infiltrated the fairgrounds overseen by the orphanage and incited Sister Fiona to commit crimes. As these words were read, it was visible how the nun cried, and nearby on both sides stood 2 of those threatening travelers. When rumors about the official report spread through the city watchman read aloud on the street the conclusions permitted for announcement. The listeners' citizens immediately burst into anger. They learned that numerous complaints had already been filed against 5 adventurers. Meanwhile, the security commander Aaron continued explaining the situation to the security captain, who could not believe it. He told how this company of fools started a fight. They picked on Daichai while he was just buying things, and it was all just a pretext for their attack. The guard captain, with a face like a bandage of irritation, demanded to know where Aaron got such certainty. He insisted that there were 5 opponents, so it turns out they caught Daichai in an ambush by surprise. From his place, Daichai calmly corrected him. It was not a sudden attack, he explained. He had deliberately arranged everything so that it looked like the fight was started by the 5 of them. The captain guard sharply struck the table with his fist and thundered that it was nonsense. He inquired how 2 people could possibly stand against 5 adventurers 3B rank and 2C rank without getting a scratch. In response, Daichai simply showed his guild card. Then he asked if the captain was also a mage, as if he should understand that. The captain, still boiling with anger, cut in. He could not agree Daichai was only C rank. At that moment, Melissa raised her hand and, politely asking for permission, intervened. Commander Garden Aaron, maintaining a calm appearance, gestured for her to proceed further. In every respect, Melissa made a stunning announcement. Daichai's power was effortlessly equal to that of an A-rank mage. The whole room froze in silence. The guard captain, Commander Aaron, Klaus, and Alicia stood still and watched it. On their faces was a mixture of shock and deep contemplation. Melissa insisted on her point, addressing the stunned guard captain. She asked if he knew the authorized Alan from the Magical Guild, emphasizing that he was the most trusted user of tribute-less magic in the entire city. He froze in shock while Melissa continued her explanation. She said surprisingly straightforwardly that Daichi Sakura defeated Alan, and even more revealed that on the same day Daichi registered with the Magic Guild. And during the inspection, he completely subdued the mage Buren Alan. The guard commander could only stammer. What did you say when this information reached him? The situation really complicated. Daichi tried to explain it to Alicia, but she just smiled, and in her thoughts there was so much warmth for him. The captain staggered from the revelation, sobbing that this was the first time he had ever heard of it. Klaus, with his gaze lowered, admitted, under such circumstances, the current outcome was inevitable regardless of any objections. While the captain was trying to digest the news, the guard commander Aaron stepped forward and presented a whole stack of documents. He stated that there were witnesses and testimonies to confirm the events, and reproachfully asked what exactly the captain was trying to imply with this distrust. His disbelief flared into fury. The captain slammed his hand on the table and growled at his subordinates, demanding an explanation for their actions. He met the captain's fury with a calm explanation. Aaron admitted that the squad had also encountered a situation too convenient and could not believe that the travelers would attack first without reason. He continued and explained that he also believed the travelers' claims about severe injuries. Moreover, he added that there are other convincing testimonies worth considering. He recounted their arrival at the site, explaining that there was no time to assess the situation or gather intelligence. The priority was only to rush to the travelers and pull out the wounded. The captain seized on this, and his voice flowed with poisonous accusations. He twisted Aaron's words, saying that he had thoughtlessly believed the witness and tried to arrest Asukuru as the main culprit. He emphasized that the travelers had only minor injuries and had already fled, while Aaron's people were now hunting the one temporarily confined to the spot. His commander weighed the sharper side, admitting inwardly that the captain's words were quite valid. Yet still, raising his eyes from the documents in his hands, he was already forming a counter-argument when he addressed them. He shifts his gaze to the two city guards and speaks quietly but tensely, asking if they forgot what he said at the scene of the incident, and reminds them that they, like other travelers, relied on him for help. The captain of the guard watches the interrogation with a grim expression. In response, one of the guards, all sweaty and with closed eyes, remains silent. The second nervously insists that he knows nothing. The guard is being questioned even more insistently. Why he was in that place if he and his partner were supposed to be on break. He whines words and mumbles that they were just getting lunch at the food kiosk. Then his partner suddenly remembers something. He says that right before the mercenaries appeared, one of them threw out a phrase about how to lure and sell an orphan. Far from them, Daichi listens to the conversation. Hiding nearby, Melissa whispers to Daichi and Alicia that this must be connected to the recent series of kidnappings in the city, and asks if the guards themselves are involved. Turning back to the interrogation, the mustached guard shouts that he knows nothing and insists as if telling the truth. His refusal enrages the security captain. Roaring, the captain strikes a punch, hitting the guard right in the face. As the guard commander Aaron restrains his senior, ordering him to calm down, the enraged captain snaps his gaze at two frightened men, warning them to be prepared for a thorough interrogation. The second guard, now sobbing, quietly whimpers that he was only doing what he was ordered. Tense confrontation breaks the calm voice. A young man in a white cloak steps forward and twirls a silver pendant in the air. He asks if he can join the interrogation. The guard commander recognizes the uniform and snaps at the hissing. Supposedly, he is from the Night Order. The man himself, the commander of the Bradley squad, confirms this and says he takes control of the course of events. He calmly shifts his gaze to the two frightened guards. He tells them that the Night Order is investigating cases of kidnapping and will take them into custody the next day. He calmly holds his position until the guard commander demands whether he is going to work all night or not. Guard Commander Aaron sharply intervenes, insisting that this information must be received tonight, but the squad commander brushes off the urgency. Tomorrow morning will be enough. When everything was settled, he shifts his attention to Daichi and Melissa. He informs them that they may be questioned later, but for now they are free and can leave. Melissa freezes slightly from the sudden attention. Sadie freezes for a moment, his face becomes serious, and before asking the critical question, he asks where the adventurers they captured have gone. His request immediately catches the attention of the guard commander Aaron off guard, turns sharply. and a sudden concern flashes across his face. However, the guard commander avoids eye contact. A drop of sweat crawls down his temple as he quietly admits that he was the one who let them go. The receptionist pushes Aaron into a rage. He grabs the captain by the uniform and shouts for him to immediately prepare wanted posters. Leaving behind all this noise, the Dady group moves away from the guard post. He exhales and complains that he is completely exhausted. Melissa chimes in. Their visit was necessary, but it seems it also triggered problems inside. Dady can only agree, and he and Alicia watch as Melissa announces her intention to return to the guild and submit a report, then turns and asks about their plans. With a cheerful smile, Dai-Kai offers dinner at the hotel and eagerly awaits a calm, elegant evening. This thought takes Alicia's breath away with admiration, and Melissa just watches them leave with an expression of outright displeasure. During one training session, Daicha suddenly finds himself on the other side of a sharp strike from Karina, his eyes wide open in surprise. This clash is insanely intense. A storm of wooden swords rings with strikes as he desperately parries Karina's merciless assault. On his face is a mask of exhaustion and panic. One such strike and he, hit with enough force, also recoils backward, staggering. Karina, looking completely composed, explains. Since they arrived in the city of Kafna, she has been giving him this basic fencing training every morning. She sits exhausted on the ground while she points out that his fencing still limps. But eventually she admits, since he has elementless magic and unique skills, maybe his mastery of the rapier doesn't have to be perfect. Anger is rising. Daichai slams his fists on the ground with all his might and declares that he will definitely find a way to make Karina admit defeat. Meanwhile, Jeffrey tells the others that it will be an easy matter. He gathers his companions and outlines a plan, first to press her against the wall, then sharply strike her chin. Karina, overhearing this, watches and her irritation only grows. Demonstrate. Frida practices the move on Jeffrey, hitting him accurately in the chin, while Dady watches to confirm the correct spot for the strike. From a distance, Nike is considering a plan. The cat thinks to himself, the technique is certainly good, but too fragile, no profit can be gained from it, and it will take too much time. A more direct, perhaps rougher method would be much more effective. The next day, the competition takes on a completely different look. Dathai in a baseball uniform triumphantly points at the scoreboard and declares victory in the friendly match by strikeout. Stunned Karina is also in uniform, holding a catcher's mitt, so she can only exclaim in shock. Dathai explains, the winner is the one who collects the most limited edition jewels, and the uniform itself is the prize. He glances at Karina, demanding that she praise and pamper him for the victory. She immediately retorts, he is too arrogant, and insists that he is clumsy in such matters. His fantasy competition ended in a crushing defeat. The scoreboard showed 8-4 in favor of Karina. He froze in unreal indifference, looking at her status. It showed not only S-rank swordsmanship and adventure levels, but also S-rank in creation and throwing plus fire and wind attributes. There was only one thing to do: shout in shock. He slammed his fist on the table in frustration. On the other side of the imaginary field, Karina reproached him. She said he should have checked her status first, and now it was time for real training. The next day, despite everything, he approached Karina with a box in his hands and announced that today's competition would be a game of shogi. She looked at him, bewildered by such a proposal. She explained that the board games of his homeland were much more complex than anything she had ever encountered before, and confidently lifted the game piece. His surprise, Karina agreed, but she was embarrassed by the luxurious, traditional attire he insisted on wearing for the occasion. He explained that it was necessary to get into the right fighting mood and was sure that this time he definitely would not lose. But the result was the same Agenanother undeniable victory for Karina, and he was left completely stunned. After that he sat motionless, stunned by the silence. She calmly asked why he hadn't told her that there were the same board games in this world. His irritability grew. The next day he got up in his boss uniform and roared that their next challenge was a culinary showdown. She sighed and accepted the challenge with her tired, yes. Dady, full of confidence, declared that this time he would win with the help of the power of modern culinary science, and Jeffrey would be the judge. The competition started with Daichai serve a magnificent armored lobster. Both Karina and Jeffrey could see that they were amazed by the incredibly delicious taste. Convinced that he had finally won, Daichai celebrated his victory, as it seemed to him. Next, Karina presented her work. It was a huge sandwich, just meat, vegetables, and cheese, all stuffed into bread. She called it Gatani sub-burger. Jeffrey bit and the reaction hit immediately, mercilessly. He declared it so delicious that it seeped into his very essence. Karina smiled, pleased with the result, while Daicha could only stand aside and silently freeze in shock again. She froze in complete disbelief when Karina was announced the winner of the culinary contest. She quietly and modestly raised her fist up, and Jeffrey and Alicia supported her with cheers and applause. Then she looked at Daichai, barely smiling, and asked if he finally understood that all this was a waste of time. He broke out in a fever from irritation and could not understand why she even needed his soul food to cook. Not giving up, he declared one last battle. Jeffrey, hearing this, asked why such a decision, since Daichai would probably win with it. But Daichai grimly admitted it was his only option left. When the final challenge was already set, the two sat at a table covered with giant stacks of pancakes. Daichai was jealous, demanding to start the competition, while Karina calmly flipped a pancake on her platter ready for the decisive round. He devoured the pancakes with wild energy, finally gaining the advantage. But as he ate, a thought surfaced in his mind. From what moment did his goal in training shift to just winning? He could not understand why this victory felt so empty inside. The boy with light wavy hair and a confident smile calls himself Bradleth, leader of the squad that came to their aid. Daichai and Fiona look, not believing their own eyes. Respawn, no Daichai, held on both sides by Alicia, Melissa, and Nike, suspiciously narrows his eyes at the man. He demands an explanation of why Bradley is there and what exactly he did. The squad commander gestures down the cobblestone alley and tells Daichai not to look so displeased. He informs them that now they are all heading to the church, and adds with a sly smile that he never said he would accompany them. The phrase leaves Daichai completely confused. He does not understand what that man could be so busy with. But Bradley, on the contrary, cheerfully insists that everything is fine and asks permission to join them anyway. The two pace back and forth. Fiona steps forward and, barely gathering her courage, asks to whom Bradley is addressing. He shifts his gaze to her and officially introduces himself Bradley of the Knights. Fiona slightly tilts her head in response. Sister Fiona. When the formalities are over, Bradley explains. He came to thank Asak Curie for the help yesterday. Since they both are heading to the church, he suggests going together. But Fiona leans toward Daichai and whispers, "It would be better if Bradley went alone. Their paths to the church do not coincide." Then the knight asks if two more girls will come with them. Alicia and Melissa happily confirm that yes, and Bradley agrees, placing himself under their care for the journey. When everything is settled, the group sets off down the alley. Bradley walks ahead, immediately followed by Fiona, Melissa, and Alicia, while Daichai trails behind, attentively observing the new building with a thoughtful expression. Bradley's questioning caught him. He pointed out that the conversation on the road revolved around how Daichai might eventually sneak out of the mercenary post with tricks. And the knight hinted, simply taking off would be extremely difficult. The commander of the knight squad then cheerfully and willingly offered to vouch for him at the church considering his position. Daichai froze in surprise, while Sister Fiona watched everything from the side, clearly uncertain, hesitating. Then he turned to Sister Fiona, extended his hand, and advised her not to cause unnecessary commotion among the people in the church. Calmly smiling, he declared that it was time for them to leave, and Fiona was momentarily speechless. When their group moved on, Daichai spoke and told Bradley that he had something to discuss with him. He asked the knight not to be so wary around him. He asked if Bradley had come across the traveler's stone and the river after their interrogation. Bradley replied that yes, and that his two subordinates were currently searching for them. After that, he clarified by asking if Daichai meant the travelers connected to the recent incident. The knight explained that those travelers took bribes either to pretend they saw nothing or to plant aid for illegal activities. He dismissed this as a simple, though effective, strategy. Daichai pressed further and asked if only those two took bribes. Bradley corrected him. Their leader, the squad commander, along with more than 10 others whose names were on the list, had already been taken into custody by the guards. With slight cynicism, he noted it was unfortunate. They had arrested as many as 10 corrupt guards. His gaze, sharp as a knife, did not leave Bradley's reaction. Bradley finally revealed the truth. He was the one who released the adventurers, not because they had valuable information, but simply because he was watching them. Daichai agreed with the tactic. No one had yet noticed the illegal smuggling. Bradley's face brightened, and he exclaimed that with Daichai's support, they could capture the entire mercenary organization and their huge funds. He pondered the situation for a while longer, looking at the city from above. Ransoming the adventurers for huge sums and letting the mercenaries get close so that no one noticed it was not easy. The most critical question: who was supplying them with such insane capital? He continued to explain the scale of the operation, giving an example. Its scope was such that forces like the heavy infantry of the Kingdom of Tarnak had to be involved. Daichai listened attentively, his face focused, while Nike sat on his shoulder. Alicia interrupted them, pointing out that even travelers like them had only slightly more information than the guards. She stared at Bradley with a keen look, trying to understand what exactly he had really planned. Meanwhile, Daichai shifted the conversation and reminded he also counted on the investigation of the basement of Sakura Mansion. After that, he directly asked when he could expect the house to be returned to him. Bradley calmly replied that the Merchants Guild pays for their housing, so there is no problem. He asked if Daichai still so strongly desired to have his own home and shop. Daichai confirmed. It was his sincere wish, and this thought immediately reminded him that a Sakura had once been a merchant. Then he delivered the unpleasant news and explained. The best option, the one that met all their requirements, especially being large enough for Alicia and others, was no longer available. He said that no other property would do. Changing the subject abruptly, Bradley began to say that he had heard something from Alan. Daichai, confused by the sudden turn, asked what exactly it was about. He clarified that it was about the exam for registration in the Major Guild, and then curiously asked why Daichai had listened so carefully to his story. Bradley waved it off, calling it a trifle, and recalled that he had had to force Jeffrey to cooperate more than once despite his reluctance. Somewhere behind, Jeffrey muttered under his breath while Daichai looked at this unexpected connection with surprise. He expanded his explanation and stated that his confidence came from knowing Jeffrey's abilities well. He also admitted, Jeffrey is a top-class mage in the country. His only flaw is specialization in non-attribute magic. Daichai, completely bewildered by such high praise, insisted that calling him top-class was a gross exaggeration. He explained to Bradley that Alan had seen him cut iron that was enough to recognize his ability as a C-rank mage without a fight. Melissa chimed in, agreeing. It was really very convenient. Hearing this, Bradley leaned closer, his focused gaze fixed on him. He asked if Daichai had really spoken with Alan. The question suddenly popped into Bradley's head after talking with Jeffrey. Once he noted that he had never even heard rumors about a mage capable of cutting a wooden sword support so evenly and cleanly. Returning to the present, Bradley admitted he himself did not know about the existence of such a mage. Then he asked Daichai an unexpected question. What if he is actually an A-rank mage, not just C-rank? He allowed for this possibility and explained. In his homeland, he almost never left his own estate, so he never had the chance to compare his abilities with anyone else's. Lansing approached his companions and confessed that because of this, he truly did not know where his own strength lay. Bradley insisted, if his suspicions were correct, then it was extremely necessary for Daichai to better understand his own capabilities. He turned to Alicia, hinting that she should feel the same, and caught her off guard. Dimmed rays and Alicia started, impatiently twitching and honestly admitting that one thought had flashed through her mind. After that, Bradley shifted the conversation. He spoke about the difficulty of the Sanus trial and directly asked Daichai if the result was his handiwork. Daichai only glanced back, puzzled by the question itself. Before he could answer, Melissa exclaimed excitedly and pointed ahead. Far ahead above the surrounding forest rose a majestic temple with a tall spire. She said that this was their destination. Arriving at the place, energetic Melissa declared that first they must greet the priest, and only then go to another orphanage. Itidi covers his reddened face with one hand while clutching a fork in the other. The meal is so rustic, so unsophisticated, that he grumbles about its coarseness. When Melissa sits with her companions, she explains that she absolutely did not know about this particular shelter. She says, generally, shelters in this city are well provided for, but Sister Fiona, who cares for this one, is completely different from the other two. The children there, Melissa adds with barely noticeable concern, are in a miserable state. The city they found themselves in, Byron, was the largest trading hub of the neighboring kingdom and a possession of the Denali family. The orphanage had a considerable budget, larger only than that of the royal capital itself. Despite such generous funding, the reality was harsh. They did not know the exact budget figures, but it was clear. The clothes of the children from the shelters were of much poorer quality than those worn by children in other parts of the city. The divergence weighed on his mind as he ate. He understood. For orphans in this world, simply being healthy and having enough food was a luck he had never even dreamed of. Melissa's explanation, however, painted a darker picture. She said that the children from other shelters did not have the cheerful spirit that was in Daisy House. They looked listless and withdrawn, she noted, as if any attachment to adults was immediately and mercilessly betrayed. She added this exhausting atmosphere with a sigh. Its echo reached the entire staff as well. Daichai's account was troubled by problems. He could understand that small children needed supervision, but he could not comprehend the complete absence of adult staff. He recalled seeing almost 10 orphans working alone, and their final destinations remained a mystery. The whole situation seemed deeply wrong. Noticing his anxiety, Bradley calmly explained what was happening. Due to the large number of missing orphans, the Guard Corps was forced to place accomplices and informants in shelters. Then, casting a meaningful glance, he added that such measures were no longer necessary. He waved his hand toward the nearest house. The church and the orphanage staff were indeed the main suspects. Then Bradley looked directly at Dady and said that if the church was involved, as they suspected, then it was not his concern. He put down the glass and held his gaze as if pondering. He thought it was too early to pass judgment, so he asked Dady if something was bothering him. Daichai denied this and clarified. He simply believes that currently there is not enough information to make a firm conclusion. Meanwhile, in one of the city orphanages, the senior nun complained to another that they were all held back by clumsy and inexperienced sisters. At that very moment, the same nun met the group and explained that the church takes on all the staff for the orphanages. She added, "They have few employees, but they skillfully matched them with those who were enthusiastic, and then offered them a table for 4. In Daichai's mind raced thoughts about the consequences. He assumed incompetent staff and an inexperienced nurse were deliberately sent to 2 other orphanages to create a pretext for a Crimean for the church to be an accomplice. At their table, Melissa voiced her distrust. She found it hard to believe that the other sisters could be so incompetent. She emphasized that, compared to Sister Fiona, the staff at other local orphanages manage their institutions much more efficiently. Sister Fiona explained that she had quite a lot of staff, and the sisters were on site every day. So she could not imagine that such problems occur anywhere. While he ate, Daichai processed everything in his mind. The territory of Denali allocated a huge budget for shelters and orphanages, and the church was supposed to manage them. There was no reason for the staff to be exhausted or neglect their duties. He forced himself not to let Melissa's emotions throw him off track while he sorted out the facts. He mentally listed the suspicious details: the rise in kidnappings, the strange basement in his own house, and the orphanage looking unnaturally helpless. Bradley's warning about troublesome adventures from other countries echoed in his mind, along with the knowledge that the mercenaries had already received their rewards. Raising his gaze stubbornly, Daichi asked a bald question about wanted posters. He confirmed that he had already requested them from the Travelers Guild and that they should soon be circulated. He admitted. He still had no clear evidence, but suspicions were already growing stronger. He stood in front of a wall covered with wanted posters that confirmed his plan. He asked if there would be any problems with detaining the targets, and the man off-screen replied that there would be none. The Mana-confident traveler with light wavy hair made a proposal because they were going to capture those wanted anyway. He advised them to register with the Travelers Guild. The proposal forced Daichai to pause his meal. A look of tired submission froze on his face, and a Nike peeked out from his collar. The Guild again. It seemed the path ahead would once again lead him into the tangled world of the Adventurers Guild. Sitting at the table in the tavern with his comrades, Daichai receives a direct question from Bradley. What does he think about the Adventurers Guild? He explains, when a request comes through the Guildevan, those that risk death of the guild provide certain conveniences. Daichai listens, and on his face is a thoughtful expression. Bradley continues and notes that Daichai is already registered with a merchant from mage guilds. After that, he asks if there will be any problems if he also registers him as an adventurer. Being a member of 2 other guilds, on the contrary, reduces the chance that the Adventurers Guild will be burdened with troublesome assigned requests. Confused, Daichai simply asks why. Here Melissa suddenly bursts out laughing. She states that, unlike the trade and magic guilds, the Adventurers Guild is of a lower class, and she boasts that it costs her nothing to pressure them into silencing any of their unfounded demands. A little later, when the group is walking through the city, Bradley suggests, if Daichai registered with the Adventurers Guild, one of his problems would finally be solved. He looks confused and asks which problem Bradley means. He puts all his effort into his head, trying to remember if he forgot something related to guilds. Suddenly, Melissa sharply points at him with her finger, a dramatic revelation on her face. She reminds him he was selling magical stones and materials from the forest without permission. If Daichai were a registered adventurer, she explains, there would be no problems. Daichai blushes and, embarrassed, asks her to stop making that face. The Adventurers Guild system is generally simple. Adventurers take orders, and for missions involving conquest, everything they obtain, magical stones or materials, is handed over at the discretion of the adventurer himself. However, the guild is obliged to report these receipts to the state. Moreover, during dungeon exploration, the guild directly receives materials to verify the fulfillment of the request. Melissa explains, that is why adventurers are forbidden to sell materials they obtain themselves. This way, the guild cannot track the type and quantity. And when Daichai asks why they need this tracking, she leans closer and with a smile hints that it is done to prevent tax evasion. She listened as Melissa explained. It is worth registering with the guild and compiling a registry of contributions, and he will be able to avoid close supervision. She clarified that the Travelers Guild is usually not too strict about small, unregistered sales. This is a lenient attitude they keep for those they cannot fully protect. As they walked, she pointed with her hand at a large wooden-framed building, calling it the Adventurers Guild. Daichai, looking up at the structure, could only say one thing: how impressive it was in size. Melissa added that the building was once even more magnificent. She recalled, 10 years ago, the former guild leader insisted that during the construction of the main hall they needed a large operational base, like a ridiculously muscular giant invented who proclaims this. He processed all this and commented on how luxurious it looked. Sighing, Melissa waved it off, saying all this is just for show. She added that lack of substance is a typical trait of a traveler's guilt. The heavy door creaked as Daichai stepped forward and entered. At that moment, Melissa quietly said to Alicia, although they themselves are not concerned with inter-guild disputes, they must be on guard against those for whom they matter. Inside, a stream of noise and bustle overwhelmed him. The hall was full of rough adventurers. They drank, shouted, and flipped through a huge quest board. Daichai's eyes widened in amazement. He suddenly realized that everything was exactly like the settings he had read about in light novels. He looked around the noisy hall, absorbing for the first time the chaotic picture of the adventurers' branch, while a guard stood motionless nearby. His surprise was abruptly cut off when a large, bearded adventurer blocked the way. He barred the road, shouted that the entrance was no place for a boy, and ordered him to leave. Confused, Daichi froze in place, while Alicia aloud wondered if this place always greeted so unwelcomely. Before the confrontation could flare up, Melissa squeezed between them. She calmed Daichi, explaining that many mages were registered here and that he would eventually blend into the crowd. After that, she thoughtfully said that he probably stands out precisely because he is a foreigner, and this thought made Daichai feel that he does not fit in. She led him past the crowd to the registration desk, where a cheerful woman loudly greeted them. Melissa stated that she had brought someone from the Guild of Merchants, and because of this, the receptionist asked, which one exactly? She hesitates, embarrassed by their request, and asks to wait just a moment. While she recovers, Daichi glances at the counter trying to figure out if anyone else is here. A thought occurs. A message from Klaus of the Merchants Guild could give him VIP status, but he immediately dismisses doesn't want to stand out. His thoughts scatter from the aggressive shout right behind his back. The boorish adventurer demands to know who just tried to sell the materials without permission. The accusation hung in the air. Daichai lowers his gaze, irritated that he is being accused of the same thing again. Nearby, Alicia looks at him with a worried expression. He abruptly turns around when the traveler looks him straight in the face and calls him Daichai a Sakura. Daichai begins to explain what he was told. Everything is allowed, but the man cuts him off halfway and says that the Travelers Guild has rules that cannot be bypassed, so they need to calmly discuss everything in a separate room before his registration is finally completed. Before the situation could escalate, the senior guild registrar looks up from the papers and asks if the registration is for one person. Just as Daichai is about to answer, Alicia appears in view, raising 2 fingers and cheerfully announcing that they will register for 2. Her sudden statement confuses both Daichai and Melissa. He returns to her and asks if she also plans to register. Alicia confirms and explains that she has wanted to do this for a long time and that now is the perfect moment to do it together. Daichai, overflowing with joy, exclaims that it is by no means a burden and that he is delighted. While he beams, Nike looks out from inside his jacket. His delighted reaction immediately brings Nike fully into view. Alicia immediately starts petting the cat and cooing about how cute and fluffy he is. But Melissa, on the contrary, looks at the creature suspiciously and asks if it is not a monster. Daichai quickly assures her that Nike is an ordinary cat. After a brief distraction, they return to the task. Daichi completes the registration form and submits it for processing. The result is announced and Daichai freezes in shock. He was ranked as a C-rank mage. He stares at the document, not believing. How could he become C-rank, having only elementless magic, but the rating is clear and indisputable? He listened as Melissa commented. The Adventurers Guild, naturally, would want to secure a high-rank mage for themselves. She added that most exceptional adventurers are either mages or have some special skill. After that, the receptionist called the next name Alicia Heartland, 20 years old. At the counter, the registrar asked Alicia if by any chance she was a descendant of the Celia Heartland family. Alicia confirmed. Celia is her great-grandmother, and she was filled with sincere, reverent respect. The registrar bowed deeply, sincerely and excessively thanking her. The embarrassed registrar, stirred by excitement, realized that before her stood the famous descendant of Celia. She stammered that it was an honor to receive both her and Mr. Isukuru in their circle, while Daicha and Melissa watched the scene unfold. She looked down at the registration document and her eyes widened in disbelief. B-rank mage, she exclaimed and even shuddered. Daicha! Apologizing for her outburst, she clarified if the information was correct. Alicia calmly confirmed that it was. The feeling of being overwhelmed did not leave. The registrar thanked them again and announced that she would process both registrations immediately, asking them to wait a moment, and then rushed away. While they waited, Daichai noticed how high Alicia's mage rank had risen. Melissa explained, although many mages register with the guild, it is much rarer for one of middle rank, lower rank, or even higher to come there. She continued and explained, the guild has a system of priority treatment even for mages below E rank. Thanks to this, they can show better results than adventurers without magic. According to her, the guild is currently actively recruiting mages and priests. Daichai thought about this and considered that such a system could bridge the gap between mages and those who do not use magic. Melissa quickly corrected his assumption. She said that the guild does not register just anyone as a mage. There is a clear and absolute difference in status between those who can create magic and those who cannot. To explain the guild's structure, she spread her hands in a pyramid. At the bottom are ordinary adventurers divided into fighters and gatherers. Above are lower mages. And at the very top, receiving privileges, are middle and higher mages. He processed this information, his eyebrows furrowing in concentration. Then he pondered aloud whether, as in the Mages Guild, the Adventurers Guild also requires a test to confirm combat abilities. Melissa happily confirmed that, in fact, there is a combat test. The news noticeably shocks Alicia. She stammers when asking why such a test is needed. He finds her reaction strange, recalling how they fought on the front line against king apes and even clashed with thugs the day before. With a downcast expression, Alicia explains her hesitation. She admits she has some experience in fights with monsters, but only because Daichi was nearby. She also confesses that on her own she is weak, capable of acting only in support. The receptionist reassures them. Everything will be fine, so, she says, it is enough just to show offensive magic, and that will definitely be enough. And at that moment, a woman dressed as a nun, Sister Fiona, approaches the counter and announces that she has returned. She returns to the pair and says that the next stage is a combat test on the training field. Daichi asks if that means they will have to face the examiner in a one-on-one match. Before Fiona can answer, an angry traveler shouts for them to stop joking. He declares that no one with a B rank and a C rank mage would be foolish enough to face them in a demonstration fight. Alicia flinches from the sudden outburst and the man continues shouting, demanding to know where they think they are going. He insists he has a matter to discuss right now as soon as their application is ready. Daichi turns to look at the one who interrupted. Fiona calmly addresses the angry traveler, calling him Lodi-san, and explains. Daichi and Alicia are still in the process of submitting documents and are already heading to the combat exam. Lodi processes her words, his anger momentarily subsides. His rage quickly returns. Lodi brushes off any inconvenience and declares that he will personally choose the examiner for their demonstration fight. Then he barks at Fiona, hurry up and lead them to the training ground. Embarrassed, she immediately agrees. The traveler glances at Daichi, ordering him to look at the examiner he has chosen. As if nothing happened, Daichi just smiles and politely asks to be careful. He met the challenge with a confident, almost mocking smile and ordered his invisible opponent to be careful. Behind him, Alicia and Melissa watch anxiously. In response, Lodi turned and walked away down the corridor, his back to him. He warned Daichi, don't even think about running away. He had no intention of running. Clicking his knuckles, Daichi announced his plan. First, he would beat the examiner well, and then Alicia, however, cut him off with a frightened scream. She sharply objected and shouted that Lodi was to blame, not the examiner. It would be an unjustified loss for the guild if the examiner were harmed. She considered her argument, admitting that maybe he should just beat Lodi after all. The result would be the same. It was then that the chosen examiner arrived. A formidable trio of travelers led by the majestic Captain Jeffrey decisively entered the courtyard with an air of complete confidence. Seeing the trio, Daichi asked why the three had gathered. Lodi, who stood nearby, explained. It was supposed to be a 2-against-1 trial and only Daichi would participate. Alicia immediately shouted in protest and declared that she had never heard of 2-against-1 in an inspection. Lodi, his patience, warned her with a quiet, thin growl, sharply turned around and roared for her to be silent. Despite the commotion, Captain Jeffrey turned to one of his companions, a woman with a mustache, and inquired about Daichi's combat experience. He needed her assessment to understand the difficulty level the trial should have. He calmly answered for himself. saying he had participated in one real anti-infantry skirmish with bandits and had also dealt with local thugs. One of the other examiners, a man with long blonde hair, grimaced and disdainfully said that it was neither here nor there. Daich replied, "Those who know nothing often talk nonsense," but the examiner had already dropped out of the conversation. In his mind, he was calculating the profit he could make by selling any magical stones or materials found on Daich. Daich calmly explains to Melissa that for a devoted adult guild member, getting angry is not unusual, so the man probably has a very strong sense that he belongs to the guild. Meanwhile, Lodi screams wildly, demanding to know exactly what Daich is saying and accusing him of breaking the rules. The audacious examiner tells Lodi to calm down, and the scarred veteran tries to divert his thoughts, asking what he plans to do with the monster opponent. Ignoring them, Daichai continues his report, saying he defeated dozens of king apes and also trained magic in the nearby forest against goblins and orcs. Melissa reacts with shock and, not believing what she heard, shouts about the king apes. His mundane statement ripples through the entire group of examiners and opponents with disbelief. They froze in stunned silence. The silence is broken by Lodi's loud laughter. He brushes off the statement, calling it a brazen bluff. He tells Daichai not to waste time and to get to work, while the scarred veteran presses for clarification, asking how he managed to defeat the king apes. Unbiased, Daichi calmly approaches the withered tree and pulls out a thin, dry twig from one of its branches. He explains that he did this thanks to his body, enhancement, and magic. He demonstrates this by striking the tree trunk with a weak twig. It cracks, and on impact, a piece of wood chips off. Then he adds that, of course, he also used other weapons, such as a knife. Holding the broken branch, Daichi shows his official status, a C-rank mage. Melissa joins from the side. She says that Daichi single-handedly defeated Alan from Alan Guild, and his second companion is Alicia, the heir of a B-rank mage, Senria Heartland. This stream of new information completely shatters the composure of Jeffrey, and his two companions. They just sweat and freeze speechless. For Lodi, a series of revelations proves too heavy to comprehend. He falls to the ground, foaming at the mouth, while the other two experts just look on helplessly, completely broken. After all the commotion, the guild receptionist rushes forward. Her face is red from tension. She loudly declares that there is no need for such a mug fight. A fight against a mage of that level, she insists, is absolutely impossible. Thanks to her intervention, the matter is settled. Daichi's adventure registration is officially completed. Behind her, Daichi looks a bit puzzled, and Alicia exhales with relief, a gentle smile on her face. In front of the huge building, Daichi Asakura watches a small commotion down the street. He turns to Captain Jeffrey and asks if they are okay with not intervening. Jeffrey indifferently shifts his gaze aside and says that they have no obligation to intervene. Frida and the scarred veteran stand nearby, listening. He crosses his arms and lays out the situation clearly. A C-rank mage approached them with the intent to kill. Jeffrey notes that once that mage sees blood, he immediately gets fired up, and it was then that he was gathering a party of 4. After that, he tells Daichi, if he cares so much, let him go teach that little brother the harsh truth about what it means to be an adventurer. The movement turns into silence, where an unusual scarecrow stands. On its head is a burlap sack with a simple smiling face, and it also wears a metal breastplate, pauldrons, and a conical hat. In the city, Daichi, with a look of determination, tells a young girl in a hat that it's time to leave. She looks confused and objects, saying he doesn't need to. For a moment, Daichi's resolve weakens, but he quickly pulls himself together. Alicia Heartland watches them walk away, a light blush appearing on her cheeks, while Daichi and Nike wave goodbye from a distance and wish her luck. The girl in the hat, now beside Alicia, asks what mission she went on. In the field, she addresses the girl and the armored scarecrow puppeteer. Alicia explains that she can control all types of magic and asks which of them would be best for them to see. The girl is stunned by her words. The expression on her face becomes stern as she clenches her fists with determination. She declares that she is skilled in 4-element magic, non-elemental magic, spell magic, and even alchemy. The girl Celia dashed away in a state of stunned admiration. She shouted that Alicia's grandfather was right. She was fighting side by side with a future great sage. Meanwhile, Jeffrey's party watches, their faces a mix of confusion and surprise. She turns and asks Alicia if she currently has any followers. Before anyone can answer, a giant explosion of light and energy erupts in the sky above the training ground. Daichi and Melissa anxiously look up. Something is rapidly falling right towards them. The object rushes past Celia at incredible speed, and she only manages to flinch and scream in shock. It is a small bird entwined in blue flames, and Alicia calmly catches it with her outstretched hand. Onlookers, including Jeffrey, freeze in disbelief when one of them recognizes the creature as a blue inferno. He asks if she understands what she is holding. Alicia confirms, yes, it is indeed a powerful monster with an assigned rank, but she quickly assures no danger at all. She insists. The creature is a well-behaved child who listens to everything it is told. Despite her assurances, Melissa's mood reveals deep skepticism. Alicia ignores this and turns again to the armored scarecrow puppeteer. She announces that she will now begin a demonstration of her wind magic. She releases a powerful gust and completely misses. The wind strike is so gigantic that it shatters a large building in the background into splinters. Alicia looks at everything as if confused by the result. She turns away from the ruins and laughs awkwardly, sincerely apologizing. Blushing from embarrassment, she admits that she is not very good with offensive magic. His casual apology is met with a wall of stunned silence. Daichi, Jeffrey, the scarred veteran, Melissa, and Frida can only stare blankly. Their faces go empty from shock before the reckless display of overwhelming destructive power. He finally breaks the silence and notes, somewhere in this chaos, the intended target completely evaporated. She looks completely indifferent instead. She asks about her favorite, Pichan. The little blue hell has settled on the charred remains of the scarecrow. Its flame now burns even brighter. Daichi and Melissa remain stunned, looking at this in horror. Small, fiery birds calmly circle around Lish's head. She explains with a quiet smile that these are intelligent creatures. They can understand her intentions without direct commands. But Daichi remains skeptical. His face is emotionless, and he asks if this means she can really control them. She cuts off his concern with a confident light touch to the temple, stating that such control is unnecessary, and simply orders the familiars not to use any offensive magic anymore. The next demonstration is already racing in her mind. She clenches her fist, but Karina and Melissa, her companions, wildly intervene from behind, pleading with her to do nothing more because she has already passed the test. The consequences of her previous spell became a harsh reminder of her power. The building was smashed into a pile of sliced wood and broken stone. When night falls on the city, a full moon rises over the quiet streets. The team walks through the moonlit streets, passing a wounded veteran adventurer who quietly sits by the roadside. Her gaze slides up to the neighboring roof, and anxiety freezes on her face. She quietly wonders, was everything really okay that they did not have to pay compensation for the damages caused? Hearing her concern, Daichi tells her not to worry. The guild itself said it was unnecessary. Melissa immediately intervenes and shifts the blame onto Lodi, saying that his provocations were the primary cause of the incident. The incident happened due to a spoiled exam process, where powerful but unstable mages were forced to participate. All the blame for the ensuing chaos fell on the examiners, especially on Lodi. His history of misconduct had already sown anger among colleagues, and from this latest failure, the guild submaster saw a chance to curb the growing discontent. The submaster skillfully shifted the entire burden of responsibility for the damages directly onto Lodi's shoulders. Standing before the ruins, Melissa notes the colossal scale of destruction and how unexpectedly harsh the guild's reaction was. Daichi summarizes, because of this, now everyone in the Adventurers Guild fears Alicia. He raises a document and explains that the guild helped with all the necessary arrangements. Consequences come to mind. He imagines an angry Lodi and other examiners who will be held accountable for this entire failure. He decides their next plan of action starting tomorrow. They will look for a postcard. He asks the group if they have any ideas specifically about the whereabouts of the 3 people he was told about. He suggests starting with an investigation of the neighboring building, but warns, don't expect much, as it is only a guess prompted by the man's manner of speaking. When he holds Pichan, his thoughts slip to his true goal, Taltnart Kingdom. He recalls, the horse corps which he was asked to join is also moving there. Karina clarifies the political situation for him. She assumes he wants to trade with Taltnart Kingdom, but explains, merchants who do so are forbidden from sharing trade information or goods with any other state. The restriction weighs heavily on him. Melissa sees his gloomy expression and tells him not to look so serious, reminding him it is only a possibility. He decides to find a workaround at any cost. He returns to Melissa and begins to ask for her help, but she cuts him off with a sharp refusal. Her refusal does not stop him. He presses on, begging for at least a crumb of information. She sharply growls in response. No, categorically no, because what he is asking for is private information about the emergence of trade in another country, and it cannot be shared. After a heated argument, Melissa slightly relents but sets a condition. She orders, from tomorrow they both must find adventurers from the list she will provide, without any hints. The news kills Daichi's spirit. He confirms that it will be just the 2 of them. While he is shocked by this new task, Alicia excitedly announces that their application for the party has been accepted. She happily says they need to work hard together and leaves him completely stunned. He collapses weakly on his feet while Alicia explains what happened. She admits she got carried away in the heat of agreeing to the Golden Head subjugation quest. She invited another Alicia to join their party to venture into a dangerous region. Nearby, Pichan hisses with anger, realizing that Daicha completely missed the diagram he was trying to show him. He insisted that the place was too dangerous to go alone, let alone with her. Alicia, irritated, sharply replied that she would not let him go alone, and with a radiant smile declared, Peichan will provide perfect support. But Daichai, staring off to the side, muttered with annoyance that Peichan is exactly the reason why he is so worried. The attempt to find an excuse was cut off. The door opened, and Melissa appeared in it. Daichai guessed he would leave if Celia Obason gave permission, but Melissa categorically rejected the very possibility. Alicia stated that she is also an adult, and Melissa only agreed with a smile that understood everything, and it was immediately clear how this would end. When the sun began to set, its light cast long shadows from the stone tower, marking the transition from day to evening. Later, Alicia shyly admitted it was her first attempt at such a thing. Daichai admitted that it was his first time too. Embarrassed, she added that when they are alone, her heart beats wildly. Their conversation fell silent as soon as they reached the observation deck. Ahead stretched a slum area, a tight cluster of dilapidated buildings under a darkening sky. Nike sat quietly on Daichai's shoulders. Suddenly, a sound embarrassed them both. Daichai let out a surprised squeaky, "Oh," and Alicia jerked into a jump. Her small animal companions reacted the same way. Regaining composure, Alicia gently stroked Peichan and whispered, barely smiling, that they were all in this together. They reached the door where Alicia stopped. She turned to Daichai and told him not to worry about what her great-grandmother might say, insisting. Now she was already an adult. As if on command, the door opened, and an elderly woman with a stern face appeared. She addressed Daichai directly, warning, if Alicia gets hurt, the responsibility will lie entirely with him. Alicia screamed and rushed to contradict her great-grandmother. Despite the severity of the warning, he looked at Alicia with unshakable confidence. He told her that everything was fine and promised he would protect her completely. His assurance made her heart tinkle and stop for a moment. He and Alicia went out into the slum area. Here stone walls were crumbling, and buildings were eaten away by time. On a tattered wall hung wanted posters, a typical thing for such lawless places. Soon they came across a group of men gathered around a table. Daichai greeted them cheerfully and approached one of them, a man with long dark hair who looked at them suspiciously. Without any interest, he asked what they needed, addressing Daichai as brother, and ordered them to get lost if he was just trying to recruit for the Graham family. He cheerfully explained that they were actually looking for the man depicted on the wanted posters. He was the one who made them. The long-haired man listened without any change in expression, then said that those people were no longer in this area. Not backing down, Daichai continued further, hinting, with such connections the man would easily find them. The man considered the words and asked if Daichai was implying that he was lying. Daichai replied dryly, no. The man's suspicion gave way to a barely noticeable liveliness. A slow, experienced smile spread across his face as he took a sip from his cup, interested in the boy's audacity. Catching the man's eye, Daichai said directly that he knew. The man understood where the needed person was hiding. Then he asked what it would take to get that information from him. The man's playful mood vanished. He ordered Daichai to leave and warned a rough crowd would appear any moment. But Daichai did not back down. He offered to pay for the information and asked if the man was ready to talk. The offer seemed to hit a nerve. His eyes flared with rage, and he slammed the cup on the floor with all his might. It shattered along the length. He growled, fiercely pressing whether Daichai was trying to buy a. Unfazed by the outburst, he calmly clarified his position. If the man preferred to call it a ransom, fine, but Daichai had come not with a simple payment. He had something much better. The man leaned back, and the anger receded, giving way to curiosity. He said that Daichai was quite an interesting person. He listened as Daichai laid out his intentions. They were not just going to buy information, they wanted to find a partner for a deal. Tai Kai stated his conditions. First, the person must be happy. Next, smart and ambitious. And finally, he emphasized that the person must be reliable. Then Tai Kai directly asked the informant whether he himself fit the description or if he knew someone from the Graham family who did. Alicia added that the one they were looking for could truly be called happy. The informant paused for a moment, then pointed directly at Daichai and declared that the first happy person he met in the slums was Daichai himself. After his words, a sudden booming laugh sounded. The lost dai she had taken out asked if he said something strange, and the informant, still laughing, inquired whether he was some kind of mage. While they were talking, another man with a blindfold covering his eyes approached them. He addressed the informant and said, He was confident in his own abilities, but bringing a woman to such a place was reckless and short-sighted. Seichai's manner sharpened. He calmly but firmly warned, if anyone dared to touch Alicia, the entire slum district could burst into flames thanks to Pichan. And he added that he said this only as a warning. The bound man lost his patience. He exploded with rage, shouting that he would not allow such things to be said to him, and demanded get to the point immediately. But the informant raised his hand and stopped his interlocutor. Unmoved, Daichai asked in surprise how a man could remain so aroused with so many people around. He noted that the informant's confidence and Alicia's composure were genuine. The informant's eyes barely widened as he caught the hint. Their composure was proof of the strength they held. This realization turned the informant's gaze from head to toe. He sharply turned to Daishi, calling him brother, and asked if everything he had hinted at was really true. To this, Daichai simply beamed a smile and said that he is very much looking forward to working together. He listened while the informant agreed to the terms. The man abruptly stood up as if they had moved to another location to continue the conversation. Then the informant led them from the alley inside the building. As they followed him, both he and Alicia passed by a silent blind man with a bandage was standing guard at the entrance. In the new room, their guide gestured towards the decorated armchair and solemnly invited them into the Graham family estate. Sitting down, another man introduced himself, Gilbert Graham, the very one Daichi was looking for. It turned out the informant was a subordinate. He returned to Gilbert and suggested starting the deal, addressing him as boss. The current goal of Deity Asakuri was clear: to bring Earth civilization to this new world and prove its superiority. But he was thinking about something completely different. It burst open as soon as the thought crystallized. This was one of the three main things he wanted to do now that he found himself in another world. This desire burst out as a question to his companions Melissa and Alicia. He wanted to eat a monster. He asked if there was a culture of monster cuisine. Melissa responded with a confused huh. Alicia was more reserved. She said it was better not to do it, but left the choice to him. Alicia turned around and explained. She heard that in some regions parts of monsters are used as strange medicine, but it was not a common practice. She snapped her finger, emphasizing that doing so is unusual. When they stopped him, Daichi proudly showed a huge slab of meat. He explained that he had come across a monster that looked edible, a large, spiky beast, and he entrusted the Butcher's Guild to cut it up, asking for a piece that, in his opinion, was safe to eat. He talked about cooking a large piece of meat over an open fire. Melissa grimaced at the smell. It was clearly disgusting. Alicia, as always curious, asked if he planned to add herbs. Daichai confirmed. He would add them, and intended to cook it well to remove any unpleasant odor. Prepared very carefully, seasoning the piece with herbs and citrus before placing it on the grill so that the juice sizzles on the flame. As a result, an ideally grilled monster steak came out with cross-shaped grill marks and a melted ball of butter on top. Turning to his companions, Deity asked Melis what she thought. She impatiently waved him off. Just eat it already. Alicia supported him with words, ordering to do everything he was capable of. Deity gathered himself and activated the skill. His chest flared up, and he declared body enhancement, digestive system. He bit off a piece of the prepared monster steak, slowly chewing and pondering the taste, while Melissa and Alicia watched eagerly. Alicia aloud guessed it tasted like chicken, but Daichai remained silent, monitoring the aftertaste. After a minute of reflection, one thought ripened in the head. It tasted mundane. Melissa snorted without any enthusiasm. She noted that if they were eating a familiar monster, the taste would probably be unremarkable. If he was really serious about eating monsters, she suggested trying a goblin, king ape, or even Demomoris, reminding him that he promised to stop after the last one. His eyes flashed with defiance. He declared that this was only the beginning, and wanted to try the next one, and this provoked a sharper reproach from Alicia. This sudden statement completely puzzled his companions. Deity tried to explain. Supposedly, there are people who actually reincarnate in other bodies. For Alicia, this idea sounded incredibly suspicious. He smiled gently and clarified. This is not about death, this is about the desire to try to be someone other than oneself. Understanding dawned on Alicia. She promptly suggested they consult her Auntie Cecilia, a person highly trusted in the city. Under her guidance, they came to a workshop where an elderly man gave Daichai a potion and said, "Prepare your heart for what is about to come soon." A flash of light and a whirlwind of flowers transformation erupted fully. Deity froze in shock and looked down at her new body. It was Hersa girls with cat ears and a tail. His companions silently stared. Their faces trembled with surprise and delight. The first shock quickly subsided and was replaced by admiration. Alicia congratulated Dana-san on becoming a Payatsa Kato summoner, and Melissa added that his dream had come true. though she warned not to jump to false conclusions. As soon as the transformed Daichi with long dark hair noticed his cat and shouted, "Nike!" The little creature lifted its head as if recognizing its master despite such a striking change. In the new form, he gently presses Nike to his chest. The old merchant explains, because Nike's space, as always, disappeared, he needs to return for the cat the next day and leave her under her care for the night. He processes her words, a thoughtful expression on his face, when suddenly he is struck by insight. He remembers the third thing he wanted to accomplish, to return from this other world, but with a cheat skill. His sudden statement momentarily shocks both Melissa and Alicia. Their faces freeze empty from shock. Coming to his senses from the shock, they press him with demands for an answer, whether he really intends to return to his homeland. He looks away and hesitates for a moment before speaking. His thoughts are drawn again to his former life-ya memory of how he worked cheerfully in the tavern. He feels it again, living day by day without any special hope or aspirations. Memory fades and he finds himself again in the present moment. Sensing his subdued mood, his comrades watch him warily until he quietly assures them that he is fine. Then he turns to them with a radiant, determined smile on his face. Nike settled on his shoulder, and he declares that he no longer intends to return home. He has decided to find his third purpose right here, in this world. His sincere confession touches both Alicia and Melisathe look at him without taking their eyes off, filled with pure admiration. Even Nike seems to approve. A moment from Tinder is interrupted by an old merchant. He rudely drives them away, ordering them to take their sentimentality somewhere else. Hearing the hint, he and his friends turn around and leave. After this decision, a new chapter of his life begins full of unexpected events. He finds himself in various situations and different attire, sometimes in a maid's uniform, sometimes in ordinary clothes, and he embraces his new appearance with impressive zeal. In the dimly lit room, Daich and Alicia sit opposite a formidable group. A man with long dark hair, apparently their leader, watches them closely, noticing Alicia's tension and saying contacting the Graham family is a bad choice, and his hands are already at work. She sits very close to Alicia, feeling her tension. He leans closer to calm her and tells her not to worry is near. Looking at him, she seems to find support in these words and agrees to rely on him. The leader closely watches this quarrel and says that Daichai's facial expression does not change. With a smile up to his ears, Daichai replies, "The fact that Alicia relies on him gives him motivation." The leader crookedly tightens his lips and asks if he is just pretending to be brave. The shoulder of a man with a bandage over his eyes next to him. He smiles and explains that he simply does not wear his emotions on his face. The long-haired man looks further without any faith. And then he officially introduces himself. He is Gilbert Graham. He says he is a representative of the Graham family, which controls the southern part of the slums. Daichai enthusiastically introduces himself. He is Daichai Asakara, an independent trader. Then he gestures broadly towards his partner and introduces her as Alicia Heartland, an alchemist apprentice. When the name is spoken, Heartland causes a wave of shock throughout the room. Gilbert's people whisper quietly in surprise, and Gilbert himself repeats the name. His tone changes as he doubts whether she is really an alchemist. Alicia pours a drink, and Daichai casually asks if they know about the family. Her ancestor finally intervenes and tells Gilbert, few people in the country know about the Heartland alchemists, but she has heard rumors that someone from them once arrived in this very city. Alicia, flustered by the attention, stammers and insists that she is only a student. Gilbert sharply changes his tone, becoming serious, and asks to see her brother's identification tag. She nervously reaches for the tag hanging around her neck. Before she can show it, Daichai hands her two metal tags, one likely his own and the other belonging to her brother, and holds them up for inspection. He asks Gilbert if the identification tags were enough to earn his trust. Gilbert remains silent, arms crossed, and behind him a drop of sweat runs down the temple of the man in the bandage. Gilbert finally admits that it has already been decided. In response, Daichai states that they can start the deal and reaches out to his bag. He places on the table a long-sheathed object with a dull, heavy thud and offers it as payment for information. Gilbert picks up the item and pulls it out of the sheath. A shiny blade immediately catches the eye. Daichai says, "This is a foreign sword, specially made and extremely sharp, valuable even as a work of art." And then it dawns on Gilbert. He asks if Daichai is also a foreigner. He confirms this and adds that in his homeland, such blades are preferred outside the law, so he asks Gilbert to keep this in mind for future services. Smiling in agreement to the deal, Gilbert throws a stack of demand letters on the table. He shows that these people arrived in the city 6 months ago and have connections with the Tornado army, waving his hand toward a distant castle. He tells this while pouring drinks and explains that over the past year, many people from the Tornado Kingdom have come to the city. Daichai listens with focused concentration. Alicia, sitting next to Daichai, demands details. She asks what percentage of them are connected to the former Tornado army and if he knows their names and locations. Gilbert's face becomes grim. He warns, this is where the real danger lies, and admits that his own people are nothing compared to them. Daichai looks straight ahead and does not avert his eyes, calmly stating that he is fully aware of the risks. After that, he challenges Gilbert and asks if he has any doubts. He questioned Gilbert's concerns and asked if he was worried about the other party involved in their deal. Regardless, he still expressed gratitude for this attitude while Alicia watched. Intensely angry, Gilbert Gase met the informant, and then he revealed the name of the group they were talking about, the Giletti family. Alicia shuddered at this name. He clarified that the Giletti family is an organization created by former citizens of the Tornado Kingdom. He confirmed there are 5 of them, and this made Daichai ask to name the names and distinguishing features. While he was pouring the drink, Gilbert added one crucial detail. Besides the 5, more than 10 C-rank mages also arrived from Tornado. That's right, according to him, that was the entire extent of his current knowledge. Daichai quietly absorbed the weight of what he had heard, stroking Nike, who was nestled under his jacket. He calmly realized, if he wants to live long, he has no right to overestimate his own strength. He sincerely thanked Gilbert for the warning. The informant smiled and said it would be a pity if such a promising opportunity were lost. Daichai looked around, embarrassed, and asked what he meant by opportunity. Gilbert took a sip from the cup, and a thoughtful expression froze on his face. He admitted that he intended to enter the front world as a legitimate merchant and that Daichai's appearance was a key part of his plan. He continued his explanation and reasoned. No matter how he rose to the top of the underworld, there are limits in this vanity. The boundary between the criminal and legal worlds is blurring. He felt it was time to change the battlefield. Then Gilbert put forward a new proposal. If Daichai wants more information in the future, he must grant Gilbert the exclusive right to sell his unique products, which were not available anywhere else in the entire country. Daichai's response was immediate and positive. He said that if the Gilbert family decided to start a legitimate business, he would only be glad. Setting down his cup, Gilbert noted, Daichai is truly a lucky man. You firmly shake hands, the agreement is sealed, and their new alliance is officially concluded. And he explained the conditions and stated that his product in this country cannot be measured by money alone. Depending on the circumstances, it can decide life and death. And this is exactly what Gilbert Graham was strongly advised to remember. And Gilbert, listening attentively, seemed to sense the full seriousness of the warning. When their business was finished, Alicia took a sip from the cup. The contract was signed, immediately intervened and asked to move on to the next issue, which trading companies conducted trade with the Kingdom of Tornado. Gilbert answered without hesitation, naming Godot Company. He added that the Daichai brothers seemed to suspect their actions, but he has not yet taken any measures. He told in more detail about the recent actions of the company. Godot Company for some time reduced trade with Tornado Kingdom, instead increasing contacts with the neighboring kingdoms Mistral, Delbia, and Chitamil. Daichai processed this information. The official reason for the shift was named as tense relations between the kingdoms of Neuendorf and Tornado. Such a statement was publicly made by a representative of Godot. Yet he still suspected that this might be a cover-up. Then she asked about other trading houses. Gilbert confirmed. There was another one, a company from Cairo. He explained that their trade with the Kingdom of Tornado suspiciously increased, and that this very company was being investigated because of Daichai's brother. The pieces started to come together into one picture. Over the course of the year, trade with Tornado only grew directly through the company Cairo or through other merchants who dealt with it. Now he finally understood the decisive difference. Although both Godot and Cairo looked like ordinary trading companies, in reality they were completely different. He reasoned that if Godot suddenly took control of Tornado's trade routes, Cairo would be in trouble. Gilbert confirmed this, adding that Cairo only stretched a smile to hide its difficult situation. Then Gilbert revealed critically important information. During the expansion of trade with the Tornado Kingdom, the Cairo company had hired one particular man about 2 years earlier, Kyle. Daichai stared at the wall covered with wanted posters and felt confident. He had definitely come across these people several times before. His thoughts were interrupted by Alicia. She appeared nearby, and her eyes shone with admiration. She exclaimed that it was her first time, and her heart was beating with excitement. One of Daichai's small companions looked at this with curiosity, asking if it was different from some other event. She glowed with joy and further explained that it was her first time to walk through the slums and talk with people from another world. And already with a confident smile, she added, She was not afraid at all because Daiichi was beside her. Daikai, a little confused by her statement, asked what she planned to do next. Alicia apologized for making him worry and promised. From now on, she would ask him for help. As they continued walking, Daikai's thoughts drifted back to his investigation. He was weighing whom to start with, Cairo or Godot. Alicia noticed that he was distracted and asked if he was in a hurry somewhere. He replied that to bring her to the Jaletti family, a little more preparation was needed. The path through the narrow alley was suddenly blocked by 3 threatening men. Their leader demanded payment and mocked the lost lambs. Alicia shouted that bad people had appeared, but Daiichi calmly assured her everything was fine. Her fear turned into determination. She loudly declared that she was not afraid because he was nearby. Daiichi acknowledged her trust, honestly saying that he had a duty to protect her, even if he himself was a little scared. In the slums in the narrow alley, Daiichi and Alicia were trapped by 3 threatening thugs. The main one, a burly, bald man, demanded his tribute, all the money and 1 girl. Alicia jerked sharply from fear and let out a terrible scream, but Daiichi calmly ordered her to relax. The thugs impatiently growled and shouted for them to finally pay attention to them. The troublemakers continue to hiss with images. The leader clicks his tongue, doubting that they are sane wandering in such a dangerous place. His partner in a hood agrees. Supposedly, only strange people enter here so openly. Despite the threats, Daiichi remains calm. Nixie, perched on his shoulder, lets out a confident meow while the bandits stare at them. Inside, Daiichi already decides to act. He activates body reinforcement and enhanced vision abilities to assess the situation. His senses sharpen. His sight focuses with supernatural clarity as he prepares for the upcoming fight. He quickly analyzes the fight and immediately understands. This is a typical attack from the slums. He is gnawed by doubt whether these thugs are connected to the Graham family, or maybe his future partner sent them as a test of his abilities. To test his theory, Daiichi asks if they are members of the Graham family. The question confuses the bandits. The leader asks if he is bluffing, and another mocks, saying that just dropping the name Graham should scare them. Barely noticeable disappointment flashes across Daiichi's face. His guess turned out to be wrong. He concludes that these are just ordinary criminals who stumbled upon them by chance. Then he issues an ultimatum. If they are ready to fight for their lives, let them attack. If not, he will spare them if they leave immediately. However, in anger, one of the thugs declares that Daiichi will not leave alive. Standing before them, Daiichi accepts that the fight is inevitable. He hoped to avoid conflict. He did not want to appear as a crude boor before a potential business partner. And now, with a shout, a bald thug lunges forward to attack. When the attack begins, Alicia shouts a warning. Bad people are coming. Annoying bandits rush at Daiichi. One attacks from the front, and another sneaks up to strike from behind. He withstands the simultaneous attack. One bandit screams in pain. The blow is deflected but still lands. Another hits him with a fist right in the face, and the third, stunned, drops his weapon. The bandit's blow, which he boasted could break a rock, is stopped dead. On Daiichi's face, a layered armor resembling stone has already grown, completely nullifying the attack and leaving the attacker stunned. Calmly brushing off the crumbs falling from his cheek, he says evenly to the frightened thugs. Supposedly, he just put on his magical armor. Their bravado crumbles instantly. One of the bandits recoils, screaming shrill with fear as it dawns on him. A mage stands before them. They immediately begin to plead humbly, asking for help and swearing they will do anything. Daiichi watches them and understands the mage's name frightens more than his own physical tricks. Behind him, Alicia looks on as the scene unfolds. He refuses violence and says he has no desire to kill without necessity. He gives them a chance. If they apologize and show genuine remorse, he will consider whether to let them go. They instantly bow their heads and burst into sincere apologies. Daiichi cuts them off immediately. Words are not enough. He demands they prove their sincerity with actions. He nods forward, informing the stunned extortionists that he is heading to the orphanage and that they will be his escort. Alicia, still behind, quietly asks if an escort is really needed. He explains, the way out of the slums is still far, so their presence will serve as an insecticide to scare off other sources of trouble. Desperately, the pursuers quickly agree and ask if this act will bring them forgiveness. He clarifies the final condition. Once they reach the orphanage, they will do some volunteer work. Only then will he decide that the matter is resolved. While he speaks, Nike appears calmly sitting on his shoulder. The marauders, completely frightened, agree to his terms without hesitation. The leader babbles that if that is all, they will do it. Beside them, Alicia watches with a satisfied, almost smug face. He looks back over his shoulder, makes sure the man has already left, and only then focuses on the road ahead. His thoughts immediately slide to the packed schedule. He thinks, After gathering information at the orphanage, he needs to visit the merchant guild, then report to the knights, and he wonders what impression he makes. Ahead lies a pile of tasks, yet he still feels satisfaction as he and Alicia walk on, their unwanted entourage trailing behind. Their arrival at the large building, the orphanage, is met with a surprised look from a young nun mopping the entrance. Below, Daichai shouts cheerfully, waving his hand, while Alicia and Melissa appear behind him. But the nun's attention is drawn to the men following him. Those three thugs, the leader, the elder, and the bald one, awkwardly and somewhat shyly greet, while Nike amusingly sits atop the leader's head. He steps forward to explain the strange situation. He tells the nun that after he mentioned the walls and fence of the orphanages were damaged, these men insisted on helping with the repairs, so he brought them here. The nun, embarrassed but grateful, agrees, saying their help will be just right. But Melissa instead watches closely, with sharp suspicion, and demands to know the whole story behind this sudden act of charity. He offers a simplified version of events and insists he just happened to meet them. Then he says, as soon as he spoke about the church, their spirit of volunteering suddenly awakened. Behind him, the bandits wipe sweat and nod lively. The nun, Sister Fiona, looks at him, her face full of distrust. "I don't believe this at all," she cuts dryly. When Daichai begs her to believe in human kindness, Alicia chimes in. She confirms the story is mostly true, and at least the men will definitely fix the fence wall. As soon as her words proved sufficient to calm Melissa for a while, Daichai watches the volunteers start repairing the fence near the shelter. But Melissa is still unconvinced. She mutters that she will only accept the situation because Alicia vouched for it. After that, soon one of the young orphans approaches him and tugs his sleeve. Calling him older brother, she joyfully thanks him for talking with him. With her, before he can properly respond, she sharply presses a small wooden board into his hands and excitedly orders him to look at the two gears turning inside it. On this, she proudly declares that just yesterday she got the chance to use a magical tool, the one that finally manifested in her own magic that day. From this revelation, Daichai shudders. He turns to Alicia and asks if magic is not an innate ability from birth. Alicia explains that the potential exists, but usually it manifests at some point during use. The young girl continues her story to the other children, explaining the success with magical awakening training given to her by Sister Fiona. Hearing this, another girl corrects. She probably should be more serious about her own training. Training, the words echo in Daichai's mind. Training by a clear system to awaken magic, a new idea for him. To him, his thoughts return again to the nun who runs the orphanage. Behind Sister Fiona's innocent smile, something completely different seems to hide falsehood. Daichai proudly stands before Alice and another young orphan, boasting that he was the first to awaken his magic. The girls look up at him, impressed that someone so young already knows how to use magical tools. Alicia then calls him and asks if he has training for magical awakening. While he begins to sweat, Sister Fiona appears behind the children and gently reminds them that boasting is improper. One of the orphans grimaces, and Alicia excitedly declares that she also wants to learn to use magical tools, and another girl supports her, saying she wants to create magic. He quickly regains confidence and shows the children a reassuring thumbs up, explaining that they do not necessarily need magic because the world is full of many other convenient tools. His words are met with empty, skeptical glances from two girls. Alicia flatly tells him that such things do not exist. Leaning closer with a self-satisfied smile, he arrogantly declares that this is familiar to him, such an adult. He boasts about a device that can create light without magic and asks if they want to see it. Then he turns around and walks away, activating a small device in his hand. A clicking sound is heard. One of the girls calls after him and will guess that he is talking about simple things like flashlights or candles. Two girls exchange glances, then stealthily peek from behind the corner after him. Suspicion is evident on both their faces. They suddenly reappear right in front of the surprised Daichai. Alicia points at him reproachfully and exclaims that he does have magic. The girl nearby lifts a small, unfamiliar object, a flashlight, and asks if this is his so-called magical tool, challenging him. Demonstrate it. He watches as one of the orphan girls gasps in amazement. The beam of his flashlight catches her wide-open, astonished eyes and surprised face. Another one exclaims in surprise, and the children gather around in a crowd equally amazed. One boy, crumpling his face in disbelief, demands an explanation. Why does it glow if Daichai does not put any magic into it? In the background, Fiona's sister approaches Daichai, her face showing a worried expression. She quietly asked him to stop teasing the children, but he, on the contrary, suggested they move to another place to talk properly. As soon as they set off, he opens the flashlight and shows two cylindrical objects inside. He says they contain special energy that is converted and emitted as light. The explanation leaves Sister Fiona completely speechless. Her eyes open wide in disbelief as she asks if it is true that this device does not require any magical power at all. He confirms her guess simply, "How else?" Turning back to the young girl Alicia, who was listening attentively, Sister Fiona explains, Mr. Asakura is a merchant from foreign lands who sells many strange and convenient things not found on this continent. Later, sitting opposite him at the table, the nun is still trying to process what she heard. She asks once again to confirm that it really does not require any magic, and he taps on the device, confirming it. Then her thoughts turn to practical consequences. Such goods will undoubtedly be too expensive for the poor. Not knowing exactly whom Sister Fiona calls the poor, Daicha sharply focuses, looks at her, and declares, he intends to make these products accessible to everyone in the country so that everyone can buy them freely. He analyzes this and says directly, he wants these items to be used precisely by those who have no magic. Sister Fiona brushes it off, calling it an exaggeration, but Daicha's stern face reveals he is speaking quite seriously. This conviction was born from a strong first impression. He recalls the moment he met Karina and her companions, and how he immediately felt a colossal chasm between those who have magic and those who do not. He unfolded his philosophy, explaining the fundamental inequality of this world. Those who had strong and convenient magic could easily obtain a comfortable life, while those who had no magic could not achieve this no matter how hard they tried. Filled inside the building, Sister Fiona was listening. Her voice trembled with doubt as she asked if such a grand ambition could even be realized. She agreed that it might be impossible to achieve immediately. But still, his face was resolute. He confirmed, someday he would definitely help those without magic to achieve a worthy, prosperous life. Daichai flinched at such a sudden change in her behavior. Sister Fiona, folding her arms and beaming with emotion, declared that his idea was wonderful. Wonderful, noticing that she seemed lost in thought, he asked what had happened. She waved it off, saying she was just remembering the past. But then Melissa interrupted and, before the surprised gaze, revealed that Fiona had also once heard. She has no magic. Magic, Fiona then began to tell her story. She admitted that although her family was not wealthy, the time spent with her father and mother was incredibly happy. Happy, she continued and said that after her parents' death, her maternal grandfather took her in and showered her with care and affection. She considered this a great fortune. As soon as her water magic manifested, she managed to learn from her grandfather, who was a priest. Although it is a rare phenomenon, it is known that magical abilities in people can manifest after their 10th year. And yet our cases are as rare as Fiona's sister's. She woke up and learned to use a sacrificial firearm. Magic, she confirmed this with a soft smile, admitting that she belonged to those few exceptional cases. While the group moved on, Melissa watched them with her eyes. She thought, Karina's awakening to magic is another such rare case. She says that Fiona could conduct magic awakening training for children. Daichai, confused, asks what kind of training it is. Melissa replies, it's something like superstitions. Then she explains, there is no proof that it works, but the practice has already become widespread in all social classes, from aristocrats and the wealthy to the poorest families. Daichai shudders at this revelation. She explains that for impoverished families, magic is the fastest and most direct way to break out of the circle of power. Poverty. While the group continues walking, she says that Fiona had never conducted such training at Daisy House before, but began doing so out of her own conviction. Demolition. Daichai begins to understand that Fiona's own past is directly connected to her actions. Melissa confirms his suspicion. Since Fiona's parents had no magic, they did not live in luxury and surely knew what hardships were. Well, with this new information, he finally understood the reason why they moved to the commercial city. Byron, in the commercial city of Byron, although it is not free from the chasm between rich and poor or discrimination based on magical abilities, there is less of it than in Column. Because trade flourished there, therefore, from a business city one can build a wealthy life, and most local prejudices are directed outward. Melissa continues her story. Fiona's parents died shortly after they moved to Byron. Daichai listens in silence, filled with sorrow, absorbing the full weight of the story cut off mid-word S. Story as they walked on. She pondered. Fiona and her family never woke up to magic even after leaving their old town. And she decided, probably in Byron they had to endure terrible trials as well. Well, she finishes the thought and adds, meeting her grandfather was a turning point in Fiona's life, but she still lost her parents, a memory she probably finds unbearable to talk about. She explains, for her it was a fortunate turn, and she desperately wants to give the children the same salvation she received, so they don't have to endure similar cruel. Hardships? Then he asks why other shelters don't conduct magical awakening training. Melissa gloomily lowers her gaze and says that Fiona is truly a noble person. But the sad truth is, no one wants to spend money to raise a talent who might one day surpass their own children. Daichai emits a muffled sound, Yu. Understanding, she confirms his unspoken thought and says it's a secret. Daichai catches the subtext. Fiona's sister probably conducted magical awakening training and is hiding it. He contemplates this and realizes her secret efforts come from genuine care for the children. Future, his thoughts are interrupted by Alicia. She asks if he is daydreaming. Melissa quickly intervenes, derails the conversation, and warns them not to make rash promises that would cause Fiona. She steers the conversation towards illuminating tools they had already discussed. She warns, even with the huge capacity of Daichai's item box, their supply is not unlimited, and their limitations there is also a clear boundary to their supply. He internally agrees, understands that it is probably impossible, and amusingly imagines trying to retrieve an entire planet from his scent. He admits his thoughts were careless. He planned simply to return to his homeland to replenish supplies as soon as the provisions ran out, but now he understands it's not that simple. Due to distribution problems which make it difficult to supply the entire country, he gloomily admits that it might be barely feasible. Melissa thinks that Fiona may not take him seriously, but perhaps still holds on to hope for his dream. With a determined smile, Daichai raises his hand and declares that he will do everything within his power. He listened as Alicia, with eyes full of inspiration, recalled the dry battery as a power source from the tool he used before. She reasoned that it might be possible to create a similar device, used magic. The proposal shocked Melissa. She grabbed Daichai and demanded an answer if such a thing could really be. You will remain watching, just as stunned by the sudden. Alicia calmly explained, it would be difficult but not impossible. The main obstacle, she clarified, was only that research in this particular direction had not yet advanced very far. She explained that the key was to find a way to store magic. Her great-grandmother intervened. Everyone knows that the user channels magic directly into the tool. The idea of a device that works on stored power simply does not occur. But she was confident that if they could use her workshop for research, the chance of success was quite high. Daichai decided that it was a great idea, so upon arrival he planned to talk about it with Cecilia. At first, he briefly imagined that the best option was large-scale research at the capital's university, but quickly dismissed this thought. As a real option, it did not hold up. For now, then Alicia formally asked if he would agree to cooperate with her in the research, warning that it might even require his help in the capital. He agreed without hesitation, stating that if creating such a device was even possible, it was more than worth the effort, and he would gladly go to the capital. If needed, his enthusiastic agreement made Melissa's fur fluff up with joy. She suggested they go consult her great-grandmother in. Immediately, as soon as they could set out, Daichai's gaze slid toward a distant, large, fortified structure. He asked aloud how much intelligence the squad commander Bradley had managed to gather. To get ready, hearing the name, Alicia asked if their goal was to exchange information with the Night Order. After that, Melissa clarified if that meant they would accompany Bradley to the Jarity family. The name made Melissa panic. She grabbed Daichai and demanded an answer if he planned to storm the Jarity family estate. He calmly assured that he had no such intentions. Then, thinking, he added, if the knights ordered him to accompany them, he might have no choice. But before that happens, he had one more matter to address. Accompanied by Alicia, he turned directly to Melissa. He recalled a topic they had already discussed earlier. His request was that she provide information about merchants and trading companies involved in the sharp increase of foreign trade with the city over the past few years. He asked if she was now ready to cooperate. She responded with a stern expression and reminded that she had already categorically refused this request. As a Commerce Guild employee, she stated that she could not even think of leaking such information. Unfazed, Daichai explained that this was exactly why he sought Edward's favorable assistance in the morning before heading to slums. He weighed his next steps. Depending on the outcome of the upcoming information exchange with Platoon Commander Bradley, he might be forced to visit or even just break in tune of the main companies. His gaze returned to the present, and he asked Melissa if she was truly comfortable being present at the meeting. She confirmed that it was not PR. The problem immediately surfaced for her. After that, she firmly declared that under no circumstances would she disclose any information about him and his affairs. The Night Order. When their understanding was established, the door creaked and opened before them. In the passage stood Squad Commander Bradley, who gestured to invite them inside simply. Welcome. Stepping forward, Daichai accepted the invitation. So let's begin the information exchange, he announced, adding that those words earlier were exactly what he needed and praised her as an excellent Commerce Guild employee. Bradley watched them, barely smiling, and said he was looking forward to this. This would be the start of the information war where neither side could afford to retreat. In a well-furnished room, Daiichi Asakura sits opposite Squad Commander Bradley of the Night Order and his two subordinates. Their meeting is for exchanging information. Bradley smiles, genuinely impressed. He admits that he never thought Daiichi could gather so much comprehensive information in such a short time. Daiichi, in turn, looks pleased with the compliment. While raising a cup of tea, thoughts race Daiichi provided so many details. The connection between runaway adventurers and the Jaletti family and the alarming possibility that the former, and perhaps even current soldiers of the Tarnak kingdom, operate under false names. After that, he voices his surprise, saying that Daiichi's intelligence regarding the movements of both Goddard and Kiro trading companies far exceeded the expectations of the Night team itself. Daiichi, looking somewhat surprised himself, politely refuses to name the source. Then he changes the subject. He definitely heard nothing about this from Melissa. At the sudden mention of her name, Melissa flinches. But Bradley remains firm in his interrogation line and forces Daiichi to dig into where he got this information. He quickly apologizes for his sharpness but insists he must find out the source, namely the person named Kyle, the one the Night Sect did not know before. Daiichi mentally weighs all options. He thinks of Kyle, the man hired by the Carrot Trading Company, and Gilbert Graham, a potential key business partner. Unsure of the true motives of the Night Order, he decides that for now it would be unwise to reveal Kyle's existence. Yet, noticing his hesitation, Bradley shows disappointment. Daiichi looks away again, repeating that this information is unconfirmed, and only then adds, he got it by visiting the slums that very morning. Bradley's response seems to unsettle Daiichi. Daiichi presses further, showing that the Night Squad visited the slums last night as well, so his efforts are definitely better than doing nothing. Bradley concedes, admitting, they are indeed busy, and the very fact of having an ally like Daiichi is a huge plus. He shifts his gaze back to Daiichi, and while speaking, he has a slightly shy expression on his face. The cat Naki appears from somewhere nearby. While he speaks, Alicia Flower approaches closer, looking worried. She asks what he meant when he said he wanted to confirm something with her about her great-grandmother. She, seeing her concern, Bradley turns to her. She exhales with relief and asks him to tell what happened. Bradley says that the investigation of items found in the basement of Daiichi's new mansion is complete. They only wanted Viscount Heartland to examine the medicine as a precaution. Alicia embarrassedly admits she was worried. Her great-grandmother could have been a suspect. Bradley reassures her, saying that if the Viscount himself were involved, he would not have left such obvious clues. He adds, chasing a false lead is a defeat for them, and he believes the Merchant Guild is the more suspicious party. The conversation revealed that the building was previously managed by Klaus Bergtram and his secretary. Alicia asked what the Night Order would do next, and Bradley assured her they will not act thoughtlessly. Daiichi agreed and noted that the approach would be rough. He leans closer and whispers to Daiichi. What he is about to say is confidential. He explains that they must not let their opponents learn about the movements of the Night Order. He continues and reveals that he is currently summarizing the analysis of the collected substances, and later in the evening plans to visit Viscount Heartland to discuss everything. Now sitting nearby, Bradley officially asks Daiichi if he would not mind attending another meeting. He says he is personally very grateful for Daiichi's cooperation, and Daiichi agrees without hesitation. Preparation for the visit. Alicia asks how many members of the Night Order will come. Bradley reports that it will be only him and 2 officials who handle the analysis. Alicia claps her hands in delight and announces that she will prepare dinner for everyone, including Daiichi. She says they can talk over a calm meal. Her chest swelled with eager anticipation of the secret meeting. Daiichi watched her and understood. She was completely absorbed in the detective game, just like in the wilderness. Williams Bradley, however, restrained her excitement very gently. He suggested discussing everything over dinner, but warned that the conversation might not be very tasty. As soon as he said this, Alicia's smiling face instantly withered into deep, aching disappointment. However, he seemed not to have changed his mood at all. Smiling, he apologized for the inconvenience and stated that it would be an honor to join. Just then, Melissa appeared in view, cheerfully asking if she could go with them. Daiichi could only sigh. The conversation about drug analysis over dinner was about to turn into complete chaos. In a short time, that incredible company Daiichi, Bradley, and Melissa set off for the Viscount's residence. Daiichi looked up in surprise when they arrived at the impressive 2-story house. The building, inside, a magnificent banquet meal was laid out. Alicia, already in an apron, proudly announced that she had put her soul into the preparation. Bradley praised the appearance and beautiful presentation of the dish, and this earned a grateful smile from the young hostess. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Klaus Bertram reviewed the report together with one of Bradley's helmeted knights. "Your assessment was correct," Klaus said, smiling with satisfaction. "You did well." The knight bowed and thanked him. "Thank you." Returning to dinner, Daichi internally checked the facts. According to the official investigation, 2 types of drugs were found. One of them turned out to be nothing other than ordinary sleeping pills. Then, while the conversation at dinner continues, Klaus Bertram develops the results. He confirms that one of the substances was indeed an unknown drug with an effect similar to a sedative, but rejects this conclusion as insufficient. Saying this, he leans forward and explains. If they had added a bit more imagination to the analysis, they would have reached a different conclusion. He insists that the answer is not simply to call it a sedative drug. Bradley, his face becoming stern, asks what Klaus means by a different conclusion. 2 of his subordinates silently stand behind and watch closely. Behind his back, Klaus reveals the true, insidious purpose of this drug. With regular use, it reduces cognitive abilities and makes a person indifferent. Bradley, looking confused, immediately asks if this means that people can be controlled at will. Does Klaus have any leads? The revelation clearly impresses both Daichi and Elite. Alicia, Bradley quickly brushes off his own question, calling it just a guess. But Daichi notices his reaction, as if it is the response of a person struck by an unpleasant truth. Now he begins to doubt whether similar phenomena could be occurring in other incidents. Coincidence? While Daichi is pondering this, Klaus notices his sharp intuition and thinks to himself, the guy is smart. The idea of manipulating people I will pin on. In the air, a sudden insight strikes Daichi. His eyes widen as he weighs the options and realizes that by changing the dose and frequency of the drug intake, its effect can be precisely tuned. Effects, he furiously pounds his palms on the table, sharply grabbing the attention of others as soon as he begins to lay out his theory from one, very specific, for example. He asks Klaus if it is possible to adjust the drug so that it causes only a decline in thinking and willpower, forcing the subject to rely on others for decisions. Klaus confirms. It is possible, and 6 months of experimental period will be more than enough to determine the exact dosage needed to achieve such an effect. With Klaus's confirmation, the last piece falls into place for Daichi. He fully understands that the puzzle already has. This was clarified. He returned to the girls with a worried expression on his face and asked if the sisters and staff at the Lillian Rose houses really resemble people who could be involved in such a thing. Such a scheme. Klaus explained the grim hypothesis. The drug was given to the sisters and staff so they would create a window, a moment of weakness that would allow the children to be kidnapped. If we assume that this was the method, then that's all. When he heard this, Daichi immediately understood. This is why the damage in Daisy House turned out to be so insignificant. Frequent visits from Sister Fiona gave no opportunity to administer that drug. And suddenly, the connection of the underground room with the kidnappings became obvious. It was all one single linked chain. Incident, after this, the suspicion struck in another direction. Now he suspected. It was done by the former owner of the house, Farrell, making him much more suspicious than the trade guild. Farrell was the 5th son of the Viscount and a pharmacist who researched unknown medicines. From the very beginning, he was wary of him, and now his involvement seemed most likely. Klaus gently interrupted his thoughts and hinted that they would continue the conversation over dinner, which was. Ben had prepared everything. At that moment, Alicia and Melissa presented a luxurious banquet dish. Alicia, slightly swaying from excitement, urged him to eat before her cooking could. Got cold? While the company discussed plans, Nike and Pichan were already enjoying their own food from a bowl on the floor. Melissa also began to eat from half. Happy home? When night covered the city, a decision was made. The former owner of the house, Morgan Farrell, was in the capital, so his anxiety would wait. But the reinspection of the church and orphanage was also on the edge. Postponed. Taking a bite of food, Daichi returned to Bradley. He recalled the platoon commander's earlier words. Rescuing victims is the priority, but it is equally important to destroy the Jolty family. Considering this, he asked when they would finally. Make your move. Bradley met his gaze and calmly simply replied. This time Daichi's look and response stunned. Suddenly, he gasped in embarrassment. Aye. Not receiving an answer, he explains. This is top secret, and all other accomplices except Daichi have already gathered in another place. With a stern face, he insists that Daichi prepare. His voice and on screen, the subordinates are seen eating. Bradley confirms understanding of the mission along with Klaus. He asks if the target is the Giletti family and says that his squad will raid Cairo. Trading company, Klaus explains the plan to him, simultaneously. The squad led by squad leader Bradley will raid the Giletti family, while a separate unit is to take control of Kairu Trading Company. Daiichi listens, stunned that. Insufficient. He continues. They say it has been confirmed the Jolty family is hiding 5 wanted individuals, including Peter and Jeffrey, and all of them are under surveillance. But there is almost no evidence against the trading company Kairu. Continuing, Bradley explains, it is quite natural to suspect a connection between Kairu and the Jolty family. The perspective shifts to Kyle Palmer. He notices that Kairu is using him to expand contacts with merchants from Tara. He reasons that the very presence of Kairu looks suspicious, concluding, this is a perfect chance to use him as bait. Returning to the present, Bradley's expression becomes harsher as he states that the Jolty family will be destroyed tonight. The angry, violent tearing of a piece of food with a fork emphasizes his bloody intent, and Daichai is wide-eyed. As night covers the city, Sister Fiona and one of the orphans peek out of the window, and their gaze is fixed on the nearest building under the dark sky. In the nearby alley, Daich and Alicia stand next to Bradley and his assembled squad of cloaked knights. Bradley surveys his fighters and says they have gathered such a number. A significant group. He stood in front of the target building and outlined the strict necessities of their mission. Bradley stated that they cannot allow any target to escape, especially considering they still need to rescue people. He emphasized, without overwhelming force, they will not reach the key. Kidnapped children. Daichai confirmed he understood, recalling at least 3 targets for rescue. Bradley agreed but warned, let him keep in mind the possibility that there may be even more Ka. In mind, then Daichai stated that the 25 mages in their party, including himself, would be more effective than 50 guards. However, one of the gathered men, Alan, asked if there were not too few knights for the external contract. Daichai noted their amazingly high level of trust, as they did not have. Bradley saw how he fought. From the roof overlooking the darkened city, he looked down and turned back to Daichai. He wanted to confirm what their plan meant. He asked if it really meant that their priority target was destruction. Over capture, he weakly confirmed this. The worst possible outcome, as he explained, is to allow even one of their targets to slip away. He also revealed that every participant in the operation, except Daichai and Alicia, was specifically selected for their ability to guarantee complete destruction. Although Daichai considered the plan too harsh, he agreed to the terms. He said he counted on them, and when the time comes, he will do whatever is necessary. Below assembled forces. Having waited for the signal, Alan spoke from the rear of the group, the Saber Examiner. He threw a pointed question at Bradley, whether he was not worried that by taking over the company command, he would cause dissatisfaction. For this mission, words Alan gave Daichai pause. He remembered how Bradley explained. He was given orders because of his deep involvement in the kidnapping. Investigation. He glanced over his shoulder at Alan, who smiled confidently. Bradley calmly admitted, most likely there would be resentment, but he shrugged it off, saying he didn't care, and that was. He got a problem? Alan looked impressed and noted that squad leader Bradley was as audacious as ever. Bradley interrupted him and ordered Alan to drop the official titles. While they were in the field, Daichai doubts the decision to involve Alicia. He understands that she is being deployed into battle, but is not sure if the command is aware of her connection with Picon and her magical accuracy. He does not hide his shock and asks if they are even sane to bring the daughter of the Viscount Heartland's treasures. In another part of the staging area, Bradley explains the situation to the worried Alan. He says he had no choice. Not only did Alicia insist on participating, but Viscount Heartland himself asked to allow her. He was allowed to accompany them. NL, with a confused face, continues the explanation. He says, after long talks, he had to agree that she joined Daichai in the assault team. After that, he asked to drop the subject, and as if clearly, pain over the decision. Nearby, Captain Jeffrey eavesdrops and barks his own orders to Daichai. He declares that his men will handle capturing the targets, and Daichai must have one single focus: protect Alicia at all costs. In the distance, Daichai only smiles when Nike's. The cat meows. He responds joyfully, holding Nike up. He tells Jeffrey that the cat is his lucky charm, jokingly hinting that now he has two things to protect. Alicia, overhearing the conversation, proudly introduces her own companion. With a broad smile, she announces that she brought a pie. Chan along too. Jeffrey notices their youthful confidence and says that carrying amulets for luck is a common ritual for those going into battle. He gives Daichai a firm, supportive path. On the shoulder, then his posture sharply changes to an unquestionable, icy seriousness. He looks Daichai straight in the eyes and repeats the order with terrifying force. Ensure that no harm comes to Alicia. In the background, Alicia stands and watches, confused and not understanding what is happening. Sharp change of tone. She steps forward, thanks Jeffrey for his concern, but firmly reminds him he must put the mission first. She states that she herself can use powerful magic and that if it comes to that, Pishan is. But Daichai, despite everything, sharply intervenes and says this with unwavering determination. He declares that his main task is to prevent Alicia from using her combat magic and to stop a possible rampage of Pachin. Yet despite this, he swears he does not intend to let the enemy escape and will not lay a finger on Alicia, and confidently states that he will manage. The confident stance makes Alicia confused and at the same time impresses her. Covering her mouth with her palms, she whispers and her eyes flash as she speaks like, F. He is reliable. Captain Jeffrey leans forward, his gaze stern, and gives a final, insistent warning. He emphasizes that Daichai must ensure that this capture operation does not turn into a mirror evacuation. In a moment under the cover of darkness, Daichai and others raise their eyes to the walls. A glove is raised. To signal to begin, the hand sharply lowers. A bright flash of light bursts in the sky. Signal to begin the assault. In response, Squad Commander Bradley roars the order, 1st to 4th Squad's attack. And as soon as the command sounds strike without mercy, evil covers them all together. The raid begins, and Daichai's and Alicia's eyes widen as the operation is set in motion. While Daichai and his companions prepare to storm the hideout of a man named Ureti. Suddenly, a sudden, brutal explosion erupts from inside the building, and it catches them by surprise. The explosion tears apart a room full of armed men. Bodies and debris fly in different directions. Its force is incredible. The guards choke in shock and do not even have time to recover. In this chaos, Squad Commander Bradley sharply orders the knights. He commands them to neutralize everyone so that not a single person escapes, and one of his fighters notices the strangeness of the sudden raid. The alarm is raised and the bandits inside, realizing they are under attack, abruptly rush to defend themselves. Their leader growls, calls to engage in battle, and drives his men straight into the thick of it. Dark, deafening force strikes one of the bastards. He instantly loses the ability to act. Daichai watches the bloody efficiency of the knights with wide, shocked eyes. His shock quickly recedes resoluteness. His heart pounds wildly, and he shouts to the knights, "Let them go forward, but do not kill the boss." The cat Nike rubbed against his leg, and his thoughts gathered together. It was time to do his part of the work. He catches a glimpse of a figure rushing down the corridor. Nike lets out a questioning meow. But Daichi's eyes narrow. He recognized him. It's him. Pichan chirps on his shoulder, and Nike stays at his feet. He calls Alicia and says that some man slipped into the corridor, so they need to give chase. She responds with a resolute yes. While they prepare to pursue, Alicia confirms the suspicion. The man who escaped is Gerald Giretti, the boss. He recalls the intel they reviewed before the raid. Their target, Gerald Giretti, a C-rank mage skilled in non-elemental and wind magic. While this information flickers in his mind, a fighter blocks their path. Daichi quickly looks at Alicia and asks if her body enhancement and magical equipment are ready. She confirms that she is fine. When the fighter growls, Daichi orders her to stay close. In a blur of movement, he rushes past the stunned guard and dashes straight to the door through which Giretti escaped. He landed in a crouch in the next room, and the heavy door slammed shut behind him. He rises, looking around. The room is empty, a dead end. Just then Alicia and Nike appear in the doorway. The little cat suddenly becomes alert. His gaze fixes on a single point on the floor. Daichi turns, asking himself with his eyes what happened. The cat found an almost imperceptible crack in the floor between the boards. "Well done, Nike." Daichi exclaims as soon as he realizes that his companion has already found the way. He presses on the floor and it collapses, revealing hidden stairs. He tells Alice that the mechanism is crude, unlike those built by Cecilia. They descend into the darkness below and see a young woman lying motionless on the stone floor. Daichai rushes to her, asking if she is okay. Alicia calls herself one of the kidnapped children. When Daichai acknowledges this, Nike's ears suddenly twitch. Her sharp hearing picks up something else in the darkness. The cat's warning comes a fraction of a second too late. A figure lunges from the darkness, Gerald Giretti, and muttering with energy, strikes Daichai's side with a fist. Both Daich and Nike freeze in shocked silence. The echo of the blow rolls down the corridor. Nearby, hearing the commotion, Alicia and Melissa call out Daichai's name anxiously. In his mind, he paints a comic picture of reassurance for them, as if he himself survived and is holding a banner that says, "I'm okay." The mental projector fades. He exhales with relief. He managed to stop Alicia and Pachin from rushing forward, but inwardly he reproaches himself. He worried about them again, as if he hasn't changed at all. Focus abruptly returns to the present moment. Giretti, stunned that Daichai is completely unharmed, grabs the captive girl and presses a knife to her. The girl screams for help with all her might, while Daichai recognizes his opponent. Jaretti can only babble impossible. In response, Daichi simply pats his chest and asks if that was all he had. He mocks the man, saying an attack of that level couldn't even pierce a hole in his clothes. Then he points directly at his enemy, his voice cold and firm. He declares that if the previous strike was all the strength Jaretti had, then he should just surrender. In rage, Jaretti shouts for him to shut up and lunges forward again. Daichi calmly raises his hand, intercepting the blow just as Alicia appears in the passage behind. The strike freezes like a dead weight effortlessly caught in Daichi's open palm. Jaretti's eyes widen sharply in shock. Daichi again demands he lay down his weapon, declares that Jaretti has no chance of victory, and asks what will happen to the child if he continues. He presses on the advantage, claims he sees through his plan, and asks whether the wall hides a secret passage or if it's just a bathroom. For the third time, he orders surrender. Cornered, Jaretti tightens his grip even more, pressing the frightened girl who whines, and asks if Daichi is ready for the consequences. The extortionist, Gerald Jaretti, from his face wiped with a fierce expression, sows rage in response to Daichi's composure. "Shut your locked mouth," he growls. Without moving an inch, Daichi replies that his words are for Jaretti's own good, and this only fuels him more. He switches to F. He continues and says that Jaretti's attack magic is useless, it can't even scratch him. Inside, Daichi begs this man to stop. He fears that any further provocation will force Pachin to act. Jaretti can only stand and watch, momentarily stunned by the statement. His concern shifts to the children behind. He looks over his shoulder at the worried Alicia. Although her magical armor will most likely protect her, his own magic is not suitable to protect others. With anxiety, he notices that Pichan is already on the verge of moving. Movement at this very moment, Jaretti, a young girl, takes someone hostage. Connie screams in fear, begging her older brother Daichi to save her. The police seem to sharpen Jaretti's resolve. He wanted to take Daichi alive, but now understands. When a child's life is at stake and Pachin is ready to strike, they could all die anyway. He shouts defiantly, asks if Daichi considers it shameful when the family boss hides behind a child, and insists that the most important thing is to survive. Daichi calmly holds his gaze and simply asks what he intends to do. Jaretti mocks and tells Daichi that he is free to run, but Daichi answers directly he will not run. His main goal is to save the children safely. Capturing Jaretti is only second. He adds a warning and tells the kidnapper, if he continues to waste time, the knights will soon split in two. In the room, Jaretti hesitates. He knows that Daichi will not miss the moment and will attack as soon as the child is freed. From his hiding place, Pachin notices. Jaretti looks too familiar with such insidious tactics. While Jaretti sinks into thought, Daichi disappears in a blur of motion. His hand flashes forward and firmly grabs the kidnapper by the ankle. Shocked, Jaretti looks down and demands to name his opponent. But instead, he only meets Daichi's cold, focused glare. He holds the kidnapper's ankle with a claw, and his face hardens with concentration as he declares, "This man is just a killer." Merchant, the announcement seems to drive Gerald Jaretti crazy. He snaps his tongue in anger. Nearby, Alicia Flower watches as everything unfolds, and her little bird companion chirps from the headboard on her shoulder. Jaretti's eyes widen, and on his face is sharp skepticism from boyish audacity. The bird chirps quietly once more while Alicia watches, and a drop of sweat appears on its tail. Temple, his shock twists into panic recognition as he shouts the name Blue Inferno. The hostage, Connie, continues to sob, trapped between the escalation of this conference. Before Jaretti can make another move, Daichi sharply twists the man's leg, pressing with his own weight and pushing him aside, forcing him to helplessly spin in the air, throwing him away from the threat neutralized, and Jaretti falls. He allows himself a bright, relieved smile and announces that it is finally over. As soon as he utters these words, the rescued Connie, as well as Alicia Heartland and Alicia Flower, all burst with a feeling of uncontrollable relief and joy. The bird Blue Inferno chirps cheerfully, celebrating the safe resolution. At night, the city is also in a state of tense unrest. After the attack on the Mafia hideout, the backup guards in camouflage stand watch over the broken building, their work seemingly already done. The raid was directed against the Jaretti family. Now wanted posters have been posted confirming the boss, Gerald Jaretti, and several others suspected of being former soldiers from the city have already been detained. But the rest are still targeted and being sought. Meanwhile, the second major target of this night Operation Caro Company reportedly was taken without any bloodshed. Daichi confirms this fact to Squad Commander Bradley, but also adds, this is the perfect chance to completely erase the Jaretti family. The memory of the fist that smashed the window flashes briefly in Bradley's mind. He clenches his own fist and bursts into curses of frustration. The key figure from Carroll Company, the man believed to be Kyle Palmer, managed to escape. Meanwhile, Bradley Stoos, Daiichi, and Alicia move on, and Daiichi notes that he has never seen the squad leader so openly emotional. They arrive even before the commercial guild building. Alicia notices Daiichi's distracted gaze and asks what happened, but he brushes it off. Inside, Bradley turns around in surprise. Daiichi and Alicia enter, greeting him and wishing him good morning. Bradley asks why they came to the commercial guild. Daiichi explains that they have a matter with Edward, and just then Edward appears himself surprised to see them. He looks at Senior Lieutenant Bradley, who questions why Daiichi is here. Bradley says that Edward is now under his responsibility, and Daiichi calmly explains. His case is directly related to the same situation. Then Bradley shifts the conversation and asks Edward why Melissa was appointed his direct curator. Daiichi interrupts the conversation and accuses Bradley, saying that he is shifting all this problematic work onto Melissa while hiding from sight. He advises him to be smarter. In response, Bradley asks if they came to confiscate documents related to Carroll Company. Daiichi confirms with a tone and a barely noticeable smile. He just borrowed them for a moment. Then, while they weigh the situation, Daiichi admits. Even though the Uretti family has been dismantled and the leadership of Carroll Company captured, the incident is not truly over. He understands there is still a mountain of work ahead because the main issue remains unresolved: the connection with the town art kingdom. His thoughts turn to the most urgent problem: the kidnapped victims, mostly children from the orphanage, who are still missing. He knows that the church and security investigations are still ongoing, so they also need to determine whether agents from some town or kingdom are hiding in the city. And he concludes, there are not enough people, so very soon they will have to turn to mages and adventurers without any blame. Bradley dismisses broader concerns that is a separate matter. As Daiichi and Alicia pass by him and Edward, he directly asks if they have already managed to track down Kyle Palmer. He continues to ponder the situation, voicing the suspicion that the person named Kyle Palmer might not even exist. It occurs to him that this name is just a phantom, a lure created to throw their investigation off course. Turning around, Daiichi confirms that he has also considered this possibility. Then he asks Bradley to share all the details with him later for some reason. This unsettles the squad leader just before he sinks into thought. Bradley agrees and says he will arrange a meeting at a time convenient for them. Daiichi immediately suggests, the best is today itself, preferably sometime in the morning. He returned to Alicia and explained that he has something on his mind and he is thinking it over. She asked if he really intends to meet Edward, as squad leader Bradley was already leaving, saying goodbye to them. His thoughts cleared and hardened his resolve. He suddenly called out from Alicia, and Alicia immediately picked up. He explained to the young girl, if his theory is correct, a meeting with Edward is necessary. The call made Melissa appear instantly. Sharp, irritated expression on her face, her cat ears twitched. She demanded an explanation of what was so urgent, while Daiichi and Alicia watched as she approached. Coach calmly stated his purpose. He came because he needed to talk to Edward. Nearby, Nike purred contentedly while being petted on the counter. When she did not respond immediately, his patience snapped. He leaned far over the counter and roared at Edward, causing the startled Melissa to twitch fearfully and jump back. His outburst left her completely embarrassed. She demanded an explanation of what was wrong with him and accused him of neglecting duties just to visit a client. Despite her reproaches, she seemed to give in. A blush barely dusted her cheeks. She asked if he knew where Edward was. While she spoke, she, now holding Nike, turned to the newcomers. The newcomer turned out to be Sister Fiona, so she politely greeted them. After that, she handed over a document, calling it a sales report from the orphanage stall, and then gently reproached Melissa for making Mr. Asaka wait. As if unaffected, Melissa noted that the papers at Daisy House are always impeccably organized. After a short pause, Melissa again caught Daiichi's eye and asked what exactly he needed. In response, he simply extended Nike toward her as if Alicia Watt had done it. The cat needed no further encouragement. It jumped out of Daiichi's hands and leapt onto Melissa's face. The fluffy body completely covered her head while she jerked in shock. She protests that Daiichi went too far with the teasing, while Sister Fiona, holding the purring cat Nike, seems to find in all this. A smile lingers on his face for a moment. He brushes it off as a joke, but in a second his amusement disappears again and he returns to business, asking where Edward is now. Regaining composure, Melissa explains that Edward is currently with the head of the Godot Merchant Association, so he won't be expected before 2 in the afternoon. Firstly, she says that the head is currently away. Daiichi, surprised, asks to be told the location of the partner from Godot at the merchant. He insists on more information and clarifies that the head, Darul Godot, is out hunting today. then asks if she knows exactly where the hunt is taking place. Melissa admits she does not know the details. Then his gaze stops on Sister Fiona. He asks if she is acquainted with Mr. G. Godot, she clasps her hands and sincerely thanks him, explaining that Mr. Godot is a great philanthropist. He makes generous donations to the church and in particular to the orphanage. She expresses her deep gratitude to him. He acknowledges this and notes that Fiona has been invited to Mr. Godot's hunt more than once, but again emphasizes his main business is with Edward. Then he directly asks Sister Fiona if she knows the location, explaining that he also wants to meet with the head. She, still looking confused, apologizes and says she was not invited to this particular hunt. Suddenly, Melissa explodes furiously, interrogating Daichi about his intentions. She lectures him not to show up without warning, not to barge into a business meeting, and not to drag Edward away by force. Daichi responds irritably, brushing it off, denying that he would ever be so rude. He agrees and, confusedly calming Melissa, says he will forego the meeting with Edward today. Noticeably relieved, she shouts that she believes him, and Alicia smiles happily near the residence. Resolution. Alicia then thanks Sister Fiona for bringing some documents and tells Melissa not to worry about having interrupted. Slightly nodding, she steps away and Sister Fiona turns and leaves, while Daichi watches. Here he goes. As soon as she disappears, he returns to Alicia and confirms his point. The head of the merchants, Mr. Godot, is currently hunting. Alicia confirms this and adds that he usually does not. Evening, he closes his eyes. The plan begins to take shape in his head, but the thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of the night guard and Commander Eren. They ask if they should come later. Daichi turns and agrees that they will come later. It will be best. The captain of the guard explains that he only wanted to continue their conversation, which was interrupted. After that, he asked Adi if everything is fine. Meanwhile, a memory from Alyssa about Moyle surfaces. She shudders. She urgently needs to leave the city, and she wonders if Daikai. Hurrying, the guard captain asks Daikai if he is dealing with Mr. Godot. Daikai hesitates. As a decent merchant, he wants to get acquainted with the influential people of the city. But Commander Eren cuts in, accusing Daikai of actually coming for Edward and planning to disrupt the hunt. The accusation knocks Daikai off his feet. Off guard, he quickly recovers and with a guilty smile explains that he just thought it would be more effective to meet both men at the same time. The captain of the guard seems to understand, mutters to him. But all this is absurd. He returns to Alicia and tries to ease the tension. After all, it is not even a fact that they will be able to meet Godot in the first place. But despite everything, Melissa continues to argue heatedly with Commander Eren. She insists that the risk of angering a person of Godot's scale far outweighs any potential benefit. Eren, without moving from his place, points an authoritative finger at her. He orders Melissa to accompany Daichi, leaving her incomplete. As if shocked, later in the office, Richard gives Melissa instructions. If they do not run into Godot, everything is fine. But if they do, she must intervene and ensure the situation is handled. Everything went smoothly. She immediately begins to object. She tilts her head and begs him to wait. She says that the responsibility is too heavy and she is not capable of bearing it. She, overhearing this, does she come to the thought that he is the reason for her death? Out of despair, Richard grabs her by the shoulders and shouts that only she is capable of this. Daichi steps forward, trying to dissuade her from the agreement on her behalf, stating that Melissa has nothing to do with his plans and should not be involved. He explains his reasoning directly. Melissa was assigned to Daichi. Since Daichi can meet Godot, the merchant who represents the whole city, her presence as a handler is undesirable. Negotiable, with a fist knock, Richard declares the matter settled. Exhausted, Melissa shouts that she understands and agrees with this, so accompany him. Daichi warns Melissa she may have to hear harsh words about Edward, and she will see and hear things she would not want to. She replies she has had to be a dangerous lentless Sodo more than once, so she can even use simple combat magic. Ready for what's to come. She confidently stated that she does not fully understand, but she is a professional. Yet her smug expression quickly disappeared, turning into one of misunderstandings. Her bewilderment met Daichi's gaze as seemed to be dozing or lost somewhere in his own thoughts. He finally moved not with an explanation, but with a new question. He extended his hand, signaling her to wait, and said that he had one more. For her, he put forward a hypothetical choice. Would she prefer to remain blissfully uninformed about the horror happening somewhere far away, where it does not concern her, or would she be forced to stubbornly face the cruel, right-in-the-face truth? His gaze did not waver while he pressed her with the question of which of the two scenarios she had to choose. The strange question left Richard, Eren, and Alicia standing and looking completely bewildered. Daichi clarified it was about her determination. After a moment of silence, Melissa began. began to speak. She stated that she would choose the second option. She explained, even if she did not know what was happening, she could find out. So she decided, it is much better for her to be on the spot and see how events unfold than to learn about everything post-factum. Daichi averts his gaze. His face is focused, he admits it himself. But honestly, he did not like it. Melissa looks at him intently and asks if he perhaps means a Sukyuru. The scene shifts to a dense forest where Daichi walks alongside Klaus. Klaus says it is a coincidence, he was just thinking about the same thing. Then he asks Daichi if he perhaps knows the place where a certain godot is currently hunting. From the hiding place, Melissa notices. For someone who supposedly does not know the way, Daichi moves forward without any hesitation. Meanwhile, Daichi defensively exclaims that he cannot possibly know such a thing. Nike, a small cat, clarifies internally. They really do not know where Godot is, He reveals that he was just tracking one person using Nike as a reference point. From there, Melissa calls out with concern from behind Daichi and Nike. Daichi quickly thanks her while Alicia points ahead. She reports that just ahead of them, it seems a group of people has gathered. The news surprises both Melissa and Klaus. The focus shatters. Next to his head appears a huge shrimp, and immediately after it a terrible roar of a giant black tiger. Daichi jumps up at the scream and shouts the name of this creature in pure shock. Hiding behind the tree crowns, Melissa quietly whispers to Klaus. Even if they manage to find Godot, there is no guarantee that they can approach him safely. The memory of that meeting fades as Daichi rises from a resting position, and determination burns in his gaze. He thinks, the very thought of surrendering without trying disgusts him. He and his companions were making their way through the dense forest. The goal was clear: to find the leader of the Merchants' Guild, Goddard. The group pushed through dense forests, closing the crowns above their heads, and the sun's rays fell in patches on the path. As he walked, his thoughts slipped to a recent mention. A joyful morning greeting to Edward, and it was abruptly cut off by the unexpected arrival of Fiona and Melissa. Their gazes darkened for a moment. The memory provoked a complaint from Melissa. She grumbled that she herself had been very busy. Alicia, walking beside her, asked why she had even decided to come. Klaus then sharply intervened and explained his motive. He wanted to learn Daichi's opinion about the current incident, specifically about the mysterious figure, Kyle Palmer, who was controlling the events. Klaus admitted that although their immediate goal was to find Edward, he suspected the real intention of Kyle was to find out what he himself thought. Melissa shook her head with slight annoyance, while Alicia bluntly asked why Klaus gave so much importance to the opinion of some ordinary merchant. Klaus, looking as if he understood everything, responded to her skepticism. He explained that, in his opinion, Daichi was as mysterious a figure as Kyle Palmer. Hearing this, Daichi calmly accepted the thought. It had to be admitted, Klaus was right. Klaus simply asked them for patience. They assured that the task would not take long. After that, the group moved on deeper into the forest. He watches as the blue hell Pichon rises into the sky, a streak of azure flame cutting through the clouds. When the bird lands, Nike says that her own ability to track by sin has limits, and admits she is not a dog. Melissa expresses her surprise and realizes that Pichon had been watching them all along from high above. He turns to Melissa and informs her that they are very close to the destination. He warns him, finding their target will not be so easy because the leader of the Goddard Merchants Guild changes his hunting grounds every time. Then he asks if she could at least share the locations of past hunts, says it would be a great help, but she firmly refuses. She explains her logic, warning, wandering elsewhere in the dense forest litter is dangerous, even if monsters are usually weak. She challenges him, asking what he would do if suddenly a high-ranked creature appeared like a king ape. Klaus interrupts their exchange and tells Melissa to retreat. He reminds, Daichi has already confirmed his readiness for any dangers they might face. From that spot, he looks at the rest of their company: Klaus, Melissa, and Alicia watching as they wait for him further down the forest path. Melissa weighs everything again, acknowledging that with their current team, they will most likely be able to handle any threat. Daichi agrees, yes, it's realistic, but inside he understands. The danger is real. He recalls that high-rank monsters like king apes inhabit Lent Forest. His thoughts drift to even greater power. He remembers the first monster he fought upon arriving in this world, a creature known as the Black Tiger.